Conundrum Audio presents The Games We Play by Nick Thacker. Produced by Nick Thacker and Conundrum Publishing. Copyright 2023 by Nick Thacker. For more awesome thrillers and amazing audiobooks, visit www.conundrumpublishing.com. 1. Saturday, 9 p.m. The bar. "Do me a favor, son," the gruff voice on the other end of the line said. "What's that?" "Don't ever call me again." The conversation had already been nearing completion, but Luke Preston made things official by smashing the end button to disconnect the call. He then slammed the phone face down onto the top of the epoxy-covered wooden bar top. "Careful, son," the bartender said. "Don't want to scratch my fancy new bar." Luke gave him a look through one squinting eye and considered telling the older man not to ever call him son, but decided instead to let it go. Crockett was playing with him, and he felt no need to rile him up. "You and I both know this bar top ain't getting scratched anytime soon, Crockett," Luke said. "I should know you had me slaving in here all night to make sure the epoxy wasn't going to crack." The barman shrugged and continued the circular motion over the same spot on the top of the bar that he'd been wiping for the past 5 minutes. Luke was confident that whatever dirt had been in the white rag before had now been successfully buffed onto the surface of the counter. At this point, the bar, officially unnamed for years until Luke told Crockett to just call it the bar, was Luke's bar as much as it was Crockett's. Sure, the older man owned the building and paid the property taxes and utility bill, but Luke had put his blood, sweat, and tears into fixing it up and keeping it nice inside. It had never been a looker, so Luke had recently undertaken a total interior renovation that he had, for some stupid reason, talked Crockett into taking on. "It'll be easy," he had told Crockett. "A few weekends, you front the cash, and I'll do most of the work. It'll save you tens of thousands of dollars, and you'll get a younger crowd in here." Crockett had laughed at first. "What makes you think I want the younger crowd in here, Preston?" he had asked. In the end, Luke had won, but it had been one of those victories that came with so much annoyance and misery that it might as well have been a total defeat. He had, using the ancient woodworking tools Crockett had scrounged up from wherever the guy actually lived, struggled through cutting and shaping a massive L-shaped butcher block countertop that stretched from one end of the bar to the other, then wrapped to the right and ran up to hit the far wall. To make matters worse, Crockett had insisted they pour epoxy over the entire thing, an entirely new skill that was so difficult to perfect it had nearly left Luke unable to complete the work. Luke had finally had to tell Crockett to stop watching YouTube videos so the man would run out of ideas. But the work had eventually been completed, and both men secretly enjoyed the fresher space. Crockett would not admit it, but Luke knew the bar owner saw the younger ex-detective as family. Crockett had no children, and Luke wondered if he had unknowingly become the man's surrogate son. Crockett would also never admit he enjoyed taking money from the younger Boston suburbanites who made their way out to Hudson, Massachusetts. Luke smiled as he thought of it. The older man had never understood the appeal of small-batch, localized craft beers, but he was now raking in the cash from the stuff. Luke lived in the apartment space directly above the bar. It was a building Crockett purchased many decades ago, lived in for 12 years, then converted the convenience store that originally filled the downstairs space into a simple 8-stool, 4-table bar when the owner of that business retired. Crockett's bar had occupied the spot ever since, and Luke had moved in upstairs after his wife's death almost 4 years ago. "Sounds like she's breaking up with you," Crockett said now. Luke glanced up and frowned, almost having forgotten about the conversation he had just had. "What? Oh yeah, I wish it had been a girlfriend. That might have been an easier conversation." "I was hoping you'd try to fool me," Crockett said, shaking his head. "That way we wouldn't have to pretend like you didn't have some serious daddy issues." Luke smiled and sniffed in disbelief. "How'd you know it was my old man?" Crockett turned to the patron on Luke's left, a young businessman stopping in from out of town for the night, and poured him a new beer. When he returned, Luke saw that twinkle in the old man's eye that said he was about to drop a hard-earned nugget of truth on the younger man. "Let's just say I've been on both sides of that dilemma, Preston," Crockett said. Luke chewed the liquid in his mouth for a few seconds, swishing it around, then swallowed as he considered Crockett's statement. This was new information to him. "Are you saying you got a kid out there somewhere?" "I am." "Estranged?" Crockett nodded. "Take it from me, Luke. There is no scar that can't be healed. There's no grizzled old man so very grizzled they can't be ungrizzled by a makeup call with their son. It might have to be a big-ass patch, but there is no hole that can't be fixed by patching things up. He's your dad. And, what, he loves me? Luke asked, a smirk on his face. Yeah, sorry, Crockett. That ship sailed when I was 12 years old. When your mom died? Even though Crockett meant no harm by it, the abruptness in Crockett's voice took Luke by surprise. For some reason, his mother's passing was still jarring to him. He'd had plenty of time to cope with and grieve the loss, plenty of time to sit in the emotional struggle of losing a mother at that age. But something about it was still fresh. Something about it made him feel raw. He had a feeling it had to do with the newer scars he'd recently earned. Crockett must have read the expression on his face. You know I mean no harm, Luke. Hell, I can't afford to mean you any harm. You're the only person who comes in here and talks to me. Luke laughed. If you'd be nicer to people, maybe they'd stay and talk to you more, old man. Crockett chuckled, then frowned. You doing okay? Yeah, Luke answered. I'm sorry about that. It's just... I'm not sure what it is. I've been feeling strange lately, and that call... Well, let's see, Crockett said, reaching across the epoxied countertop and grabbing Luke's now empty beer glass. He turned and poured Luke another, the same IPA he had been drinking. Your mom left behind a prepubescent young man who hadn't quite figured himself out yet. Add to that a father who probably meant well, but didn't know what he was supposed to do with you. On top of all of that, you've been through hell lately, Luke. Everything in Puerto Rico, now a call from your old man, it's got to be reminding you of Mel. Mel, Mia Vero. While Mia was the only one of the women he had cared about recently who was still alive, he hadn't heard anything from her in over a month. No response to his last text. No response to his last phone call. He wasn't sure why she had gone quiet, but he figured they had had a good run. He needed to just let it go. You're probably right, Crockett, Luke said. Probably, I'm always right. Sooner you realize that, sooner things will be easier for you. Luke laughed. He needed to get to bed. He had never been one for late nights, and even though it was only 9 o'clock, he knew how easily a couple of beers could turn into 4 or 5, and how easily 4 or 5 beers could easily turn into 2 o'clock in the morning. He smacked his credit card down on the table. I'd better be going, Crockett, he said. Got a long drive home. You sure you ain't a dad? Crockett asked suddenly, taking Luke by surprise. Luke frowned again, cocking his head sideways. A terrible joke like that is usually reserved for dads. Just thought I'd clarify. Luke offered a smile. Pity I can't stay longer to entertain you, Luke said. I've got a meeting tomorrow in town. Crockett made a knowing face but didn't ask any more questions. Luke appreciated that. He didn't mind sharing some details of his life with Crockett, but he felt differently about letting strangers like the businessmen next to him in. He had learned long ago that some things were better kept private. Luke's life had been in upheaval lately, starting with the very reason he had met Mia Mendez. An expert parasitologist and professor, she had helped him uncover a conspiracy at the highest levels of government earlier that year. After that, he had been roped into an investigation in Puerto Rico, hoping to find a lead that might trace back to the same crime organization that had caused his wife's untimely death in Boston. While there, he had helped find a link between the Puerto Rican crime organization and some of the pharmaceutical companies on the island. He had been successful in both cases, but, like his debacle with Crockett's bar rehabilitation project, those victories had come at a steep cost. Crockett turned away, then came back around with Luke's credit card. He placed it down onto the bar. Almost got me. Luke laughed. I figured I could distract you and get you to finally ring up my tab. Luke slid the credit card back into his wallet behind his Massachusetts ID. It's got to be, what, 100 beers I owe you for by now? Crockett waved him away with a flick of his wrist. The day I ask you to pay for your beers is the day you finally realize what's best for you and stop hanging out with an old geezer like me. Luke chuckled and slapped his palm on the countertop as he stood up from the bar stool. Appreciate it, Crockett. Seriously. And if you need anything, you know where to find me. Sunday, 8:36 a.m., 1369 Coffee House, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Luke pulled his chair closer to the tiny table. His stomach bumped the edge of it, sending everything on top teetering, including his tea and a mug filled with piping hot coffee, spilling a bit of liquid from both beverages. Damn, man. Jackson Holland said from across the table as he tried to dab at the liquid with an already soaked napkin. Guess you need to lose a little bit off that beer gut. Please, Luke replied with a smile. My stomach is as flat as your ass. Holland's eyebrows rose. Checking out grown men's asses now, are we, Preston? Luke had walked right into it, and there was nothing he could say. He simply did his best not to meet Holland's eyes while he worked on his own tea-based mess. A barista had thoughtfully brought another stack of napkins to the table prior to Luke's arrival. Apparently, the two grown men looked to her more like clumsy children who would need to be watched carefully and were bound to spill something at some point. Turned out she was right. Tell me again why you're in town, Luke asked. Luke had made the 45-minute commute to Cambridge, where Holland was staying. He had flown into Boston Logan from L.A. and rented a car, but had not yet explained to Luke why he was in town. What? Holland asked. Coming to see you wasn't a good enough reason? Luke smiled. Nobody comes to Boston all the way from L.A. on purpose. Everything we've got here, you've already got a better version of it out there. Sports teams, food, good-looking people. That is true, I do live there, Holland said. And I am very good-looking. Luke tried to stifle his grin. Jackson Holland might possibly have been the ugliest man Luke had ever seen. With a feature set that would make a 17-year-old pug look like a contender for the world's most naturally beautiful dog, Holland would have been stopped at the door of any beauty pageants. What he lacked in the looks department, however, he more than made up for in physical prowess. Holland was a career soldier, a man who had been through the shit, and had held himself together well enough to fully compartmentalize it on the other side. About 10 years Luke's senior, he had kept his body in immaculate shape. It was one of the traits Luke had come to admire in the man. While they had only worked together briefly while Luke had been in Puerto Rico, the pair had connected after the mission, and kept in touch after his return to the United States. Luke had spent a week in California to attend a conference, and he had crashed at Holland's place in the city. Their friendship was one that had originally been born out of necessity, the common bond of high stress and a shared adventure. But it had been proven in the mundane and lazy rhythms of normal life. To be honest, I'm not even sure why I came, Holland said. It was supposed to be a family reunion or something down in Worcester. Turns out Aunt Edna has worse dementia than we thought. She only sent 3 invitations, and one of them was addressed to her husband. He's been dead for 12 years. Luke couldn't help himself. He chuckled as he brought the tea up to his lips. Well, good to see you, no matter what. Definitely great to hang out with you too, Holland said. You going to tell me why you came all the way to Cambridge for me? Luke swallowed the tea in his mouth, nodding. She got back to me last night, agreed to meet. Holland raised an eyebrow. She... Yep, Luke said. Mia. I see. Well, in that case, don't let me keep you. Luke laughed. You're not. Our meeting's in an hour. I figured if you're still yammering on 45 minutes from now, I'll just get up and leave. Deal, Holland said. Let's get to it then. You mentioned in your text that you talked to your old man again? How'd that go? Did you get any more info from him? Holland had been on board the Navy hospital ship in Puerto Rico, in Luke's room while he recovered from minor injuries, when Luke had gotten the first call from his father. Having not heard from his dad since the brief "sorry for your loss" after Mel's death, Luke had thought it strange to hear from him. And what his father had told him in Puerto Rico had been even stranger. Don't mess with Dominguez. The Dominguez gang controlled the island of Puerto Rico, at least unofficially. Working closely with one of the leading pharmaceutical companies on the island, Dominguez had put together a network of drug dealers, corrupt police officers, and pharmaceutical executives. They had even been working on the general population of Puerto Rico to push their own agenda of sovereignty from the United States. They had gained a lot of power along the way, and Luke had narrowly missed being destroyed by the ever-churning jaws of crime. Luke had been sent down to the island by McDonnell, an old West Point friend and now intelligence officer with the United States government, to dig up whatever connection Dominguez might have with the pharmaceutical companies that were doing business with them. He had unraveled a bit of the conspiracy, leading to the arrest of the CEO of the biggest pharmaceutical company around, as well as the indictment of many other top-level executives who had had their hand in the cookie jar. All in all, it had been a success. On paper, it gave the feds back home more reason to snoop around, and the U.S. Army and Navy had increased their permanent personnel presence on island. It had not, however, given Luke much of the closure around his wife's death that he'd been promised. While he had discovered who the real target of the bomb at the Boston cafe which had killed his wife had been, a mid-level executive from one of the pharmaceutical company's chief rivals, having a picture next to a name, and now a motive for the attack, certainly hadn't done much to bring back Mel. Luke wasn't sure how to answer Holland's question, so he decided to come clean. I called him this time, trying to figure out what he was talking about when he told me not to be messing around with Dominguez. It was such a weird thing to hear him say, and not just because I hadn't heard from him in 4 years. You mean like how the hell he knew you were messing around with Dominguez in the first place? Holland asked. Luke nodded. Yes, precisely. How did he know I was in Puerto Rico? Who is he talking to that knows and tracks my movements? And why does he even care? Sounds like a loving father, wanting to keep tabs on his son. Luke rolled his eyes and leaned back in his seat. The chair creaked loudly but held. It made me wonder, what kind of stuff is he involved in? He was a colonel in the Marines, but I have no idea what sort of job he took after he retired. At that level, and with the connections I would assume someone like that would have, I'd say just about any job he wanted. Yeah, that's what I thought too. He could be doing something intelligence related, but I figured if that were the case, he would have reached out to his son about something like that long ago. You know, to his West Point graduate son, who spent 5 years in the Army as an intelligence officer. Fathers have a knack for not wanting advice or opinions from their kids, Preston, Holland said. It might have been meant as a throwaway, tongue-in-cheek comment, but Luke heard the truth behind it. He had never asked Holland anything about his own family or personal life, but for a relationship like theirs, it didn't seem abnormal. Luke had had plenty of guy friends whose private lives he knew next to nothing about. Right, that's all very true, Luke said. But I figured he would give me a little more to go on than just a threatening sentence. Hell, he knows I was a detective. If he didn't want me to be suspicious, he should have told me what was bothering him in the first place. He should have just come clean. Why shouldn't I have been looking into Dominguez? Holland cocked an eyebrow and stared at Luke with his trademark quizzical meets annoyed expression. His eyes drooped, the eyebrows on his forehead too heavy to stay out of their way. His jowls matched, hanging loosely around his mouth. As such, his response was perfectly deadpan. Perhaps it's the fact that what your father is doing is absolutely something to be suspicious of, Holland said. Luke had, of course, already considered this. What if his father had gotten himself into something unscrupulous? What if he were working with Dominguez for some reason? Luke knew the gang in Puerto Rico had been trying to make inroads into the drug trafficking business on the United States mainland, but he had no idea the extent to which they had succeeded, if at all. Could his father have invested in helping them? No, it didn't add up. To his knowledge, Luke's father had never struggled with drugs or alcohol or any addiction for that matter. He had never been a gambling man, nor one to chase vices of any sort. He was intelligent and more than capable of making money in a legitimate fashion. So why would he get in bed with a criminal organization trading in illicit contraband? It was an unnecessary risk, and it didn't fit the image Luke had of his father. There was more to the story, but Luke didn't even know where to begin. We used to run skip traces all the time in Puerto Rico, Holland said suddenly. Luke looked back up at him, not realizing he had been staring down at the circular stain of the tea ring on the tabletop. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Most of the time, even if it didn't work, it ruffled a few feathers. What are you saying? Luke asked. Holland shrugged, then pulled the loose skin on his face up into what Luke knew was the man's best version of a smile. I'm saying maybe we try to ruffle some feathers. 3. Sunday, 10:02 a.m. Hudson, Massachusetts. Luke was kicking himself all the way home. His meeting with Mia had lasted all of 15 minutes before both of them realized the information could much more easily have been transferred via text message or email. She had been nice enough, but he got the feeling Mia would rather have gotten a head start on the short course she was attending later that day than rehash a failed relationship with an old flame. Of course, she hadn't said as much. That wasn't her style. She had even told Luke it was great to catch up, and that she was glad to have met with him in person. But he had not been able to talk about what had truly happened in Puerto Rico, other than that he had met someone. He had not been able to bring himself to admit that he had quickly started falling for a woman he had known only for a few days. He hadn't been able to admit that she reminded him of the best parts of Mia, and the best parts of Mel. And of course he had not been able to admit to her that she had died there, died from an explosion, just like the bomb that had killed his wife. Vero had died from a rocket-propelled grenade that had been intended for him. They had tried to kill Luke, but instead had taken Vero from him. He had not been able to explain to Mia that her death was on his hands, that if he had not been meddling with the Dominguez gang, they would not have sent someone to the docks to kill him. Vero should still be alive. That was what Luke had wanted to tell Mia. That was the true closure he needed. To tell her, a woman who had once cared for him as much as Vero had, that he felt it was his own fault she had died. In searching for closure for his wife's death, he had caused the death of another. It was also as much to get it all off his chest as anything. There wouldn't have been anything Mia could do to help. There wasn't anything he needed from her. It just felt like something he had needed to tell her. As he drove, he wondered if this was a case of his own insecurities arguing with him. Was it all a sign of some self-analysis that had found him wanting? He shook his head, trying to snap out of it. This sort of thinking wouldn't lead anywhere positive. He drove back to Hudson in silence. When he arrived, he noticed Crockett's car in the lot behind the building. The bar was closed on Sundays, giving Crockett a day off once every 6 days. However, that usually meant Crockett spent his day off at the bar, doing the books or cleaning or some other form of maintenance. The man was terribly unorganized, and usually let his business and administrative tasks stack up for the end of the week. Luke felt the urge to go in and have a beer to interrupt Crockett, but there was a stronger desire pulling him upstairs and into his apartment. I want to know what my dad's doing. Part of the frustration he was feeling at the moment came from not knowing why his dad had reached out to him in Puerto Rico, and why his dad had told him not to mess with Dominguez. It meant something, but his father had not clued him in as to what that might be. Luke was an adult, capable of making his own decisions, so he felt his father's intrusion into his professional life as more than an annoyance. It was an insult. But the sudden intrusion into his personal life, after years of silence, was even more jarring. And how had he known where I was in the first place? He thought of the obvious thing to do. He could simply try calling his father back. But Luke had a feeling his father wouldn't answer the phone again, nor would he respond to an email if he sent one. If his father had wanted Luke to know what he was doing, and why Luke should stop investigating Dominguez, he would have told him so on the phone in Puerto Rico. No, this would require a more subtle investigative effort. If there was any information to be had that was easily within reach, Luke felt it was his duty to find it first, before point-blank asking his father for more. He tossed his shoulder bag onto the table in his tiny dining room. He took the messenger bag with him everywhere, as it had his entire life inside of it. Laptop and notepad, Sig Sauer pistol and 3 extra loaded magazines, and an e-reader when and if he had downtime. He didn't own a television, had only 3 changes of clothes, 3 wool t-shirts, a pair of jeans and 2 pairs of cargo shorts, and 2 pairs of shoes. His bathroom was as bare as the walls of his apartment, nothing but travel-sized bottles of toothpaste and body wash and a pack of razors. Anything else he needed he bought when the moment struck. He had discovered long ago that traveling light was far easier than most people realized. Just about anything he absolutely had to have could be purchased in almost any place on the planet. If he needed a stick of deodorant when he landed somewhere, he could buy it in the terminal. Every airport he had ever been to sold deodorant and hygiene items. And if his destination was somewhere deep in a jungle where no corner store could be found, well, then the deodorant would not do much good for him anyway. He opened the refrigerator to reveal a 6-pack of beers that had been in there for 2 months. It was a local brewery's craft product, but any time he considered drinking one, he felt as if he were cheating on Crockett. Next to the beer was a box of pizza, half full. He pulled this out and removed 2 cold slices that were about as rigid as the cardboard box they had come out of. He started working on the first of these slices while opening his laptop. Whatever his father was doing, Luke planned to find out. He took a massive bite of pizza and fired up the search engine. For Sunday, 11:23 a.m., Hudson, Massachusetts. The 3rd page of results began to look more promising. Most of the references were obscure, and Luke could tell immediately that they were in reference to a different person with the same name as his father. But toward the bottom of this page, there was one item that seemed promising, the Blankenship Group, and beneath the title, his father's name. Luke clicked on the link and let the page load. It took all of 1 second. Exclusively text-based, the page had a simple header listing the company's name and current board members. His father was labeled as one of them. Beneath that sat a single paragraph that described the firm as a holding company based in the United States with offices worldwide. The U.S. offices included Manhattan, Miami, San Francisco, Seattle, and Boston. Boston, huh? There was no business address on the page and no contact information. It looked to Luke like the sort of thing a company would set up in order to check a box for some sort of federal regulation committee. He had come across red tape like this before. For tax purposes, SEC rigmarole, or something Congress-related, companies sometimes had to meet requirements of governing bodies, including things like having a website and physical address. He checked to see if there were links to any other pages, but found none whatsoever. He put on his detective hat once again and chose a different tack. He tried to think in terms of cybersecurity. There had been a few detectives back at Boston PD who had excelled in this arena, and he tried to put himself in their shoes, tried to envision their next steps. Luke also remembered a bit about chasing down cyber leads from his time working as an intelligence officer in the Army, but he was far from a hacker. If anything, he was hoping to glean some basic information off of any publicly listed websites and networks he might come across that mentioned or linked to the Blankenship group, but anything more in-depth would require a professional. As it turned out, the first thing he tried proved to be successful. He ran a whois reverse lookup on the domain name from the company's website, and found that whoever had set up the website had opted to pay a bit extra each year for privacy protection. He smiled. While privacy protection through domain registrars wasn't an outright scam, it did obscure the purchaser's personal information like phone number and email address. As promised, Luke knew that cracking through that light security was easy. It was only a matter of paying that same registrar a tad more money than the registrant had paid. Luke put the requisite $15 onto his personal credit card, checked out through the online form, and within minutes was staring at a phone number that had been revealed on the screen where only a string of asterisks had existed previously. Ostensibly, this was the number owned by the person who had set up the website, or at least the phone number of a representative of the company itself. Either way, it was a potential lead. His fingers twitched, and he felt the rush of excitement he used to feel daily when tracking a case or putting together a dossier on an identified target. But there was also a sense of anxiety, a slight feeling of foreboding. Do I really want to do this? This was not just some random departmental case assigned to him by the captain. This was his father's business. This was Luke's family. As estranged as they were, Luke knew that unraveling this thread could potentially lead to endangering his father, if his father had somehow become embroiled in Dominguez's business. Luke found he was dialing the number before he had even fully realized his answer. It rang 4 times, and then he heard a click. His heart caught in his throat. Am I really this on edge? Instead of a person answering, he was met with a recorded voice message. Thank you for calling. Please leave a message. There was no acknowledgement of the company name or any reference to the company at all, in fact. No acknowledgement that the company was even still in business, or had ever been. And to Luke, it sounded suspiciously like a robotic voice that had simply been recorded reading a script, one of the many he had heard large corporations use for their phone tree answering service. Surprisingly, there was still a beep after the message. Apparently, there was a working answering machine on the other end, or the line was all digital, a virtual phone number with a cloud-based messaging system. It did not mean that anyone was actually going to listen to whatever messages piled up, however. Luke disconnected without leaving a message, then turned back to his investigative work. Beneath the phone number was an address that had also been revealed to him after paying the domain registrar. The address was in Miami, but he copied it and pasted it into a new search query anyway. If there were any results that mentioned that address, there was a chance they might also mention the company, or his father. Surprisingly, the search returned a single result, but it was a helpful one. He clicked the link, and the browser began to display the contents of the file. A comma-separated values file, or a text-based spreadsheet. It appeared the CCSV file was a database of other physical addresses. The URL of the page hosting it was so long it was essentially useless, but he could tell it was just a cloud hosting site, not a site owned by his father's company. But he recognized the other addresses the file listed. They were all physical addresses in each of the cities he had seen listed on the company's website. Manhattan, Miami, San Francisco, Seattle, Boston. He stared at the address in Boston. He thought he recognized the street and tried to picture its location in his mind. Using his phone, he navigated to the Maps app and typed in the address to confirm. About an hour away, he realized. But he now had a destination, a physical location to see with his own eyes. Actually finding anything would be a long shot, and he certainly had no expectation of meeting his father there, but it might be useful at least in tracking down information regarding what exactly his father and the company were up to. Luke sent an email out to McDonnell, then smacked the laptop shut and slid it back into his shoulder bag. It was heavy with all his gear inside, but considering it was just about all he owned, he didn't mind the weight. Most of the time it rode on the seat next to him in the car, anyway. He took the steps down to the parking lot 2 at a time, glancing through the small window into Crockett's office. The old man was typing away diligently using a single finger on the massive desktop computer he must have purchased directly from the 1990s. Luke smiled, but didn't wave. He didn't want to get sidetracked, didn't want to wait any longer. You're out there, Dad, and I'm going to find you. Sunday, 5:23 p.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Luke leaned over, tugged the handle on the front passenger side door of his Corolla, and let the door fall open. Jackson Holland's massive frame entered, immediately crunching down into an impossible pretzel shape, and the man deflated himself into the front seat. He turned to look at Luke, his eyebrows arching up on his wrinkled forehead as he sucked in an exaggerated breath. "Riding in style, are we?" he asked. Luke laughed. "I was going to pick you up in my Lamborghini, but I figured you weren't worth the trouble." Holland returned a strained chuckle, then reached forward and pulled the bar to allow the seat to push back and create more space for his long legs. Luke waited for him to get situated, then started driving. Luke had driven into the city and stopped at a store, then another coffee shop, where he had waited for Holland to finish up whatever the man had been doing that day. It had given Luke more time to research, to dig up anything online breadcrumbs his father's company had left behind. It had also given him time to reach out to McDonnell once again, to fill him in and let the man know what he was planning. It had taken the better part of the day, but when Holland had finally texted Luke back, letting him know he was ready to roll, Luke was in front of his hotel in 5 minutes. "So, where are we headed?" Luke enjoyed this characteristic of Holland. He could turn the business on or off at the flip of a switch. If it was time to joke around, Holland was a blast. And when things needed to get real, Holland was ready for action without question. He needed no preparation. He was always ready. "A warehouse down in the Seaport District. Not quite an industrial district, but mostly seafood freight companies. If it's the street I'm thinking of, it's full of empty, dark warehouses." "Sounds promising." "It's probably nothing," Luke acknowledged. "But it's the only nearby address I could find, and it's here in Boston, so I figured I might as well have a look around." "You think your dad will be there?" Holland asked. Luke steered the car out onto the highway. "Not a chance," he said. "I'd be surprised if there's even a living soul anywhere on the block. Most of these buildings are used by shipping companies to store long-haul equipment and supplies. Couple of night workers every now and then, maybe a security guard here and there, but no one really works inside the buildings." They drove in silence for a bit, and Luke tried to piece together something resembling a plan. Right now, the plan consisted of snooping around and potentially knocking on the door. Not much, but it was a start. Luke had originally been surprised that Holland had agreed to attend this little stakeout mission with him. Luke had assumed his friend would need to get ready for his flight back to the West Coast tomorrow morning, but after thinking about it for a moment, Luke realized that Holland was probably already ready. He was like Luke, packed light, did not need to unpack much, and generally was ready to go at a moment's notice. The man would not need more than a few minutes to get his gear in order. Luke also realized that Holland's willingness to hang out with Luke longer should not have been surprising at all. For a much simpler reason. He was lonely. Jackson Holland was about 10 years Luke's senior, but he had never married and had no children. He had given his life to the United States Army, then had landed a dangerous and high-stakes job as a soldier for hire after retirement. It allowed him a fantastic salary combined with the perks of being a bachelor, but the man had few friends, and Luke had a feeling it had to do with the fact that most people could not understand the life of a career soldier. Luke had seen glimpses of Holland's loneliness after meeting him in Puerto Rico, and he had seen signs of it during the times they hung out after both had returned stateside. Holland always seemed ready for action, always ready for anything, from trying a new restaurant to rock climbing or bungee jumping, or, as was the case tonight, simply driving around. It reminded Luke of his early college years, young men with newfound freedom, wanting to fill every moment of every day with experiences and adventures. Holland was no longer young, but he seemed to carry the same sense of adventure that Luke had once felt. When they reached the intersection with Interstate 93 that branched off and headed north toward Boston Logan International Airport, Luke exited and navigated the car through traffic and towards Seaport BLVD on the wharf. "All right," Holland said. "Looks like this is the place. I'll keep my eyes peeled, but any particular thing we're looking for?" "Any clue is a good clue," Luke said. Holland twisted in the seat to face Luke. "They teach you that in detective school?" he asked. Luke smiled as he turned onto Seaport BLVD and continued east. "Okay," Holland said. "Let's start with the basics. Any ideas at all as to what it is your dad's got himself involved in?" Luke shook his head. "No way to know, really. Last I talked to him was after Mel's death, but he was pretty distant even when I was a kid. After grade school, when I moved out, he would usually only call to remind me of some other way I'd disappointed him." Holland sat in silence for a few seconds, then turned back to Luke with a grin on his face. "Well, I guess I can't complain in that case. My daddy used to beat me up and down the block, but at least he would tell me how proud he was of me when he was sober." Luke scoffed. "But was he ever sober?" Holland glanced up at the ceiling of the car, then smiled. "No, not that I can remember." He pulled the car to the right and continued through the portside district as the road bent around the edge of the water. Luke felt strange driving in this area of Boston. A good friend Luke used to work with, and his ex-partner at the police department, used to live in this area. That good friend had at one point found himself with a change of heart and new personality, though, eventually even turning on Luke and kidnapping Mia, holding her hostage in his apartment about a block away from where Luke was driving now. Luke shuddered, pushing the thoughts out of his mind. He had prevailed, and had come out the other side stronger for it. There had been some growing pains, but Luke felt like a new man after the incident. His exploits in Puerto Rico had only helped to seal the deal. He was a detective, and even though he didn't still have a badge and a salary from the city, he could still do the work he had always loved. He wasn't quite sure what that would look like, and he wasn't quite sure how to go about finding cases, but he knew it was something he couldn't just close the book on completely. By now it was in his blood. Sunday, 6:05 p.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Holland and Luke reached the industrial street the warehouse was situated on a minute later, and Luke slowed the car to a crawl as they navigated the dark street. Holland could see the water off to their left, the bay glistening in the early evening moonlight and the reflection of faraway streetlights glancing toward him over the water. On this particular street, there were hardly any lights, save for a few security light poles and bug-infested yellow dock lights just beyond the buildings themselves. Most of the buildings looked the same, built hastily for a simple single purpose, most of the sides and roofs corrugated steel, with layers upon layers of salted rust streaking down them. Massive horizontal sliding garage doors stood at their entrances, and all were shut. When Luke had described the area to him, Holland immediately pictured the countless counterpart ports and wharves lining the California coast. In some cities, the planners had the foresight to set these sorts of ports out of the way of the city proper, hidden from sight unless one was looking particularly for the industrial oceanside complexes. But all were the same, through and through. An endless stream of concrete and asphalt, cheap, hardy, metal-sided buildings, and wide, expansive sliding doors to allow for large trucks and cargo on and off the docks. As Luke had predicted, there was not a living soul in sight. A couple of vehicles dotted the street on either side of the car as they passed, but as they drove by the dark shapes, Holland couldn't be sure they were not abandoned vehicles or salvages, left there to rot. "Nice area," Holland said. "Your old man must be raking in the dough." Luke ignored the comment and continued driving. Holland knew the kid was struggling with putting the pieces together already, even though there was not really a case to solve. But his father was involved. That would have anyone on edge. He thought of his own father and suddenly felt the need to spit. The man was still alive, stuck in a falling-down cookie-cutter home just outside one of the industrial concrete jungles of Indiana. He had worked the same job for over 40 years, moving drilling parts along an assembly line day in and day out. The only bright spots in his life the tobacco and alcohol vices that awaited him on breaks and at home. Holland had escaped his father's stranglehold during his sophomore year of high school when he grew large enough to defend himself. His father had not expected his son to fight back, but it only seemed to fuel his hatred for the boy he had brought into the world. If Holland had not been afraid his father would simply turn to taking out his frustrations on his mother instead, he would have split long before high school. As it happened, he had been able to stick it out until his senior year, when his mother passed away due to breast cancer. He joined the army a day later and had not spoken with or seen his old man since. Holland saw their destination up ahead, past another bend in the road. He noticed Luke turn the car's bright lights on as they approached the front of the building, hoping to get a clear, full picture of what they would be dealing with. The building was slightly smaller than the others they had passed, but it was also decorated in the same orangey, rusting corrugated steel. There were no numbers or letters on the outside of it, and he could not see any mailbox or drop box. The road matched the curvature of the bay, and Holland imagined a wooden or concrete pier shooting out the back of this building, just as he'd seen on all of the other buildings on this block. Luke parked in a short driveway in front of the building, but left the car running. The Corolla's headlights were on, and Holland got out of the small car by pulling himself straight up, using the car's tiny handhold above his head. He involuntarily shook off and stretched out, noticing the creaks of being crammed into a tiny space for too long. "You armed?" Luke asked him. Holland made a sarcastic face, hoping the message would get across. Luke nodded, apparently understanding his point. "Of course I'm armed," Holland thought. Together, both men approached the front garage door. Holland was standing just in front of Luke, and he felt the heavy weight of his favored weapon, a Beretta, the same model he'd given Luke in Puerto Rico, in a holster under his shirt. He had watched as Luke had grabbed his own Sig Sauer from the shoulder bag, on the back seat of the car, then tucked it behind his waist after getting out. "I guess we should ring a doorbell or something," Holland said. "See if anyone's home?" "Yeah, I guess so." There was nothing to knock on but the wide garage door, and no entry bell, so Holland and Luke resorted to simply doing a walkabout around the building. The entire parcel had been covered by a poured concrete slab, and nothing obstructed their ability to make their way around. There were no security gates, no guards in sight, and only a few stacks of oil drums and cargo boxes lining the backside of the building near a dock. No boats were currently anchored there, although he did see a massive, algae-covered rope laying in coils on the concrete and a few tie-off points down the way. While he could not know for sure, he had to guess that this pier had not been used in quite some time. A few wooden planks were even missing from the dock itself. All signs pointed to this building being long abandoned. If there was a secret government lab cooking up magical chemicals inside, they had camouflaged it well. They walked back to the front of the lot and returned to the car. "See anything fishy?" Luke asked him. "Only thing fishy is the smell," Holland answered. "We could try to break in, but I'm not sure it'll be much help. If your dad's gotten into some bad stuff, it'll either be deep inside that warehouse or somewhere else entirely. And if it is inside, I'm not sure it'll be lying out in the open for anyone to find it. There will be far more security around it than a simple padlock." "Right," Luke answered. "I really don't think this place is going to have any secrets inside. Probably just more of the same stuff that's in all these warehouses. Boxes and shipping containers and all of them empty. It's not worth trying to get inside yet. If we need to come back later, we can." "So what now?" Holland asked, walking the rest of the way to the car. "Shipping records," Luke answered. "Manifests, port records, whatever. I don't know how to find that sort of stuff, but someone's probably keeping track of any boats or ships that have come into port here. I am not convinced this building was always empty. I think something a bit more unscrupulous is going on. If so, I want to find it, and I know just where to start." Holland cocked an eyebrow. "Where's that?" "McDonnell's little nerd lair. If anyone's got a way to get that sort of thing, it's them." 7. Sunday, 11:10 p.m. Hudson, Massachusetts. Luke bolted upright in the bed, his heart pounding out of his chest. He felt spooked, like he had just had a bad dream yet could not remember the details. He swallowed once, trying to dislodge the feeling of uneasiness from his throat, then tossed the single sheet up and off of his naked body. It was hot in the room, and he wondered if he had forgotten to turn the small air conditioning window unit down before bed. He normally cranked the thing as low as it would go, and even though Luke paid his share of Crockett's electric bill on time each and every month, Crockett still took every opportunity to cajole him about using so much electricity. Luke stood up and slipped on the boxers lying next to the bed out of habit. He stumbled into the restroom and peed, not bothering to turn on the light. After flushing the toilet, he paused in front of the dark mirror for a moment, still catching his breath, his shadow barely visible through the reflection. He realized in that instant that while this reaction to having a bad dream was not atypical, The fact that he could not actually remember a single thing about that dream was strange. He had not been dreaming. His mind raced, now fully lucid, trying to understand what it was that had caused him to wake up so abruptly. He gripped the countertop and breathed in and out a few more times. There. He thought he had heard something. His ears had not registered an actual sound, but it still seemed like his senses were on high alert, as if his subconscious was waiting for something that had riled it up in the first place. His entire body was rigid and tense. He walked out into the living room of his apartment and crossed the space in the span of a few seconds, eventually coming to a stop near the small dining room table. He reached down and opened the top flap of the messenger bag and retrieved his Sig Sauer. It was loaded, the magazine full, a round in the chamber, and he verified this by hoisting it and testing the weight of it. He stood there for a few more seconds, doing a slow, full turn in his kitchen. Nothing seemed amiss, at least up here, but something had set him off. Something had woken him up. It had not been anything loud enough for his active mind to register anything out of the ordinary, yet he knew better than to second-guess his instincts. He checked his watch. 11:13 p.m. He had gone to bed early that night, deciding to head directly back to his apartment after dropping Holland off at his hotel. Rather than checking in on Crockett downstairs and grabbing a beer to cap off the weekend, he had cracked open one of the local craft beers from the fridge. It was a decent brew, malty and full, but he probably would not pay the exorbitant price tag another time. It was good, but not that good. He wondered if the beer had caused the unsettled sleep, and after a minute of not hearing or seeing anything out of the ordinary, he thought about crawling back into bed. Before letting his guard down fully, however, he strode to the window of his kitchen and looked down at the parking lot behind the building. He noticed Crockett's car still there, parked near his own. No other cars were in sight. Crockett tended to be a bit of a night owl, but still, by this hour the man had usually finished and gone home to get some sleep before the long week ahead. Just then, Luke heard a faint cracking sound. It sounded like it had come from somewhere downstairs, and his heart immediately picked up its pace, pounding through his chest once again. He decided to check on Crockett. Hudson was a safe town with a low crime rate, but Luke knew that no small business was immune to all of it. If there were kids trying to break in on a dare or simply because they thought it an easy target, they had picked the wrong location to hit. Luke ran back to his messenger bag and dug through one of the front pockets, pulling out a small keyring. On it was a key to the bar. Crockett had unofficially made him the bar's night guard, telling him he was always welcome to pop down for a late-night beer on the house. It had also confirmed Luke's suspicions that Crockett did not have an alarm system. He left his apartment and took the stairs downward 2 at a time, his adrenaline climbing. Not there! Luke walked around the side of the building toward the back door or the bar, which stood directly below Luke's kitchen window. He unlocked the deadbolt and knob silently, then carefully opened the door. It squeaked a bit, and he jumped back from the opening just in case someone might be waiting inside the door. He raised his pistol and flicked off the safety, keeping his finger over the trigger guard. Hearing sounds from inside, he pulled the crack open wider and slipped through, holding it gently as it shut behind him. He immediately crouched to the side, in the space between the back office and the tiny single restroom on the bottom floor. There were no lights on in the building, and no light coming from beneath Crockett's door. Weird. Moving stealthily along the wall, Luke took one slow step at a time toward the bar. The bar itself sat against one wall that faced the road, and by looking in that direction, he could see through one of the windows along that far wall. Light from the aging street lamp in front of the corner store across the street bled in through the glass, casting long shadows. He moved forward a few more steps, the main floor of the bar area finally coming into full view. There was a shadow there on the floor, a long bump shaped like a foot and leg. Shit, he whispered. He quickened his pace, now standing up and leading with an elbow, his gun pointed straight up at the ceiling. Luke scanned the open area, finding no immediate signs of a threat. He also saw the front door of the bar was open a crack. Abandoning caution, he rushed forward and dropped to a knee next to the body. "Damn it," he said, louder this time. Even in the dark, there was no mistaking it. Crockett. The old man was dead, a pool of blood around his left side, silently creeping forward and covering more space on the bar's floor. Luke cursed under his breath. 8. Sunday, 11:28 p.m., Hudson, Massachusetts. Dad? Luke was still wearing nothing but the boxers he'd thrown on earlier, and he suddenly felt vulnerable. Whoever had done this might still be nearby, perhaps even still in the building. Luke hadn't bothered to check the restroom or the office, the only two enclosed spaces on this floor, as he had passed them in the narrow hallway. But if someone had heard him coming and needed to hide. He shot back up from his crouched position next to Crockett's body, pivoting around with his gun still drawn and leading his aim. He had seen no movement in his peripheral vision, but the sense he had gotten, the one that had caused him to come fully awake after being in a deep sleep, was still present. And it had been accurate as well, he realized. He now knew there was a threat. Crockett was lying dead only feet away, and the deed had been done only minutes before Luke arrived. He ran back through the bar the way he had come in, ignoring the open front door, hoping it had been a ruse. Perhaps the killer had left it propped open after taking down Crockett, and they were waiting for him outside. Or perhaps they wanted Luke to go check it out, but were still lying in wait for him in the restroom or office. Luke didn't bother with the doorknob. He knew the restroom door was a lightweight, cheap, single-core thing. He also knew it would be unlocked. He pushed it open with his hand, allowing his pistol to fill the widening space inside. It was a single small room, with a sink and a urinal, as well as a toilet in the corner. No place to hide, and nothing jumped out at him as he pulled the gun around. The bathroom was empty. He turned to the office next. This door was a beefier product, something left over from the original construction of the building. Testing it, he found that this doorknob was locked. He didn't want to risk injuring himself, but he needed to get inside this room to see that it was empty. Luke stepped back a single pace, then aimed his eyes at the spot just to the right of the knob. He was barefoot, but if he connected properly, the worst he'd end up with was a bruised heel. He paused, frowning. He was still carrying the keys he'd used to gain access to the bar, and he knew that same key opened this door as well. Luke held it up and wriggled it into the keyhole. From his detective days, he knew that this position was about the most vulnerable a man could be. One hand on a doorknob, leaning into an unknown space in an awkward position, the other hand turning a key. It didn't much matter that he was holding a weapon. The pistol was still in his grip, but pointed downward toward the floor while he twisted the knob. The door latch clicked open, and he didn't hesitate. He smashed straight through it with a shoulder, bringing his Sig Sauer up and onto the crook of his elbow as he stepped into the room. He looked around. There were stacks of paper haphazardly piled in every corner of the room, but that was nothing abnormal. Crockett was a self-declared pack rat, terrible at organization and unwilling to toss anything. He had complained to Luke numerous times in the past that his first hire should have been a bookkeeper or administrator rather than Alex, the part-time bartender who took shifts every other night. No one else was in the office. Luke backed out slowly, then wheeled around and headed out the back door once again. He moved quickly across the parking lot, trying to stay as quiet as possible. He had the uncanny feeling that Crockett's death had been in vain, that he was simply collateral damage. It had not been an accident, that much Luke was sure of. Crockett had absolutely been brutally murdered. But the fact that they had left the bar without taking anything meant that it was not a typical break-in. They had come here for something else, and he had the strange suspicion that they had come here for him. Luke needed to get upstairs now. He needed to at least get to his phone and put on a change of clothes. If the intruder who had killed Crockett was up there now, waiting for Luke to return, they would be met with a mostly naked gun-wielding ex-detective who was now royally pissed off. And if they had for some reason left the premises, intending to come back later, Luke would be more than ready. He jumped over the metal bike rack that had been installed by the city long ago instead of going around it, then raced up the stairs, taking them two at a time once again. He had just reached the concrete landing outside his door when the explosion detonated through his front door. He felt the change in the air first, as if something massive had suddenly sucked away all of the oxygen. It was more of an intuitive sense rather than something he consciously noticed. And it happened in an instant. The sound of the blast hit him next, but he was already off the ground, lifted by the pressure wave that was radiating outward from ground zero, his living room apparently. He noticed the sensation of flying, his stomach lurching upward, and then the heat. Searing heat. Pieces of splintered wood cut through him, the sharp pinpricks and wooden needles impossible to ignore, and yet his nerves barely flagged them as something to be concerned about. He was fully flying now, falling backward over the ledge in front of his apartment at the same time. An orange wall of flame grew out and around him, but its pressure wave pushed him along, keeping him elevated ahead of it. Even here, relatively safe from the consuming fire, the heat was growing rapidly, and Luke thought his eyebrows and lips were on fire. And then, as the flames licked the front of his body and threatened to completely envelop him, he landed. Hard. Nick! He heard a cracking sound as his shoulder hit the ground first, but he had no time to register the shock or pain, as his ear and the side of his head were the next things to smack down onto the grass. He rolled away from the building, pushed along like a rag doll by the massive shock wave from the explosion, finally coming to a stop in a heap at the edge of the section of grass between the parking lot and the road. There was a ringing in his ears that had started with the first sounds of the blast, and now it was all he could hear. His eyes fluttered, threatening to close for good, and he did his best to force them to stay open. He blinked back tears, his vision blurred and doubled. Through the haze of both the moisture in his eyes and smoke from the explosion, Luke watched as his home went up in flames, watched as the landing and stairwell he had been standing on collapsed, lumps of twisted metal and rubble scattering around the front door of Crockett's bar. He tried to sit up. He tried to keep himself awake, but the pain was excruciating. Each pinprick from the wooden splinters now registered fully, each nerve ending seemingly screaming for priority attention. His brain was working overtime, doling out chemicals it was having a hard time producing fast enough. Luke felt woozy, feeling the end slipping over him. His shoulder felt decimated, and he knew there was blood pouring from his ear. Was it external or internal? Was he hemorrhaging? Would he be able to self-diagnose anything if he were? These were the only questions running through his mind. His vision blurred more, threatening to go black completely, but through it all he had one thing on his mind. Who had blown up his house and killed his friend? 9, Monday, 12:04 p.m., University of Massachusetts, Clinton Campus Hospital, Massachusetts. The flicker of light behind his eyelids wouldn't go away. It was annoying. It felt hot, as if someone were holding a candle close to his face, burning his eyelids. He winced, still not opening his eyes, but after a few more seconds of pain, finally gave in. It took half a minute of blinking and waiting for moist tears to form and roll off his face before he could even begin to see, and another half a minute of swallowing dry air before he could breathe. Still, Luke had a difficult time getting his bearings. He knew he was lying in a bed, staring up at a rectangle of brutally white fluorescent lights. Those must have been the cause of his burning eyelids, he realized. Either that or his eyelids had actually been burned. The exertion of contemplating what had happened caused pain all the way down to his toes. A voice started speaking from his right, terrifying him. He had not known someone was there. "You're awake." Luke heard the person sigh. "Damn, I was starting to get worried." Luke opened his mouth, but only a croak came out, and even that sounded raspy and airy. It felt like hell, too. A hand patted his right elbow. "Don't talk. You need to drink about 1.5 gallons of water before you try something stupid like that." Luke frowned but didn't turn his head to the side. He didn't need to. He recognized the voice now. McDonnell? He was surprised the word came out, even though he'd had to stutter and repeat it. Apparently the man was right, too. It was going to take a lot of water before he'd be feeling like having a long conversation. He felt something being pressed into his hand, and then felt the hand coming up to his mouth. Involuntarily. It was a water bottle, with a bent straw poking out the top of it. As if his body could sense what he needed, even though his mind was still drawing a blank, he took a sip. He felt the cool liquid coursing through his mouth, then to his throat. It was shockingly cold, or at least it felt that way compared to the rest of his body. He tried to pace himself, but could not stop. It was like he could feel the healing work of the water immediately. "Yeah, buddy, it's me," McDonnell said. "Damn sorry about what happened, too. Holland called me in the middle of the night after Hudson PD ID'd you. He's out grabbing some grub, but should be back in a few minutes." Luke tried nodding, still staring up at the searing white lines of light in the ceiling. It hurt, but it was possible. That had to be progress, right? He did a mental inventory. All his limbs and digits seemed to still be attached. He wriggled his toes. That worked, sort of. It hurt like all get out, but he figured pain was a good thing at this point. It meant he still had a mostly working body. As he lay, listening to McDonnell's voice, he continued working on his situation. He slowly attempted stretching, pulling and pushing muscles that wanted to fight back, until he had identified the locations that were offering the most resistance. It was painful work, but it seemed he was going to be fine. "What the hell did you do anyway?" McDonnell asked, his voice dropping as he leaned closer to Luke. "I mean, for them to come after you like that, you must have really ticked them off." Luke's frown intensified. More pain radiated throughout his body, lightning bolts of fire flaring up and down his legs and arms. His left shoulder was numb, and he remembered the cracking sound he had heard right before he'd impacted the ground in front of Crockett's bar. What are you talking about, McDonnell?" Luke saw McDonnell's face clearly now, noticing the concerned look in the man's eyes. He was an old friend of Luke's. He had graduated from West Point with honors, moving immediately into active duty and soaring up the ranks until he had found a position in government intelligence. It was similar to Luke's own trajectory, except Luke had ended up quitting the military and landing in a detective role for the Boston Police Department. Earlier that year in Puerto Rico, Luke had helped McDonnell with a mission, where he had met Holland and his team. Afterwards, Luke had stayed in contact with McDonnell. He wasn't entirely sure what the man's actual title was, but he knew McDonnell ran a small three-man team of brilliant researchers that had loose ties to one or more of the government acronym organizations. Of course, McDonnell couldn't actually tell Luke which one, but he trusted the man with his life, and he knew McDonnell well enough to know when something was bothering him. 10. Monday, 12:10 p.m. University of Massachusetts, Clinton Campus Hospital, Massachusetts. "Some of your old crew was here too, Boston PD. They want me to give them a ring, let them know you're okay. But while we're here, alone, let's talk." "I'm waiting for you to start talking, McDonnell. What's up?" "Sorry, I don't want your old buddies to overhear anything," McDonnell said. "Just knowing about this can get them in trouble, and I'm on the clock. I have to get back to D.C. before tonight, so I'm catching a flight in an hour." Luke shook his head, fighting away some of the grogginess, but at the expense of giving himself an even bigger headache. "Knowing about what?" he asked. "What are you talking about, McDonnell?" McDonnell paused and then leaned in even closer, almost whispering into Luke's ear. He could smell the coffee on the man's breath. Whatever this was about had his old friend spooked. "First off, if you're wondering if this was Dominguez, it's not. That was my fear, so I looked into it. I've already requested a sample of the residue from the bomb, but I'm almost positive I won't find any bismuth." Luke recalled that in Puerto Rico, the organized crime ring called Dominguez had been lacing their bombs with a form of locally produced bismuth as a sort of calling card. They wanted to take credit for their bombings, to call attention to themselves. "This was different. This was a professional hit, Luke." Luke was taken aback, but he didn't have the energy to physically show it. "Someone hired a hitman to go after me?" McDonnell nodded. "I think so. It was professional, but it was quick and dirty. Likely thrown together last minute, a pipe bomb or something improvised with hardware store stuff. They found Crockett there and had to react quickly." "Crockett," Luke said. His mind recalled the previous day's events, hearing the noise downstairs, walking down, and then finding his friend dead on the ground, the floor of his own bar. He recounted the events to McDonnell, telling him that he had only been trying to find information about his father. He had no idea then that simply running a few searches would land him in the doghouse. McDonnell nodded when Luke was finished. "Unfortunate. From what you've told me, Crockett was a good guy. Wish I could have met him. That said, you're damned lucky you heard something downstairs and thought to check. Whoever got into your place must have assumed you weren't home yet. They picked the lock and dropped the payload in the kitchen or next to your bedroom or something. If you had been in there..." McDonnell didn't have to finish the sentence. Luke had already realized this. If he had not been trying to help Crockett and keep his bar safe, Luke would be dead. "Why do they want me dead?" Luke asked. "And who the hell is they?" "I got your email," McDonnell said. "But it wasn't encrypted, Luke. By the time I read your message, it was probably too late. I'm guessing it threw up a flag or something, and then they likely tracked you from your IP address, homing in on your location in Hudson, and then doing a little sleuth work to find out it was you." Luke remembered sending McDonnell the email. At the time, it had been nothing but a curiosity, a simple checkpoint with a trusted friend. But it had not been the only flag he'd raised. There was a logged hit to his father's company's website, as well as the reverse lookup he'd paid for with a personal credit card, and the phone call, and heading to the building. Stupid, he thought. Of course they tracked me from all of that. As he recounted the events, it made him sound paranoid, a man on a mission. It was clear he had been snooping around and he must have ruffled some feathers. So? Well, anyone else and it might not have raised a red flag, but once they figured out it was you, the Luke Preston, looking into their business, you must have spooked them. Luke knew he was a bit of a minor celebrity in Boston thanks to his elevated profile as an esteemed detective, all because of his wife's death and subsequent court case. Adding to that was his growing hero status after helping bring down the Director of Immigration Customs and Enforcement and unveiling a plot to harm innocent civilians. Nothing had yet been publicized about the events in Puerto Rico, but Luke was perfectly fine with that. He had not asked to be a well-known figure in his community, and if anything leaked about his success in Puerto Rico, it would only thrust him further into the limelight. He didn't want it. He hadn't asked for any of it. And if getting his house blown up and being nearly assassinated was supposed to be some strange side benefit of his newfound status, he certainly didn't want it. This is about your father, Luke. Luke swallowed, gritting his teeth. He stared straight up at the fluorescent lights on the ceiling. He had suspected this, of course. As yet, there was no way of knowing what his father was involved with, or if his father had for some reason had a hand in planning an attempt on his own son's life, but he was not surprised at all to hear that it was related. You think he did this? McDonnell looked away, then back down at Luke. I don't know, I don't think so. I can't imagine that. But it's clear they came after you because you were looking for information on your old man. Maybe it was some sort of security protocol. Something set in motion automatically as soon as you picked up the phone. Yeah, maybe. Look, I don't really know what your dad is into, what that company does that he's on the board of, but they're obviously serious and this is proof of that. How do you know anything about them? The Blankenship Group is really just a cell in a spreadsheet, Luke, McDonnell said. Just a name, no details. No one I work with knows anything about them, except that they are in the database. What database? Luke asked. It's not a database, per se. It's more a figure of speech. When a group or person is in the database, we're saying they're an entity of interest to the U.S. government. It's not a shared file or anything. Too much bureaucracy and politics for that to fly. But it doesn't take much digging to see if someone else at my level in the U.S. government knows about them. That's saying they're in the database. Either some acronym organization, CIA, DEA, FBI, hell, even the USDA keeps tabs on threats, opened a file on them or is about to, or the entity has been linked to some important top-secret operation that happened in the past, legitimate or not. Once you're in the database, you're always in the database. But the point is, your dad is on the board of one of those entities. I have no idea what exactly it is that they do, unfortunately. Except that he doesn't want his son to find out anything about it. He wants so much to prevent that. In fact, he's willing to blow up his only child to keep it that way. McDonnell was shaking his head. No, I really don't think it's like that. I don't think it was your dad's company that put out a hit on you. Like I said, it could be a security protocol, but even then it seems far-fetched. That's a very trigger-happy way to protect yourself. I think it's more likely someone else entirely is behind it. Someone who is also trying to investigate what the company is doing. They saw you snooping around and got spooked since you are, by name, related to someone on their board. They decided to take things into their own hands and take you out before you got too close. How does that make sense? Luke asked. If they are trying to get close to my father or his company themselves, wouldn't I look like someone who might be able to help them do just that? Why not call me and ask for my help? You know how this stuff works, Luke, McDonnell said. They don't care what you're trying to do. They're not even going to get to the point where they want to ask you that question. They have a mission, and they're going to accomplish it no matter what. In their mind, anyone who's messing with their operation is in the way. Luke swallowed again, his mouth feeling dry. He reached over and grabbed the ridiculous purple plastic mug with the hospital's logo on it. There was a huge bendy straw sticking out of it, and he stuck the end of it into his mouth. When he finished the long sip, he spoke again. You think I was collateral damage? McDonnell continued. Look, they wanted to eliminate a potential threat. Get you out of the picture, so whatever they're trying to do, whatever interest they have in your father's company, they can continue on as planned. Luke drew another long drink of water from the cup and began to feel more replenished. He waited for the water to fill every nook and cranny of his body, then looked back up at McDonnell with serious eyes. So this is bigger than me, he said. They wanted me out of the picture because it's a much bigger picture than what I can see. Exactly, McDonnell said. There's only one problem with this theory, Luke said. What's that? They didn't eliminate the threat. 11 and Monday, 3:34 p.m. Prudentia Building, downtown Washington, D.C. Denise Smith looked over her double-wide monitor at her partner, Bolivar. He sneezed for the third time in less than a minute. You got a cold or something, Bolivar? She asked. Eh? He flicked his eyes up over his own massive bank of monitors, 4 by her count, including one double-wide as well. Only the top half of his face showing. She had no idea how he even got any work done with a literal wall of screens in front of him. What was even on them? What's that? He asked. You, she said. Cold, sneezing. Sorry, he said sheepishly. Then he frowned as a bit of confidence returned to his voice. Someone spit in your tamale this morning? McDonnell's voice called out from the corner of the room. If I have to hire one of your moms to come play teacher's assistant in here, I will, he said. Smith sighed. She was in a mood this morning, and she knew Bolivar didn't deserve her attitude. She would apologize to the man, but not yet. Having a little fun with her coworker made her feel better, for some reason. Sorry, sir, she said. McDonnell, her boss, was a different story. She apologized to him without hesitation, even though he neither wanted nor needed it. And it wasn't sucking up. It was military hierarchy. She was an ex-Air Force pilot, and she hadn't flown in over 3 years, but she remembered what her father used to say. You can take the girl out of the Air Force, but you can't take the Air Force out of the girl. And it was true. Denise was a lifer. The military was part of her now, especially now that she worked for another military man. McDonnell was a good boss, efficient and professional. He didn't bother with non-work-related items, and he didn't suffer fools. Much like her. And while Bolivar was certainly not a fool, he wasn't military either. It didn't affect her own job here as much as annoy her. Surely they could have found an Air Force nerd or a Navy intelligence officer, right? But instead, McDonnell had chosen Bolivar, plucked out of MIT or NYU or one of the countless overpriced geek schools. One of the new breeds of nerd, good-looking, fit. The only clue to suggest he might know his way around a computer were the tiny glasses perched on his nose. She took in a breath. No need to take it out on him, she thought. He's a good guy, good at his job and a team player. If she were being honest with herself, she was the one who was unhappy. She simply wanted a change. She was ready for more. She was ready for the next step. She hadn't wanted her retirement from the Air Force to be the end of her career, but a jumping-off point into something bigger, something better. She had thought that was going to be the case. She had applied for positions with the CIA and FBI as a field agent. She didn't want to be a spy, but what those organizations could offer her was something she had longed for since her days as a young cadet. She wanted to be in the field. She wanted action. Flying fighter jets for the U.S. Air Force had meant a lot of study, a lot of training, and a lot of waiting around. As it turned out, the CIA had been interested. Fortunately, they had needed someone of her skill set and background for a new detachment in the SAC, the Special Activities Center. She had jumped at the opportunity, and as of 6 months ago, she'd been working for both McDonnell and secretly for the U.S. government by way of the Central Intelligence Agency. Unfortunately for her, her first official mission was simple. Stay put, continue working for McDonnell, and pass updates on his dealings up the chain. They weren't exactly suspicious of him, but she had learned quickly that the CIA's way of brokering information among the other branches of good guys was to simply seek out and gather that intel itself. Her job was to extract any and all useful information and hand it over to her team and her handler. It was frustrating to have been chosen for a dream role, only to discover that that dream role would not even require her to attend training at the farm. Camp Peary was constantly processing scores of new recruits every year. She was not to be one of them yet. Denise was not sure if the reason for that was simply because of her skills and experience, or due to some unforeseen red tape and bureaucracy. Ironically, McDonnell's crack team of whiz kids, her and Bolivar to be precise, was kept purposefully small to combat the bureaucracy that tended to plague U.S. intelligence offices after a certain amount of growth. McDonnell had long ago been given an assignment by some mysterious suit high up in the chain of command to help identify, watch, and take down international terrorists and the organizations they represented. When Smith had been recruited for the job, it had been, admittedly, an exciting proposition. An organization that had no official name, staffed by only 3 people, run by an experienced military strategist, funded by some unknown source of government money, and yet it lacked that crucial element she longed for, field agents. Smith had watched in earnest 2 years ago, as McDonnell had hired and activated a team led by Jackson Holland. She and Holland had had a brief stint, but it was short-lived. She wanted to go with. She had expressed that very desire to McDonnell numerous times in the past, but McDonnell had had other plans for her. While she trusted that his decision was not based on her and Holland's relationship, she couldn't be entirely sure it didn't at least play a small part. Though she had kept her mouth shut about it during the entire operation in Puerto Rico, she would have given anything to hop on a plane and get her boots on the ground with the guys. She had almost spoken up in opposition when McDonnell had hired his old West Point friend, Luke Preston, to do the exact same thing. He had not been part of the investigation she and Bolivar had put together. He had not put in the time and energy like Holland's team had. He had just been some unknown wonderkind that McDonnell believed might help turn the tide in their investigation of the Dominguez gang and the pharmaceutical companies in Puerto Rico. As it turned out, McDonnell had been right to bring Luke onto Holland's team. Preston had in fact been a great asset to the small ground force in Puerto Rico, but it still irked Smith no end that she had been left out. She wanted action, and now she was employed by not one, but two organizations that were withholding that action from her. 12. Monday, 3:40 p.m. Prudentia Building, downtown Washington, D.C. "Smith, over here," McDonnell said, breaking her out of her ad hoc daydreaming session. She frowned, wondering why he had asked her to walk the fewer than 10 feet over to his desk when he could just as easily have come to hers. Or, as was usually the case, simply started talking from where he sat. The office the three teammates shared was small enough to hear an ant's whisper from any corner. As she stood up, she noticed that McDonnell had also risen and had walked over to the exit. He was now standing by the door. As she neared it, he began walking out into the hall. McDonnell had rented cheap office space in downtown D.C., and while the room was large enough to house all three of them and their computer gear, there was absolutely nothing attractive about the office. They shared the building with countless other faceless corporations, call centers, and the types of fly-by-night online accounting firms one could find in any such downtown building. Most of the time, the building manager didn't even change the directory sign until a new business had been there for longer than 3 months. She had never figured out if McDonnell had rented the unassuming space in a tucked-away office building to keep prying eyes away from his little operation, or because he really was that cheap. It certainly didn't seem like the latter. She knew from their operation in Puerto Rico that his pockets, or the pockets his hands were in, were deep. Because of the paper-thin walls and close working quarters, if ever a one-on-one meeting needed to happen between McDonnell and one of his two employees, he would conduct it over lunch in one of the many nearby restaurants. If it were something that required more privacy, he liked to go for a walk around the block. Apparently this was going to be a meeting of the walk-around-the-block sort. "Quick walk?" he asked. She nodded and followed McDonnell out of the room. She glanced back at Bolivar, but he hadn't even seemed to notice that she was gone. His eyes were still glued to one of the ridiculously oversized computer monitors that would have looked more at home on the bridge of a Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser. She wondered if Bolivar did, in fact, use his command center to launch missiles. These days, it wouldn't be out of the question. Outside their building, McDonnell walked slowly, focusing more on the meeting than on burning calories. "What's up?" she asked. The two had become friendly over their time working together, and she knew McDonnell preferred the more casual communication to the military formality. McDonnell ensured they were all on a first-name basis inside the office. "We do have a one-on-one already scheduled for this week, correct?" He nodded quickly. "We do," he said. But something came up. Her heart fluttered with hope. She thought she could hear something in his voice. Was it fear, confusion, hesitation? The man she worked for was typically stoic, nearly unreadable if he chose to be. What could cause him to get spooked? "You remember Luke Preston?" he asked. She frowned, then nodded. "This is about his old West Point friend again." McDonnell continued. "His house was attacked last night." "Attacked?" "Firebombed, completely destroyed." She felt no sense of attachment for Luke Preston, but even so, this caused her pause, and her ingrained sense of empathy and human decency overcame her disciplined ability to push away feelings of nonchalance. "My God," she said, "is he okay?" "He's fine, recovering in the hospital," McDonnell said. "He was outside the apartment when it happened, lucky bastard. Came up in one of the Boston PD transcripts, and I got an email from the Hudson police chief when I woke up this morning." Smith nodded as she processed the information. That's good to hear, she said, assuming McDonnell's reason for concern. His friend had been attacked, and he was understandably shaken up. He probably just wanted to go for a walk to clear his head, voice his concerns. While she had never considered herself the type to console others and help them with their grief, she figured that to McDonnell she might seem better at it than Bolivar. McDonnell didn't have a lot of work friends to tap for that sort of thing anyway. I need your help, McDonnell said suddenly. She turned to look at her boss. Sir? Luke Preston was a damn good detective, and he's a good man. He really is one of the good guys, through and through. You're saying that because Preston would never be involved in something shady, and yet this wasn't accidental? Yeah, McDonnell said. So the attack was a targeted one, and someone wanted to take him out for some reason? Right again, he said. Do you know who did it? Who wants him out of the picture? Well, I'm having some of the blast residue sent over to a lab to see if there's bismuth in it. Of course. She understood now why McDonnell was bringing her in. He thought it was an extension of the Puerto Rico job. You think this was Dominguez? She recalled how the gang in Puerto Rico used bismuth, produced by one of the local pharmaceutical companies in their bomb. But McDonnell was shaking his head when she looked at him again. No, I don't think it's Dominguez this time. Her eyebrows raised. This was interesting news. Okay, so who is it then? And what could you possibly want from me? That's what I want you to find out, Smith. McDonnell stopped at the end of the block and turned to face her. There were pedestrians making their way across the crosswalk, and he waited for them to get out of earshot before continuing. You're a good analyst, and you've been a great researcher for me. I also know you want more. I read your letter of employment intent to the CIA, and I agree with every single thing in it. Hell, I endorsed it. She felt a thrill, an excitement building within her, but like always, she kept it tempered down inside her. Her mouth was a thin line. Only a flutter of her eyes would have given it away. I know you did, sir, she wanted to say, because it helped me get hired by them. They sent you a letter claiming to have denied my application, but only so I could continue working for you. Of course, thank you, sir. I'll help however I can. I can have Bolivar. No, that's why I'm talking to you privately. I can talk to Bolivar on my own. I want you in the field. Bolivar can help me here in the office, but this is your shot to prove yourself. You want to be an agent sometime? See what it's like? Maybe it's exactly what you thought, maybe it's not. You'll find something out about yourself, and I'll find out who's trying to kill my friend. She ignored her training and instinct. She smiled, knowing that the grin made her look like a fool, but she didn't care. She wanted to hug him. Sir, I don't know what to say. Thank you. This was not how she had anticipated getting field experience, but the reality was that she didn't really care how she got it. She wanted it no matter what. She would need to call her handler and update them on the impending travel plans. She needed to make the travel plans. Where was Luke Preston anyway? Boston? Perhaps she should... Be reasonable and track your expenses, McDonnell said, interrupting her thoughts. He smiled, a wide, handsome grin. You're not James Bond, remember? Not yet. I still have budgets to submit and people to answer to. Yes, of course. But if you need anything, equipment, gear, whatever, either let me know or just buy it. You're an analyst. I'm pretty sure you'll analyze every expense until you're blue in the face. She nodded along, silently taking notes. After a moment, she looked across the street, then back at the nondescript building they had come from. May I ask why, sir? Why you in particular? Or why this mission? Both. You know why it's you, McDonnell said, his grin turning into a wry smile. It was you or Bolivar. But don't go thinking it's because you've a slight edge on Bolivar. He's brilliant, but you and I both know that a robotic mannequin would make a better agent than him. Not you. You're different. You've actively trained for this. I know you went for that job with the CIA and it didn't pan out. But Smith, I think we can change that if you've got some actual experience under your belt. I'd hate to lose you, but I'd bet there are other salty fighter pilots out there wanting to extend their bad guy hunting careers. She almost couldn't speak. I truly don't know how to thank you, sir. McDonnell held up a hand. This isn't a charity. You're damned good. And I know you're going to get what you want someday. I want to be a part of that, regardless how small. And I'm not afraid to claim a bit of selfishness in the matter. If something I've done may have helped form you just a bit, I'll be content. I'll send a letter on your behalf, take whatever overfed politician who needs to hear about you out to lunch. but all of this would have more chance of succeeding if you'd actually completed a mission or two. She nodded again. She felt like a giddy little schoolgirl who had been asked to the prom, which was strange because she had hated her senior prom. Also, I need you to start immediately. Don't tell Bolivar, I'll cover that. Of course. What about Preston? He doesn't need to know anything yet. This is sort of unofficial, so the less anyone knows, the better. And we don't want to spook him, so offer support only if he needs help. Our job is to observe and try to figure out who attacked him. He's going to want to find these bastards as well, though for far more personal reasons. Ned! She wondered how much of this was rooted in personal reasons for McDonnell himself. Right, she said. That's fine. Do we have any leads? Not many and not any good ones. I'll work on what I do have and send it out to you, but don't be surprised if you're running blind once you get out there. Use those instincts I know you've got. And get a new phone, same encryption protocols as always, but don't ask Bolivar for help. Email me the number using your secure account once you've got it all set up. She tried to keep it all straight. Okay, right, how will this work? Are there mission parameters, any brief you need me to read? Unfortunately, no, McDonnell said. I haven't prepared anything like that yet. This one's a moving target, Smith. Understood, she answered. I'm on it. One more thing, Smith. She waited. He's with Holland. Jackson Holland is here? She swallowed, then looked away. That going to be a problem? McDonnell asked. Of course not. We went on a few dates, nothing more. McDonnell paused, as if trying to read her. She kept her face calm. Finally, he nodded. They separated, McDonnell heading back up to the office, Denise heading toward the garage beneath it. In spite of this last revelation, Denise couldn't help but smile as she walked back across the street toward where she had parked her vehicle. She needed to get to her other phone, the one that had been issued by the CIA, so she could confirm her new mission parameters with her handler. She took pride in knowing that she was not a liar. She did her job with integrity. McDonnell had never outright asked how her interview with the FBI liaison had gone. Since she had in fact been turned down for a role as an agent with the FBI, he had simply assumed that the same happened with the CIA. They had sent the letter to McDonnell directly, informing him that she had not been accepted into the CIA's Special Activities Center. They were the ones who had lied. She had simply not corrected it. 13. Monday, 4:12 p.m., Hudson, Massachusetts. Luke had been discharged earlier that day. His shoulder was bruised to the bone, a hairline fracture on his rotator cuff, but other than giving him a sling and some painkillers, there was not much else they could do. He had a prescription for antibiotics to fill later, but he wasn't even sure he would need it. Surprisingly, most of the tendons had remained intact, and the doc had explained that the rest would heal without surgery. She seemed to think Luke would be able to fully rotate it again in a month, but he would get back almost full use of it in a matter of days, due to where the injury had taken place. It was a lucky break in his mind. He didn't need the annoyances of a major shoulder injury holding him back. The damage to his home, however, was total. Jackson Holland had driven Luke back to his block, but even before turning onto the street, he could see a mess of police and utility company cars around the site of the destruction from the day before. The walls along the bottom floor of the building were mostly still intact, up to about 8 feet, where they then morphed into jagged, charred teeth, rebar, and wooden studs poking up from behind the drywall. A pile of rubble and ash filled the interior of Crockett's bar, all that was left of Luke's home. A few windows in a nearby building had been blown out by the blast, and these were already being boarded up by 2 city workers wearing bright orange vests. No damage had reached the small convenience store across the street, but Luke could see the patron, a man named Jose, watching the scene from behind the counter inside. Luke shook his head. What a waste. What a useless act. If they had wanted him out of the picture, they should have just poisoned him in his sleep or shot him in the back. Both were equally cowardly methods, and yet both were less cowardly ways to kill than by using a bomb, and neither method would have caused destruction like this. Neither would have required Crockett to die. It told Luke that they had not had time to plan this. They, whoever they were, wanted Luke dead, and they had wanted it done immediately. There had been no time to hire someone well-trained to take a shot at him from some distance away. No time to arrange for a chemical compound that could be simply brushed onto Luke's hand. "I'll swing by and let you hop out," Holland said. case there's anything inside you might want to look for. You know, anything of value. Luke looked over at him and forced a smile. Okay, done. What's that? I'm saying I'm done. There's nothing inside. Wasn't anything worth grabbing before they turned it all to dust. I can come back and collect my car later unless it's been crushed as well. I keep an extra set of keys in a lockbox at the bank. Holland looked over at Luke, then sighed. Man, I wish you were a hot chick. Luke frowned, genuinely curious as to what Holland was getting at. Interesting segue, but go on. Holland laughed. Sorry, I was going to offer to let you stay in my hotel room for as long as you needed to get back on your feet and such. I've got a double queen and the price is right and easy to extend for as long as necessary. I'm going to stay in town and make sure you're doing okay. And why exactly do I need to be a hot chick for all that? Well, I figured that's a pretty admirable and chivalrous thing to do, so... Nah. So you think that that's your way of picking up a lady? Wait for a traumatic experience and then swoop in to save the day? Well, you know... Never mind, Luke said, shaking his head. Don't even finish that sentence. And Holland chuckled as they drove past the destroyed building. Luke didn't turn his head to look at the devastation. He didn't bother examining the officers, utility workers, and construction teams all walking around the wreckage, conversing and trying to make sense of the damage. And for the record, Holland, Luke said, if I were a hot chick, I wouldn't be wasting my time with an old dog like you. Holland scoffed, opening his mouth wide in feigned offense. That hurts, man. That hurts so deep. Luke laughed. In truth, I appreciate that a lot. Thanks, man. They sat in silence for the next few minutes, Holland somehow inferring that Luke needed a bit of space. After they had crossed through some of the old overgrown farmland outside of Hudson and entered into the suburbs of the neighboring town of Marlborough, Luke turned to Holland. Thanks for the offer again. I'll pass, but not because I don't think you're good looking. Holland winked at him. I actually don't think I'm going to be laying low for a while. Holland cocked an eyebrow. Oh? Yeah, there's something about this whole thing that makes me really want to find my old man. Sure, Holland started. But I mean Luke, your entire house just got blown up. It wasn't an accident either. They almost killed you, and they would have if you hadn't run down to check on Crockett. Don't you think it's smart to lay low for a couple of days at least, maybe figure out what the next step should be? I do, Luke said. Trust me, I do. There's nothing I want more than a nap right now, actually. But this type of thing always leaves a trail. I'll bet I can get any one of a handful of guys from the department to leak some info about the case. If they've uncovered any leads, they'd be more than happy to hand them over to me. You can't go rogue on your own, Luke. Whoever it is, they want to kill you. And I doubt going after them is going to slow them down or change their mind. They already tried killing me, and it failed. Now that I know they're coming for me, it should be a bit easier to stay out in front of them. Lying low only takes away that advantage. Holland scoffed. That's assuming you have an advantage here, man. But you don't know how many of them there are. You don't even know what this organization is, who they hired to come after you, and... The point is, Luke interrupted, the case is hot right now. If they uncover anything at all from that crime scene, I want to know about it. I need to be ready to move, at any minute. He had surprised himself by referring to it as the crime scene instead of his home, and the reality of that seemed to slap him in the face. The truth was, now that he had no place to call his own, he realized he hadn't really had a home anyway. Not after Mel. The house above Crockett's bar was simply a temporary pen for him to live in. He wasn't even sure when was the last time he'd felt like he had a home. As a boy in the creaky old farmhouse he'd grown up in, before his mom died, West Point, he had somehow, inadvertently, trained himself to feel like home was wherever he hung his uniform at the end of the day, but that home could easily change to a hotel room, a vacation rental, or the back seat of his car, depending on the mission. It was a survival mechanism, likely one he had picked up in the army. It kept emotion from creeping too far into his day-to-day life, kept him focused. Now, without a house to call his home, he could be extremely focused. And right now, he was extremely focused on finding his father, as well as the people who had tried to kill him. Hey, Holland said suddenly. Luke looked over at him. What's up? I get it, I really do. I'm not trying to change your mind. I just think going straight from the hospital to a full-fledged solo investigation is, abrupt. You've got something else in mind? Holland smiled. pulling the car off the road and down a smaller street. I know you've got to baby your shoulder a bit, but maybe this can count as physical therapy. Luke wasn't sure what Holland was getting at, but he looked out the window as the thick layer of trees gave way, and he eventually saw a sign that informed him of where they were. Wayside Golf Center and Driving Range, 14. Tuesday, 7:05 a.m., Homewood Suites, Boston, Massachusetts. The look on Holland's face told Luke the man was either actually offended or a very good actor. "You're telling me," Holland began, "that you stayed in the same damned hotel as me and you didn't say anything?" Holland's expression shifted slightly, indicating to Luke that he was mostly messing with him, but he sensed he had still let his friend down. "Look, don't take it the wrong way," Luke started, keeping the smile on his face. "I decided yesterday at the hospital that I needed at least a couple of nights alone to make sure my head was in the right space. It wasn't you I turned down, it was everyone. I'm still planning to go after these guys, whoever they are." "So what did you do?" Holland asked. "After the driving range last night, I dropped you off to get your keys and your car, and you just drove in circles a couple of times around the block, then followed me back to the hotel and asked for a room?" Luke shrugged. "Pretty much, yeah. You're not a hard guy to follow either." "Try doing it when I know I have a tail," Holland retorted. "Then there's no point," Luke joked. After trying to work out some of the kinks in his golf swing, an action his shoulder and his poor golf form resented, they had driven back to Hudson. Luke had retrieved his Corolla from the parking lot behind the remains of his home and driven to a grocery store to grab some snacks before following Holland to the hotel, where he'd booked a room for the night. He had decided Holland would be as good a support structure as any Luke could drum up, so he'd wanted to stay close to his friend, and he knew Holland would be a good help if he needed it. Now it was time to see if Holland was interested in helping out. "I got a lead." "Hey!" Holland raised his eyebrows, the end of his already upturned snout nose dancing higher up his face. "What sort of lead?" "An email," Luke said. "Came in at 5 a.m. I checked it on that archaic machine in the hotel's business center. I was still asleep when it came in, so I figured I'd tell you at breakfast." "Is it an important email?" Holland asked. "Or is there a sale at Macy's this weekend?" "It's important," Luke said. "From my dad." Earlier that morning, Luke had asked Holland to meet in the hotel's lobby at 7 a.m., near where the continental breakfast would be served. Holland had probably expected him to drive up from Hudson. He was also likely surprised that Luke was not planning to bum a free continental breakfast off of him, and that Luke had his own ticket to the free meal. Luke had, as per his longtime custom, asked for one of the rooms overlooking the front parking lot. He had gotten to breakfast around 6:30. Now, after a sticky, half-baked waffle he'd had to scrape off the top and bottom of the make-it-yourself waffle press, and some coffee that tasted like it had been stored in cardboard before going stale a month ago, he spilled the news of the email he'd received. "It's only 2 sentences long," Luke said. "Find La Brea, then we'll talk. You have 4 days." "La Brea?" Holland asked. "Is that some kind of bread?" "In some languages, sure, it could be. It's also a city in Trinidad, but I don't think he's talking about bread, or an island." After an extensive online search, Luke had concluded that the La Brea was a name, but that was about it. It could have meant the pitch in Spanish, but he wasn't sure he trusted the free online translation service. He had quickly ruled out the Los Angeles tar pits of the same name, as his father likely wasn't asking Luke for a map to that destination. The Pleistocene-era fossil pits were interesting, but he had a feeling his old man wasn't looking for tourist destinations. "What is it then? And what happens in 4 days?" "No idea, but I sure as hell want to find out." 15. Tuesday, 7:07 a.m. Homewood Suites, Boston, Massachusetts. Holland reached down to his side and pulled a pistol out and set it on the table. Luke looked left and right through the nearly empty lobby, suddenly feeling exposed. "One more thing," Holland said. "I know yours got all burned up, so I thought I'd lend you one for the time being." Luke shook his head. "Crap, man," he said. "Don't just be setting it on the table like that. We don't need any extra scrutiny." Holland shrugged and laughed. "What? I've got a license for it. I know you do too. What's the big deal?" Luke scooped the pistol off the table and shoved it into his belt. He would stop and get a holster later that day so he'd be able to conceal the weapon on his person rather than having it stick out like an ugly lump on his lower back. "Thanks," he said, glancing around again. "Didn't mean to sound antsy. I just didn't want to call undue attention to myself. It's a bit nerve-wracking knowing that someone's out there trying to blow you up. Oh, I can imagine, Holland said, smiling. If I had a nickel for every time someone tried to blow me up. Luke chuckled, then pushed back from the table. Where to? Holland asked, matching Luke's movement. I need something to put this thing in, and there's a gun store I saw on the way in. Figured that might be a good place to start. At least get stocked up and ready for whatever might be coming my way. I could use some more ammunition myself, Holland said. Hope if you don't mind if I tag along. Not at all, Luke answered. I can use the company and maybe we can have a brainstorming session about this La Brea thing. Perfect, but, Holland said, I need a cup of the good stuff first. Can't be shooting bad guys without a spot of caffeine in me. Luke waited for Holland to pour himself a to-go coffee cup from the carafe on the corner table, put a lid on it, then swipe a Danish from a nearby display case. This he placed, in a single massive shove, into his open mouth. They walked together toward the front door, Luke with a pistol hanging awkwardly out of his pocket, and Holland with a pastry hanging awkwardly out of his mouth. Luke had parked in the lot in front of the hotel, in a spot visible from his hotel room's window. As they approached his car, he noticed a black sedan parked across the street. He wasn't sure why his subconscious would draw his attention toward it at first, and then he realized all of the windows had been tinted deep black. Impossible to see someone inside, and in Boston, it was illegal for the windows to be tinted this much. Cars in Massachusetts were not allowed to be tinted past a certain darkness threshold, unless they qualified for a government exception. Luke had no idea why someone from the government would be following him around, but his hackles had been sufficiently raised. He darted the rest of the way toward the car and nearly jumped into the front seat. Holland reached him a few seconds later and got into the passenger side. After chewing for a moment, he asked, "What's up? You get spooked by something?" Luke nodded, peering into his rearview mirror. Black sedan, jet black windows parked across the street. Holland turned around fully and peered out the back windshield. "Sure is." He paused, then stared at Luke for a few seconds after another chewing session, this time swallowing the remainder of the giant breakfast pastry. "You going to tell me what it means?" "Probably nothing," Luke admitted, "but on the other hand could be something." Holland peered at him through one eye, his other squinted almost shut. "Wow, Preston, that's profound. You detective types really are touchy little guys, aren't you? Always thinking this or that, trying to make stories out of unrelated facts. And you soldier boys are always wanting to ignore those same facts and just shoot everything that moves before asking any questions." Luke turned on the car as Holland laughed to himself. His Corolla had been through a lot with him, and yet it still started up and purred as well as it had the day he bought it. He kept up with regular maintenance, even changing the oil sooner than manufacturer recommendations, as he figured paying a bit extra in the shop every year was a far better deal than buying a new-to-him used car every few years. He had backed into the space last night, so he pulled out and drove forward toward the lot's exit. He put on his blinker and drove onto the main road, watching the darkly tinted windows of the car across the street for movement. The black sedan, a Chrysler 300, pulled out at the same time. Luke noticed that it was missing a license plate. Due to the dark windows, he couldn't see who was driving, and he also couldn't see if the driver was alone in the car. The sedan followed behind him, allowing a few cars to get in between them, but otherwise not making a concerted effort to stay hidden. He's not doing a good job of being subtle about it, Luke thought. If he wanted to stay hidden, he should have waited for me to get at least a quarter-mile away. He wasn't sure what was more unsettling, the fact that the car was following him, or the fact that whoever was driving didn't care if Luke knew about it. Holland seemed to sense Luke's uneasiness. "Look, Luke," he said, "if they're following you, let them. We can have a nice little chat with them when we get to the gun shop. And what better place to have a shootout, if it comes to that?" Luke smiled but didn't respond. His eyes were glued to the rearview mirror, only glancing away from it to make sure he was driving safely. He went the speed limit, used his blinker to change lanes, and drove otherwise more carefully than he normally did. The sedan changed lanes with Luke's every step, locked in place 3 cars behind his Corolla. 16. Tuesday, 7:36 a.m. Moe's Guns and Ammo, Boston, Massachusetts. Luke saw the car rolling into the parking lot of the guns and ammunition store, but it was too late. Their backs were to the front door of the store, and the car squealed as the tires flew over the asphalt, closing the distance. After reaching the store, Luke and Holland had decided to force the hand of the sedan driver. Either they wanted to have a word with Luke, or they just wanted him to know they were following him. Either way, Luke felt that Holland was right. They would be safer inside a store stocked with weapons and ammunition. But they hadn't gotten into the store yet, and now they were watching as the car raced toward them. Luke saw the window on the passenger side lowering, the business end of a subcompact machine gun falling out. "Holland!" Luke shouted, but Holland was already moving, running away from the front door. The first wave of bullets smacked into the glass. The Uzi was powerful, but the plate glass was stronger. Luke's skin, however, would be nowhere near as strong as the glass. He dove sideways, careful not to jostle his tender shoulder, falling to the concrete in front of the entrance and pulling his own pistol from his waist at the same time. Before he could fire back toward the open window of the sedan, he heard Holland's own shots ring out through the parking lot. Two of the rounds smacked into the bulletproof back right quarter glass, but the car continued moving. It squealed once again as concrete turned to asphalt and the sedan shot forward and turned left, exiting the lot. The entire attack was over in 5 seconds, and as far as Luke could tell, no one had gotten hurt. He sat up and heard Holland jogging over to him, his feet pounding heavily on the concrete. Two patrons from inside the gun shop rushed out from inside, glancing around in shock. Both were empty-handed, but Luke noticed a bulge on the side of the older man's waist. He knew the car had made the right decision in continuing to move, rather than stop, and let an unknown number of trained gun owners shoot back at them. "You okay?" Holland asked. "Yeah, thanks to you," Luke said. "I think you caught them off guard. They were shooting at me and would have nailed me with their second burst if you hadn't fired back at them." Holland helped Luke to his feet, and he brushed off his knees and put his pistol back into the crook of his pants. Before Holland could respond, Luke bolted forward, sprinting toward his car. Holland called after him. "Luke, what are you doing?" "It's a..." "Bastards think they can get away with it, but they didn't hit me. We're going after them." Luke reached his car and pulled the front door open. He normally left it unlocked when there was nothing of value inside of it. Since his shoulder bag, computer, and favorite pistol had gone up in flames, there was nothing worth stealing in the Corolla. He had the engine running and was ready to pull out of the spot when Holland opened the passenger door. "You can stay here," Luke said quickly. "They were shooting at me, not you. No reason to put yourself in danger." Holland smirked and looked at Luke. "What, and miss a good car chase? I haven't been one of those in years." Luke didn't respond, but he yanked the car's stick into drive and stepped on the gas. It was far too fast for navigating the parking lot, but he didn't care. He pulled the handbrake and drifted the tiny sedan out of the lot, narrowly missing the curb, and then out onto the street. Holland was clearly impressed. "I didn't realize you knew how to drive like that," he said. "Well, it was most likely a one-time thing. These were new tires, but they're probably useless now." Luke pointed the car down the road, and in the direction their attackers had disappeared to. He thought he could make out the top of the matte black sedan, ascending a rise about half a mile away. The car was moving quickly but not flying. Luke gunned it. If he caught the attention of a police cruiser, he figured adding them to the car chase would only help their chances of stopping whoever had shot at him. 17. Tuesday, 7:38 a.m. Boston, Massachusetts. Luke pulled up behind the car. It was still a few lengths in front of them, but he had floored it and navigated down the busy street in order to catch up. Either he knew the streets better than the person he was pursuing and they were moving slowly on purpose, or his pursuer didn't mind that Luke was on their tail. The car sped up and darted into the right lane. "No plates," Holland said. The man was tense, leaning forward in his seat, one arm up and grasping the handle above the door, the other fingering the pistol on his lap. "Of course not," Luke said through pursed lips. "These guys think they're above the law. Hell, they might be. Probably why they don't care we're following them." "What's the plan here, then?" Holland asked. He darted his head to the left, eyeing Luke as he drove along. Luke didn't answer at first. He focused on the road, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he tried to gain on the attacker and driver. He still couldn't be sure there were only two people in the car. No matter what the intention, it had been a brash and daring attack. To pull off something like that in broad daylight took guts, or a total disregard for authority. And Luke couldn't tell if he was impressed or terrified. Maybe a bit of both. Once again, the question nagged at him. Who the hell are these guys? First they try to blow me up, kill Crockett, and now they try to gun me down in front of a gun store? He felt like he was the target of a 1950s crime mob. Who takes someone down like that in the middle of a public place? In the middle of the day, no less. The Chrysler changed lanes again, this time pulling across 2 lanes at once as the road widened and the traffic got a little more sparse. His Corolla was doing a fine job of keeping up, but Luke knew that if they hit the highway, the Chrysler's higher-powered engine would leave his Corolla and Luke in the dust. "So that's it then?" Holland asked. "You're hoping to chase them until they run out of gas? What if it just delivers you right to their secret bad guy lair?" "Stranger things have happened," Luke said. "Stranger things have happened," Holland said. "But that's not going to happen. There's no way they're going to reveal their hand like that so easily. Your best case scenario here is that they get away. If they do head to their little base or whatever, they're going to be ready for us. And don't forget, we never did get to buy more ammo." Just then Luke saw motion in his rearview mirror. He glanced up and caught sight of another car behind him. It was a matching Chrysler, matte black with tinted windows. At some point it had joined the chase, and it was now a few cars behind Luke's Corolla. "Shit," he whispered. Holland leaned forward and looked through the window at the side mirror, then glanced over to Luke's driver's side mirror. "Looks like we got a tail. I get now why the assholes out in front of us were going slow enough for us to keep up." "Perfect," Luke said. He felt he didn't have to explain to Holland that he was being sarcastic. Holland, for his part, remained his unflappable, cheerful self. "The old cop sandwich," Holland mused. "Never been in one, but it does seem like a bit of a pickle, doesn't it?" "It's what they wanted all along," Luke answered, "hoping I would chase after them, just so they can get someone behind me. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few seconds they—" Luke's voice cut off as he saw the pursuing Chrysler come up on his rear end. He had barely enough time to swerve to the right as the Chrysler closed in. Luke realized the offensive driving maneuver was a well-executed move, aiming for his back right tire in the hope of getting him to spin out of control. Great, they're professionals, whoever they are. But Luke had reacted smoothly and with perfect timing, pulling the Corolla up an extra couple of feet and then turning back into the attacker, which negated some of their momentum and allowed Luke to keep driving straight. Still, it was a nasty bump that was going to leave a mark, but Luke and Holland were in one piece. For now. Tuesday, 7:53 a.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Luke wasn't sure what he had expected his life to be like after the incident with the manufactured virus and the pharmaceutical debacle in Puerto Rico died down. But he never thought he would be getting involved in car chases once again. At least not accidentally. In Puerto Rico, shortly after they had wrapped up the case and investigation there, Luke had made a private promise to himself. He was only going to get involved with situations like that on his terms, and his alone. No more reacting to life, getting sucked into a mission that was someone else's pet project. Luke had begun prying into the details of his father's whereabouts and who he was getting involved with, but that had been his own decision, and at the time he assumed it was just an innocent query. He certainly had not expected to have his home firebombed or to get shot at and driven off the road. And he certainly was not trying to become the next traffic fatality on the 6 o'clock news. The Chrysler jutted out to the right and began to speed up, but Luke swerved as well and got directly in front of them. If he could keep them on his tail and not on his side, he might have a chance at keeping his smaller vehicle in the race. The Chrysler in front of him took the next exit. Perfect, Luke thought. This time it wasn't sarcasm. That exit led to the wharf, and he knew the road led to a wide-open expanse of shallow water. It was a road that only had a small number of cross streets. If the lead car stayed on it, the road would eventually lead to a long, narrow bridge. Once over that, they would be dumped into an industrial section of town, much like the place where Luke had gone looking for his father's company. If they were going to make a move, it needed to be before they got there. He knew that the industrial area would be busy with the morning fishing boats coming in, the markets nearby setting up shop, and the dock workers starting their daily shifts. The chance of collateral damage, of injuring an innocent bystander, would go up exponentially after they crossed the bridge. With the beginnings of a plan in place, Luke felt a surge of adrenaline. He made sure Holland's and his own seatbelts were on, then took stock of the situation once more, peering out over the dashboard at the car in front and up into the mirror at the car behind. The bridge was coming up in about half a mile. He couldn't see it yet, but he didn't need to. He knew exactly where it was, and could picture it in his mind. I just hope they don't know the area as well as I do. But even then, if he could time it right, maybe there's a chance, he thought. The Chrysler giving chase bumped him again, this time a little harder. He knew they were riding easy on the gas pedal, barely putting the upgraded V8 engine to work. It was humorous in one sense, a car chase that wasn't really moving all that fast. But Luke knew they were playing a different game. They weren't trying to get away. They were trying to corral him. They had tried to kill him once already, and he had no reason to suspect they wouldn't try again. Sure, the attackers probably had not expected Luke and Holland to give chase immediately after being fired upon. But then again, they hadn't known exactly who it was they were dealing with. If they were hired guns for whoever wanted Luke dead, then they were going to be quite surprised to learn that Luke and Holland weren't just some unsuspecting civilians. Luke wasn't afraid of a little cat-and-mouse game, nor was he afraid of some assholes trying to take him down. Those were the known factors, known variables. What scared him were the unknowns. Who were they? Who had sent them, and why? He couldn't shake the feeling that it all had something to do with his father. Could his father really have instigated this? It had been years since he'd even thought about his father's professional life. But what had he specialized in during his military career? Had it been intelligence-related like Luke's own career? As a kid, Luke seemed to remember something about his father working with one of the three-letter departments, but he couldn't be sure which one. He did have a memory of the government types coming up and down his street, asking people about his father. Luke knew it meant they were vetting him for a job. Had he gotten it? What job was it? Luke saw the bridge coming up, now only a football field's length ahead. Water surrounded them, the road only feet away from the shallow wharf's murky water. Because of the open, straight stretch of road here, all three vehicles had sped up to nearly 80 miles per hour, and they were still accelerating. Luke knew his Corolla was good for about 95 before things started to shake and rattle, and Holland's extra weight might bring that number down a couple of notches, but he didn't need to get going that fast. All he needed was... There it is, his opening. He pulled the Corolla to the left, allowing the Chrysler behind him to finally get into their desired position next to him. They were going to try the same move over and over again, hoping to get Luke spinning out of control after a bump to one of his rear tires. And this time, Luke was going to allow exactly that to happen. He sped up, then slowed quickly, both hoping to get the timing right and also to prevent the chasing Chrysler from acting too soon. 19. Tuesday, 7:58 a.m., Oak Island, Massachusetts. Luke pulled the car to the right slightly, drawing the Chrysler over as well. For the moment, he ignored the car in front of him. It was gaining speed, increasing the distance between it and Luke's Corolla. The car behind him, however, was matching Luke's speed perfectly, and doing a fine job of keeping its position just to the right of his rear bumper. Luke saw his target coming up fast, also glancing back to make sure that he kept that same target out of sight to the car behind him. He had purposely lined up on this stretch in order to keep his pursuer blind to his plan for as long as possible. They were maneuvering as well, shifting the car forward and backward as they flew down the long, straight road. Luke knew they had only one shot at bumping him in the right spot to cause the tiny car to spin out of control, and Luke had only one shot to enact his own plan. Perfectly on time, they moved in. He figured they must have seen the bridge up ahead and wanted to get to him before they reached it. He hoped they hadn't also seen the little surprise he was trying to keep out of sight. He sensed the pursuing Chrysler lurch to its left, felt the impact through his body as it smacked into Luke's back right side. It was farther up on the side of the car than he thought they would be aiming for. Because of that, the effect was not nearly as pronounced. Luke had anticipated the Corolla spinning around, hoping the car would do something close to 90 degrees or more. That was what he had planned for when the Chrysler tapped him. Instead, he had to nurse the turn a bit, edging the spin with the steering wheel, pulling it hard to the right as the back end swung out to his left. The momentum inside the car shifted, and he felt his head smack against the side window, noticing Holland also flailing to the left as the centrifugal force dragged them along. Just when Luke was about halfway through the turn, the car's front end now directly out over the water, he yanked the wheel even harder to the right and added pressure to the gas pedal. The Chrysler that had bumped him continued through the movement, only now it was no longer impeded by the weight of the smaller Corolla. They had applied gas as well, assuming Luke would be fighting the spin, not going with it. As a result, The Chrysler lurched forward and through the spot where Luke's car had been only seconds before. Thank God for hours of high-intensity defensive driving training, he thought. His Corolla was now going the exact opposite direction it had been, but in the wrong lane, having completed its 180-degree turn. The car had come to a screeching standstill as the momentum shifted, but it immediately began picking up speed again, as Luke floored it. The tires on the left side of his car were precariously poking out over the edge of the road. Mere inches farther would have caused the whole thing, with Luke and Holland strapped inside, to tumble down into the bay. The Chrysler, however, was not so lucky. Luke had obstructed the bridge's entrance from view on purpose in order to hide the large concrete block. On the side of the road right before the entrance to the bridge, a concrete barister had been erected. On it was a drawbar that raised and lowered with a motor mechanism. There was a similar one at the exit on the opposite side of the bridge for the oncoming lane, but there was no way to see it from here. The rectangular spires on top of it were used as a way to close down the bridge for traffic control purposes, though Luke had never seen the bridge with the arms lowered. But what mattered now was that the Chrysler had been completely crushed around the concrete cube, the sharp edge of it severing the front end, halfway through the engine bay, and nearly cutting into the front seat. He couldn't know if the drivers were still alive, but a head-on collision with a concrete block at 100 miles per hour usually left a mark. Luke pulled the handbrake again and turned the steering wheel a touch to the left, immediately causing the Corolla to power slide and send the nose of the car around, aiming back up the road toward the bridge once more. "Well, I'll be damned," Holland said after letting out a hoot. "You definitely know how to drive." "I've had a lot of practice in this little thing," Luke said. "Any more such driving, though, and I'm going to need a set of new tires and a transmission." Luke was humble, but he was also impressed his plan had worked. He had purposefully let the Chrysler in the lead get farther away in order to take out the threat that was more immediate. Having done that, he now intended to get back behind the Chrysler up front once again. That black sedan had slowed almost to a crawl on the bridge, either waiting to see if the other car could salvage itself from the wreckage or waiting for Luke to catch up. It was about halfway across the bridge, its brake lights on. The car began accelerating once again after a few more seconds of waiting. A puff of white smoke came out from behind the rear tires, and Luke saw the car take off. "Guess the fun's over for them," Holland said. "I think you pissed them off." "The game's definitely over," Luke said. "I don't think they expected us to do that." "I don't think anyone would have expected you to do something like that," Holland said. "Still, it's a little strange that they were sent here to kill us, and now they're just trying to get away." "No, I don't think it's that," Luke said. "I think it only means they've realized they've lost this battle. They failed, but they could afford to lose both cars. What they don't want is to take the chance of losing me. They probably want to get away so they can get out of sight, go hide once again, then lick their wounds and—" "Holy crap," Holland interrupted. "You seeing this?" Luke was seeing it. He nodded, watching as the Chrysler up ahead pulled a similar stunt to Luke's own, and the car flew to the right. It had reached the end of the bridge and was about to head down into the industrialized section of the wharf. But there was an open gap of about 100 yards between the end of the bridge and the first row of buildings. It was through this gap the car had begun traveling. But now it was not on the road. Instead, the Chrysler's driver had yanked the wheel to the right and launched the vehicle off the road, over the curb and up a slight embankment that ended in a short cliff. Luke watched, his mouth open, as the Chrysler actually picked up speed. It cleared the edge of the hill and sailed over the cliff. The heavy front end of the car immediately dragged it downward, no match for gravity. The car then slammed into the bay, a geyser of water and foam flying upward around its sides and high into the air. Luke's foot fell off the gas pedal, and he allowed the Corolla to coast toward the end of the bridge. They had been watching the incident over the bridge's short wall, and Luke could see that the black Chrysler was now floating upside down, slowly disappearing from view. Holland whistled. "I really did not expect that to happen," he said. "Was it an accident?" "Not at all," Luke said, shaking his head. "No way in hell was that accidental." "They're sacrificing themselves? Seriously, who are these people?" Luke didn't respond. He didn't quite agree with Holland's assessment. The move had not seemed sacrificial to him. If the Chrysler's passengers had intended to drive the car to their deaths, they would have made sure the wreck took place where the impact might have ignited the car's fuel lines or, like their counterpart, simply crushed everyone inside. Instead, it seemed, "This was part of the plan all along," Luke said. Holland looked at him from the passenger seat. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not sure yet, but let's watch." He aimed the Corolla at the rise from where the Chrysler had performed its acrobatic endeavor, then slowed to a crawl. He pulled off the road onto the shoulder. Luke left the engine running and got out, and Holland matched him step for step as they marched up the hill. It was only about 10 feet up the steep slope to the top, and together they stood on the rise and watched the water. The Chrysler was gone now, only a few bubbles popping up from where it had previously been sinking. Neither man spoke, and after 5 minutes Luke pointed. "Over there," he said. "That boat. It's moved in a bit." "Yeah, you're right," Holland said. "It was definitely farther out before. I didn't really notice it until now." As they watched the boat drift toward the edge of the bay and the hill they were on, Luke saw 2 black dots poke up and out of the water. Their silhouettes sat in stark contrast against the white hull of the boat. As they watched, the boat turned, aligning the back end up with the 2 dots. One by one, the dots, turning into dark human shapes as they exited the water, hauled themselves up onto a ladder attached to the boat's stern. It was a yacht, one of the smaller models that was common along the coast and sound here. Something unassuming, nothing in the way of the massive multi-million-dollar luxury yachts that sometimes cruised by. He had a pang of recognition, of something in his mind trying to call his attention toward it. He didn't recognize this boat, but something about it. Holland squinted into the morning sunlight, trying to discern the vessel from the shadows cast by the low sun. Luke didn't need to see the side of the boat to know that it was probably unmarked anyway. "Yeah, I guess I have to agree with you, Preston. Seems like this was indeed part of their plan all along." Strange. These 2 had come from the car, which meant they were the driver and shooter who had fired at Luke and Holland at the gun shop. He wasn't sure who was in the Chrysler that was still wrapped around a concrete barricade, but he knew they were on the same team. Perhaps he had brought the team's personnel count down a bit, but that didn't matter right now. Whoever was doing this was probably not lacking for personnel. If he had in fact killed 2 crew members, he was almost positive more foot soldiers would join the mix in a short while. And that meant the chase would continue. Somebody wanted him dead, and someone was willing and able to throw a lot of support and a lot of money at the project. Luke had no doubt that his father was involved with this somehow, but he still questioned whether or not his old man had called the hit. Luke was not sure that his father could actually pull the trigger on a mission like this. What could possibly drive a man to kill his own innocent son? Sure, they had their differences, and they weren't exactly on speaking terms. But had Luke done something so worthy of retaliation that his father had had no choice? And if so, what was it? Luke had apparently poked a sleeping bear by digging up information about his father's company. At the time, it had just been harmless research. Now he was starting to think that this was a bear he should have let sleep. 20. Tuesday, 8:10 a.m., West Lynn, Massachusetts. Luke was still reeling from the car chase. After seeing the pair of dark silhouetted divers climb the ladder up onto the boat, he and Holland had walked back down the hill and toward his Corolla, and all Luke could think about was the attack and the possible motive behind it. He knew it had been a calculated and surgical attack, one meant to take him out, one that had been thought through and executed almost flawlessly, unlike the attack back at his home. The team in the Chryslers likely had not expected Luke and Holland to give chase, but they had still prepared an exit for themselves and had had an escape route. They'd even put the necessary diving gear in the car with them for the last leg of their journey. It reminded Luke once again how well organized his pursuers were. It made him wonder from where their next attack would come and when. He would have to watch his back, but what exactly did that mean? Would the attack come at night? Could they track him using his cell phone? Was Holland in their sights now as well? He reached the Corolla and took stock of its situation. The engine was still purring, but he noticed quite a few dings and scrapes on the outside. There was a nasty-looking dent running the fender wall nearly into the tire. "Looks pretty banged up," Holland said. Luke shook his head, not wanting to acknowledge that his car might be on its last leg. "All cosmetic. This little baby is a tank. She'll run forever." "Any more adventures like the one we just had, though, I don't think she'll run another weekend." Luke couldn't disagree. He wasn't worried about his car at the moment, however. He had more pressing issues. He wanted McDonnell's help. He could use someone in government on his side. But he didn't know what to ask. McDonnell was a friend, not a professional ally. If he knew something, could he even tell Luke? He had admitted in the hospital that he didn't have information on his father, only that the company his father was on the board of was doing some sort of top secret work, or at least the kind of work that did not have an open book in the government. Was it top secret work for the government itself? Were they some sort of defense contractor offering services to the U.S. military? Or was it something altogether different? Was the company actually a secret government entity meant to exist only in the margins of budget reports? And if someone like McDonnell didn't know, what were the odds of Luke figuring it out? At least not without doing what he knew to do best. Track down one clue at a time, follow it to its inevitable conclusion, and then add it to the overall puzzle. Puzzles had a way of getting completed, he knew, as long as he kept finding pieces. Holland got in and buckled his seatbelt. He examined his pistol but left it on his lap. Got any bright ideas? He asked. One, maybe? Holland was shocked to hear this, but his face barely registered it. His upturned nose and mouth sat where they always had, stoic and unmoving. It was only his eyes, slightly widened and drawn together toward his nose, his eyebrows pushed up over his forehead, that gave it away. I remembered something when I saw that boat out there. Yeah? I'll need to double check if I can get my hands on a maritime registry from Puerto Rico, but I'm pretty sure the La Brea is a boat. You just happen to remember that? Luke nodded. I was with Vero at the docks and saw a couple of small freighters in port. We walked right by one of them, and I'm almost certain it had La Brea stamped on the side of it. Now that I think of it, it's probably why my dad called me in the first place back in Puerto Rico. He knew I was there, and he might have known the La Brea was there too. It was all connected, even back then. And that might be why these guys are after us now. You get home from Puerto Rico, where this boat was at the same time you were there, then you start looking into your dad's business. That likely raised the red flag that was already tied to the flagpole. Right, Luke said. It's starting to make sense. Well, there you go, Holland said. Mystery solved. Let's call your dad. Luke chuckled. Yeah, if only it were that easy. Even if they happen to have port records for every ship docking there and agree to give me access, I doubt the La Brea will be on it. Why's that? Holland asked. Because my dad can't find it. Something tells me that if he's asking his estranged son to get involved, it's not something he could just as easily Google. But we don't know that for sure, Holland said with a smirk. Could be. He wants to get to know you again, and thinks you're into puzzles. Maybe finding La Brea is his way of reconnecting with his long-lost son. Luke squinted and looked over at Holland, who gave him a slight shrug. There's more to it than that, obviously, Luke said. Like I said, even if the La Brea shows up on the records from when I was there, it could have gone missing in the months since then. If that's the case, my dad might be pretty desperate to find it. Find La Brea, then we'll talk. Why else would he send that after discovering I was digging into his business? Yeah, you got a point there, Holland said. Okay, so where do we start? I can dig up port records pretty easily, I think. I've still got a couple of contacts with Port Authority down there, and I'm sure I can call in a favor. Good a start as any, Luke said, nodding. I'll see if I can figure out what flag she flies, then track down where she might be from originally. Even if it doesn't lead directly to the La Brea, it might help us decide what our next step should be. Holland didn't respond, and Luke saw that he was already busy typing up an email, probably running a query to find the number he needed to call to get in contact with Puerto Rico Port Authority. Luke was once again glad to have someone like Holland on board. He didn't ask stupid questions, and he didn't wait around to be given a specific set of instructions. The man knew what needed to be done, and got it done. He had learned that in Puerto Rico. Luke hoped that another trip to Puerto Rico was not in the cards, however. Perhaps one day he'd return to experience the beautiful island, but if he visited now, it would just feel like opening old wounds. Especially if everything happening now was somehow related to the Dominguez gang. Luke wanted nothing more to do with them, but he also remembered McDonnell's words in the hospital. No, this isn't Dominguez, he thought. So let me get this straight, Holland said. Luke's ears perked up as he drove. You just happen to recall that you saw a ship called La Brea in port while you were in Puerto Rico on a date with some girl? It wasn't a date, but yes, that's exactly what happened. That's got to be some sort of photographic memory or something, Holland said. Eidetic memory, and it's far from accurate. What you mean? I mean, it's not reliable enough for me. Sure, I can remember just about everything from that one particular scene that one particular day. Up until right now, however, that was all completely useless information for me. I didn't decide to keep track of any of it. It was just lodged in my mind as a memory, one that I couldn't even dredge up on command. You always been that way? Sure, Luke said. I remember thinking I was some sort of genius in grade school because I remembered everything and got a perfect score on this one math test. But the teacher happened to choose questions from these 2 pages of our textbook, which my mind decided were important enough to memorize. Holland laughed. But then, on the next test, I couldn't recall a single damn thing. The teacher used 2 different pages. I missed every question and had to retake it later. I see, Holland said. So you couldn't just read the police manual and ace your tasks because you had the whole thing memorized? Luke smiled. Trust me, if that were the case, being a detective would be far easier than it actually is. 21. Tuesday, 8:42 a.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Luke and Holland took the exit toward their hotel, weary and tired even though it was still mid-morning. He had forgotten how much action like that took it out of him. It didn't take a lot of running for your life or death-defying antics before the human body was flat-out exhausted. He was fatigued and knew he could sleep for an hour or more if he had the chance, but he knew he did not have a chance. There was work to be done, and he didn't want to waste daylight. Police and SWAT teams surrounded the gun shop. As they drove past, Luke considered checking to see if one of the side or rear entrances was still open, but thought better of it. He didn't want to have to deal with the press and media attention, nor did he want to waste time answering questions from the police he couldn't quite answer. Since he and Holland had been the 2 the shooters were targeting, he knew they would be targets for police attention as well. Guess we are finding another place to grab ammo, Holland said. Luke nodded as they drove by. He wasn't sure what he had expected coming back here, but perhaps, like yesterday, he had simply wanted to drive by the scene of the crime to see what the damage was. He thought of his home, the devastation there, imagined the police officers and investigators still crawling over the wreckage, trying to find clues as to what exactly had gone down. Might be safer to find a new place to crash too, Luke said. They could have been following us since we left the hotel. We should probably call the front desk and have our stuff brought down for us. Maybe we can even get a refund if we ask nicely. Holland smiled. I'm sure they'll find some loophole in their corporate terms and conditions that prevents them from having to pay out, just because we were involved in a tiny little traumatic incident. And there were plenty of hotels on this street to choose from, due to their proximity to one of the smaller convention centers a few blocks away. They were mostly the mid-range, weekend stay types of places, but none of that mattered to Luke. All he wanted was a place to lay his head at night and some space to spread out for the next part of their mission. And there was one other feature he was looking for in a hotel, and he found it 1 block down. As he turned into the parking lot, he pointed at the diner attached to the side of the building. You might not need a barely functional eidetic memory to be a detective, he said. But solving cases requires food. That's something I learned a long time ago from an old mentor, and it's held up so far. Can't argue with that, Holland said. Sometimes it also requires beer. He winked and got out of the car the moment Luke pulled into the spot at the new hotel. Luke followed, mentally running a personal sit rep while entering the restaurant. He was starving, ready for a plate of fries and a greasy burger even though it was nowhere near lunchtime, and they weren't going to need a room until many hours from now. But there's no sense in delaying any further, he thought. They could at least get room keys to hold on to, so there was a plan in place. His shoulder was aching, but it was now a dull throb rather than a sharp, biting pain. Physically, they were still in good shape. Holland was a hardened war veteran, and he could handle a few minor scrapes and bruises. In addition, Holland had an internationally unlocked cell phone and a wallet with enough money to get through at least the next few weeks without having to start transferring from savings accounts. Luke had an old debit card in the glove box of his car, and he thought it might be smart to get to an ATM or bank and take out as much cash as possible. That way, he figured, no one would be able to track their movements from credit card purchases. At some point today, Luke planned on getting a cell phone replacement as well. In all, they were doing fine. They had survived so far, and that was good news. He turned and saw the sad state of his car. Add to all that a bullet-riddled, smashed-up, hardy yet dilapidated Corolla. They weren't a terribly large army, but it would have to be enough. Luke's laptop had been blasted into a billion pieces back at his house, and Holland's was still at their previous hotel. They would have to retrieve it later, hopefully after the media and police attention on that block died down. Inside the diner-style hotel restaurant, Luke and Holland sat down at a booth across from one another and ordered coffee and some food. Holland asked the waitress to bring him a beer with his food, which elicited a strange expression from the woman. He sheepishly began fabricating a story about jet lag and travel, then gave up and just asked her not to judge him. She smiled and agreed, and then they got to work. Luke had made sure they were at a booth away from any other diners, both so that their phone call could be on speaker mode and would not annoy anyone, and so that they could do it in relative privacy. Holland dialed McDonnell's number on his phone and placed it in the center of the table. "What's this I hear about you two being involved in some high-speed chase after a shootout at a gun store?" McDonnell asked immediately. Luke met Holland's eyes. Wow, news travels fast. McDonnell grunted on the other end of the line. "I've had an open file on you two since Luke's house got blasted," he said. "Add to that, the media's already crawling all over this as a possible terrorist attack. All it's going to take for a public outcry is for one of the up-and-coming journalists to get a hold of a weak thread and make the connection that Luke Preston's involved." "What can I say?" Luke said. "Action seems to find me no matter where I am." McDonnell chuckled, then cleared his throat. "You guys all right? You should lay low for a bit. Try to let the attention die down." "To answer your question, I'm okay. My car's seen better days, however, and I wish we could lay low for a bit, McDonnell, but I think we're onto something." "Right," came McDonnell's reply. "I figured I couldn't talk you into that. Also, you're right, I've got Bolivar checking on some of the more obscure references. Things that aren't exactly public." Luke smiled across the table at Holland when he heard this. Holland didn't seem to get it at first, but eventually realized what McDonnell was implying. Bolivar is hacking something, probably something he shouldn't be looking at. As if reading his mind, McDonnell answered his question. "None of this is necessarily compromising information," he said. "It's just on a private server we shouldn't have access to. We're checking Miami's Port Authority records for the dates you were in Puerto Rico first." "Got it," Luke said. "Why Miami?" "Well, that's one of the first public things we found. La Brea was docked in Puerto Rico while you were there, but it was scheduled to disembark and head toward Miami the day after you left. You can see it on the San Juan port schedule, on their website." "Are we to assume that the La Brea never got to Miami in that case?" Holland asked. There was a pause, then Luke heard a clicking sound and another voice got on the line. "Hey guys, Bolivar here. No, the La Brea got to Miami just fine. We assume it left port there a few days later, but that's what I'm looking for now." "Understood," Luke said. "We've got a ship left Puerto Rico, docked in Miami. You're finding proof of that in Miami's PA servers and logs. But then it mysteriously vanished after that. That the working hypothesis here?" "It is," McDonnell said, verifying. "Your father probably knows this much as well. Once Bolivar finds proof that the ship did indeed leave Miami, we might be able to dig up more information on it, but my guess is that after Miami it disappears. Hence your old man wants your help finding it." "Like where it was going, for starters?" Holland said. "Where it was going, sure," McDonnell said. "But if we can't figure that out, what was it carrying? How much fuel did it have? After leaving the dock, did Port Authority register any changes in course?" "Are these things my old man would have access to?" Luke asked. "Sure, if he had a Bolivar hacking into their servers. Let's assume he does, though. That's still going to leave a lot of questions. All the questions you just asked, for starters." Bolivar got back on the line. "Guys, I actually think I found something here. There's an entry in their MISQL database under the column ID transit_record_lifetime. My assumption is that the way they built this architecture for this database means..." "Sorry to be dense," Holland said, cutting the man off. "But, well, I'm dense. I ain't some computer whiz kid, so you're going to have to either dumb it way down or skip to the good stuff." "Agreed," McDonnell said. "Bolivar, skip to the good stuff." "Right," Bolivar said, breathing heavily into the phone. Luke heard the sound of clicking and typing and imagined a slightly overweight man hunched over a desk, a beard growing over his neck and under his chin. The image he had was, of course, nothing like the actual Bolivar. He knew the man was every bit as in shape as he was, and lived with a quite normal-looking wife and kids in a swanky D.C. apartment. but it made him chuckle to imagine the computer nerd existing in his stereotypical basement-dwelling, neckbeard environment. God, I'm immature, he thought. Okay, Bolivar said. I've got the entry here for when the La Brea entered port in Miami. Long story short, their computer system assigns every entry an ID flag that stays in the system until the ship leaves port. It's a better system than just trying to keep track of the name of the vessel, as that can change. Ships get bought, sold, new paint jobs, and so on. But by assigning every ship a unique identifier when it enters port, their system can better track when those same vessels leave port. So I'm guessing you've got an ID flag of La Brea entering and leaving? Luke asked. Yes, exactly. I'm seeing that the La Brea entered port on a Saturday, stayed over the weekend, then left once again on a Tuesday. Bolivar read off some dates. Would a stay in port for that time frame be long enough for them to empty cargo and reload? Holland asked. Yes, McDonnell confirmed. This is a smaller freighter, and with a port as active and well-staffed as Miami, anything they were unloading could have been done in less than a day. Ditto for loading it up and getting it back out to sea. So, Luke said, seems like there was more than enough time to get everything off the boat and new freight loaded if necessary, as well as having a few days free for the crew. Speaking of, do we know anything about the crew? Who its captain was? Any crewmates that travel with the ship regularly? It was a good question. Luke wasn't sure how freight haulers operated. Did they typically have the same captain? Or was the pilot of the vessel changed at every port? Likewise for the crew? Bolivar's looking into it, but all I know right now is when the vessel arrived and when it left. No information yet on what was in it or who was operating it. I suspect Bolivar will be able to dig up a little bit more, though, so I'll keep you posted. Miami, PA has everything on their database still, since it's only a few months old. Also, ports of that size usually have permanent pilots, guys that jump around from ship to safely bring them to shore. That's interesting, Holland said. The captain of the vessel doesn't get to drive it to the dock? No, McDonnell said. It's too dangerous. Major ports have pilots who've been trained to work with the equivalent of an air traffic control system unique to that port. They're also experts at navigating that particular bay. They know all the shallow spots, as well as how to stay out of the way of larger or smaller ships. Got it, thanks, Luke said. This is looking promising. Keep us posted and let me know as soon as Bolivar finds anything. You got it, McDonnell said. What's the plan from here? Right now, the plan is to eat and to rest. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Holland chuckled. Well, technically we've been hit by a car, but I digress. Luke cast him a sarcastic glance. I doubt I'll be able to sleep, but we should at least check into the hotel and try to rest. Then I want to swing by a store and grab a few items I'll need for the next few days. Deodorant, stuff like that. Holland smiled as Luke disconnected the call. And let's not forget, more bullets. 22 Tuesday, 11:50 a.m. Boston, Massachusetts. Luke's next meeting with Holland was in 10 minutes. As he had suspected, he had not been able to nap, instead tossing and turning restlessly on top of the sheets. After ending the call with McDonnell and booking rooms at the hotel, the pair had split up. Luke immediately headed over to a nearby drugstore to get some hygiene items and another phone, then had returned to the hotel. He was exhausted, but he knew there was nothing to be done at this point except fight through it. Sleep was going to have to wait. After setting up the phone and accessing his email via the phone's browser, he saw that McDonnell had sent him a bit more information that he wanted to share with Holland. The two planned to do some research in the hotel lobby, where Luke could also nab one of the ancient desktop computers if need be. He dressed and took the elevator down to the small lobby, where he saw Holland completely enveloping a small armchair at the far end of the room. The man had a cup of coffee in his hand and his laptop open on his lap, and was otherwise looking like $1,000,000. Luke wasn't surprised the man was early, nor was he surprised he seemed to have gotten sleep. The man had slept in literal war zones. As he approached Holland, the larger man whistled, looking up at Luke and giving him what Luke assumed was his best old man impression, complete with a fake croak. Looking good, sonny boy. You clean up real nice. This is what normal looks like, Holland, Luke quipped back. I haven't even showered. I think all those years of living with a bunch of dudes have conditioned you to a complete lack of hygiene. Holland laughed. It was months, not years, and you'd be surprised to learn how long a man can go without deodorant. Luke scrunched up his face and took a seat in the armchair next to Holland's. Any news? Holland asked. Yes, as a matter of fact, Luke answered. McDonnell sent over a little more from Bolivar through the encrypted mail server. It's not a lot, but it at least might point us in the right direction. Hit me with it, Holland said. Luke read through the items in the email, listing them off while Holland wrote them down in the Notes app on his laptop. He even stopped to pull out a tiny pair of focus lenses that he mashed onto the end of his stubby nose. Luke hadn't tagged the man as a studious, note-taking type, but then again, he'd only known him in his professional capacity briefly. It had been a hectic week in Puerto Rico, and with a team to lead, Holland hadn't been left with much time to prepare notes and transcribe emails. That's something to go on, Holland said, interrupting Luke as he read the last item. What? Fuel load? Holland nodded. Bolivar was able to extract a lot of good stuff from the server, it seems, he said. But that's pretty telling, if you ask me. How so? Luke asked. Well, I did some digging as well. Based on our previous conversation, McDonnell said that we're dealing with a small feeder, which is part of the smallest category of freight shippers. How small? Well, in the scheme of things, still pretty large. The ULVC, or ultra-large container vessel, is pretty much the biggest ship on the seas, around 15,000 TEU. TU? 20-foot equivalent units, basically the number of train car-sized shipping containers it can hold. Wow, Luke said. There are ships that hold 15,000 of those things? Holland nodded at Luke over the perch of his glasses. Uh-huh, bigger even. Anyway, our La Brea is on the opposite end of the scale, between 1,000 and 2,000 or so. Got it still, that's a lot of cargo. It is, and fuel capacity, fully loaded down, should be able to keep this baby moving forward for over 10,000 nautical miles. Even though it's a small freighter meant for short distances to feed the larger shipping routes, it can go for quite a while before needing more fuel. Luke nodded. And that's not even accounting for drift. Luke knew that since boats were, at their core, simply floating metal balloons that didn't necessarily need power to stay above water, as long as a ship was pointed in the right direction and weather patterns and currents allowed, a ship could drift for many hundreds of miles before needing to correct course. He'd read that it was not a common practice in commercial shipping. Bean counters at the corporate level much preferred a ship to maintain an exact, pre-planned heading, even though it meant slowly burning a steady supply of fuel. Staying on the same navigational line made any potential rescue operations that might be necessary far easier. Still, the fact of the matter was that ships could drift forever if they wanted, letting the world's ocean currents slide them all over the globe. So, Luke continued, we've got a fuel load around half. That significant to you? Sure, Holland said. Think about it. That would be good for 5,000 nautical miles or so, not accounting for drift. If this is a short-range hauler for the most part, one that would typically need a quarter tank of fuel or less, it seems like they were planning on a much longer mission. Right, but it doesn't exactly tell us where they were heading after leaving Miami. Holland shook his head. You said Bolivar found that the La Brea was unloading and loading new cargo, right? Luke looked back over the email and nodded. It was the first note from McDonnell's email that he had given to Holland. While there was no information as to what the La Brea's crew were loading, according to Miami Port Authority, the ship had reserved 2 of its smaller cranes for loading operations the day before they set sail. Well, a ship only intending to go a short distance with a little bit of cargo wouldn't need that much fuel, Holland said. A ship intending to go a long distance would need more fuel, or, and this is my hypothesis, the fuel load was meant to perfectly balance the distance and the extra tonnage requirements. Right, that makes sense. More weight, more fuel needed to keep the thing moving. Precisely, Holland said, which leads us back to why the hell it needed that much fuel to only go a short distance. It says the La Brea is out of Trinidad. There's actually a city there named La Brea, built in a shipyard down there back in 2011, by Ederall Company. Sold to a smaller freight operation that I can't find any information on, but that doesn't mean much. This thing could have changed hands 5 times before now and no one would be the wiser. Exactly, Holland said. It's hard enough for American ports to keep track of the details of vessel ownership and registrations, much less some of these smaller ports around the world. I'd like to dig into the crew more since Bolivar was able to find something about that. Luke frowned down at his phone's screen. That part had confused him as well. McDonnell's email simply stated, Bolivar has record of crew. What the hell does he mean by that? Record of crew? He didn't think that was important information to send along? I'm not reading too far into it yet, Luke answered. My guess is that he heard the ding of a new email in his inbox and saw that it was from McDonnell as well. His eyes glanced up to Holland. Luke smiled. I figured as much. It's something he couldn't attach to the previous email because of size restrictions, so Bolivar had to massage the encrypted server. It's a high-def video. He opened it on his phone and held the screen out so he and Holland could see it simultaneously. It was a closed-circuit recording from Miami Port Authority security the day the La Brea docked in port. The resolution was high enough to distinguish individual faces clearly, and Luke could see 4 crew members disembarking the vessel and walking up the pier toward the camera, which Luke assumed was mounted on a security pole or guard building across from the pier. Luke saw the symbol in the bottom right corner of the video on his screen that told him the video was muted. I wonder if this camera had sound too, he said. He flicked the volume of his phone up a couple notches, then tapped the icon to unmute the recording. He immediately heard static and the sound of wind. It was muffled, not helped at all by the fact that it was being squashed through multiple compression algorithms and eventually out through a minuscule cell phone speaker. The men who had disembarked the La Brea were all dark-skinned, and they were talking and laughing as they approached the camera. Luke began to hear voices clearly, and as the first man in the line got close enough, he heard they were speaking English, though with a thick British accent. They don't sound like they're from Trinidad to me, Holland said. Luke shook his head. They certainly didn't sound Caribbean or like they were from anywhere on the American side of the Atlantic. They didn't necessarily mean anything. A crew could be from anywhere, after all. But it gave him hope that they were getting somewhere. An international crew that had been handpicked typically featured accents from far corners of the globe. These men all sounded the same to Luke, however. It meant, almost without a doubt, that they were all from the same place. 23. Tuesday, 11:56 a.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Africa? Holland asked. Maybe from one of the British colonized countries? Luke shrugged. He was not up to snuff on African geography and history, but he knew Holland's guess was as good as any. We'll file that away for later, he said, turning back to the second email McDonnell had sent over. Bolivar also found that these guys submitted a manifest 3 months ago. This load was supposed to go back to Trinidad and Tobago, at least on paper. I'm thinking they didn't go anywhere near Trinidad, Holland said with a grin. Not with that much fuel, Luke confirmed. Just then, Luke got another call from McDonnell. He answered it quickly and put it on speakerphone, giving the lobby a quick glance to ensure they were still in relative privacy. Did you get the video and my second email? McDonnell asked. Holland laughed. McDonnell, you're like a boss I used to have. He would send an email, then walk down the hall and knock on my door and ask me if I got his email. McDonnell's reply came swiftly and without hesitation. Holland, I know for a fact you've never had an office job. I'm frankly surprised anyone would hire you anyway, and that includes me. Luke smirked, and Holland looked crestfallen. We got it, Luke said, answering McDonnell's question. It's good stuff too, thank Bolivar for me. I just approved another computer monitor for his desk, McDonnell said, sighing. That should be thanks enough. Wow, a fourth screen? Luke asked. Bolivar's voice cut onto the line. Fifth, actually. This one will let me have a true heads-up display while I'm digging into live database records for... Bolivar didn't finish the sentence, and Luke imagined McDonnell in their tiny D.C. office glaring over his desk at Bolivar. Luke still wasn't sure exactly what McDonnell's team did other than finding terrorists, but he knew they were all on some government entity's payroll, and he knew McDonnell had a higher security clearance than he and Holland. Whatever the true nature of their work was, Bolivar was probably not supposed to be so loose-lipped about it, even among friends. Anyway, McDonnell said, coming back onto the line. Yeah, it's pretty useful. Not sure it's going to give us all the answers you need, but it should get you going in the right direction. That's what Holland and I were trying to figure out. What direction do you think that is? Beats me, McDonnell said. I'll keep sending you stuff as we dig it up, but we're quickly getting to the end of the road as far as research goes. If the La Brea doesn't want to be found, it's going to be damned hard to find it. There's a lot of water out there, and it's a small boat. Holland nodded. Got ourselves a little fish in a big pond situation, I guess. Luke didn't need to be reminded of that fact. While his father made it seem like the La Brea was out there to be found, Luke wasn't entirely sure the damn thing hadn't just sunk after getting stuck in a storm. Thanks, McDonnell. Anything else you find, go ahead and send it through. Luke cut himself off. He heard McDonnell's voice whispering something likely to Bolivar. He met Holland's gaze, then his eyes dropped back down to the phone as they waited together. McDonnell's voice raised in volume a bit, but Luke still couldn't make out what he was saying. Finally, the man got back on the phone. Luke, this line is compromised. What the hell are you? Not enough time to explain. Bolivar just saw someone prying into our phone network. Luke didn't even realize that was possible. That said, he really had no idea about much that related to phones and IT and modern-day networking. I thought it was secure. The government system and all that? There was a pause. It is, McDonnell said. I'm going to have to figure out another way for us to talk, but until then, you're on your own. Wait, Luke said. You said this line is compromised. What does that mean? Someone's listening in? Yes, without a doubt, McDonnell said. But it also means that whoever it is might now know where you are. Luke pressed the button to end the call as soon as he'd heard the words, then shoved the phone into his pocket, standing up at the same time. Holland matched his every motion, slamming his laptop lid closed and tossing it into the backpack he had set next to the chair. Luke's eyes darted around the lobby, trying to find out whether or not their location had been made. He noticed Holland's hand floating behind his back to his pistol. Not yet, Luke said. Just because they know where we are doesn't mean they're... He saw movement from outside the lobby. The front of the hotel was all glass, much like the one they had been in the night before. He could see the road and buildings across the street, but what had caught his attention was much closer to the window, and he now realized it was still moving. Fast. Get out! Holland yelled. Luke was already running. The car he had seen in the parking lot, heading toward the front of the hotel, had hopped the curb and was now mere feet away from the doors. It was a Chrysler, matching the pair that had engaged in the chase earlier. To make things worse, it wasn't slowing down. The front end of the vehicle smashed through the glass as if it were nothing but thin curtains, and the shriek of twisting aluminum and steel reached his ears, followed by the crashing twinkle of hundreds of pounds of broken glass spraying outward and into the lobby. And yet somehow, the car had barely even slowed down. It barreled through the lobby toward Luke and Holland. Luke felt his shoulder pull the wrong direction as he dove to his right, wincing through the pain of his previous injury. Holland ducked behind the armchair and sprinted to the left, wisely choosing the opposite side of the lobby to Luke. The driver of the vehicle would have to choose either Luke or Holland, and once they did, they would be crashed to a halt between two armed shooters. Unless it kills one of us, Luke thought. He didn't bother following that train of thought any longer. Luke planned to be armed and ready for the next phase of this attack. He narrowly escaped the front bumper of the speeding car as it careened through the lobby, apparently choosing Luke as its target. He pulled the pistol Holland had given him from his back pocket and continued to run while flicking off the safety and putting a round in the chamber. He swung around and prepared to aim as he heard the first gunshots. They were deafening in the closed lobby, but they were definitely coming from outside the car, which told Luke they were Holland's shots. One shot flew high and smacked into the wall above the coffee cart, only a few feet from where Luke was crouched. He lifted his own weapon and fired 3 rounds toward the front driver's side window. He didn't feel like verifying that the driver was an actual enemy combatant would be a crucial detail right now. Back on the force, he would have been reprimanded for firing into an unknown car without at least identifying the suspect as hostile. Of course, back on the force, if the same style of black unmarked Chrysler that had already tried to kill him multiple times before came barreling through a hotel lobby, he wasn't sure any detective or officer would stop to ask questions before shooting at them. Holland and Luke each continued firing into the car, but Luke realized around his 5th shot that the car was reinforced, the glass bulletproof. Not only had the manufacturer built it like a tank, whoever had purchased it had done some aftermarket upgrades as well. "Holland!" Luke yelled, trying to get the man's attention, but his voice was drowned out over the sound of the Chrysler, now reversing and screeching its tires over the lobby's tiled floor. Holland emptied the rest of his magazine as the Chrysler spun itself completely around, hitting one of the armchairs Luke had been sitting in, and sending it flying. Luke saw a desk clerk run back into the lobby from a break room off the hallway to the left, see the car, then disappear out into the hallway. The Chrysler accelerated now and flew back out the open hole it had created in the side of the building. Less than a minute after the attack had started, It was over. Luke was panting, breathing heavier than he would have if he had just sprinted a mile. His adrenaline was competing with his dopamine output, and he felt his senses sharpen. "Holy shit," Holland said, jogging over to Luke's position. "You can say that again?" Luke said. "Same assholes as before, too?" "Yeah," Luke said, nodding through heavy breaths. "They're really intent on stopping us, apparently." "You think that was because of the phone call?" Holland asked. Luke nodded again. "Without a doubt," he said. "How else would they find us? I don't think they would be able to pinpoint my phone's location just from text messages I sent. And the only phone calls I've had recently were with McDonnell. They either found us that way or by a severe case of bad luck by getting into McDonnell's phone system." "But you said it was a government system, and McDonnell confirmed," Holland said. "That means these guys are working with top-notch computer stuff." "Yeah," Luke agreed. "Whoever they are, they're not messing around." 24. Tuesday, 11:59 a.m. Boston, Massachusetts. "So, if they were able to hack into a government organization's encrypted server, does that mean they're government as well?" Holland asked. Luke nodded. That, unfortunately, was also the conclusion he had come to. Whoever was good enough to get into a well-protected server that technically only existed as a local network and in an isolated geographic area meant that they were working from a similar server that had done the dirty work of breaking in. And they had been fast, efficient, and surgical, knowing exactly where to strike and how. It meant this was no ordinary hacker job. The little that Luke knew about the cyber world told him that most of the time, these sorts of vulnerabilities were exposed by accident or through brute force, usually taking either a long time or a lot of computing power, or both. But everything about how quickly this had happened told him that this had been the work of someone who was specifically tasked with getting to Luke's cell phone. Even the fact that Bolivar had caught it mid-call meant that they probably knew they only had a short amount of time to work, only a small window in which to find Luke's location from his cell phone connection. But now that they had that connection point, Luke's cell phone might as well be a giant beacon, beckoning for the same people to find him, no matter where he was in the world. He was going to have to change to a burner phone. Holland was apparently reading his mind. "We'll both switch to burners and we both need more ammo. These guys aren't going to stop coming and I'm not interested in dying today." "This isn't your fight, Holland," Luke said under his breath. "What was that? You think you're the only guy in danger now?" "No, I know exactly what you mean, Preston," Holland said. "But you know how this works. There's no playing solo hero in the real world, not unless you have a death wish. I can help you, and I've really got nothing better to do. Even if you tried to force me out of it, this was the third time I've been either shot at or run over by one of those Chryslers. And I've never been one to sit back and let things like that happen." Luke took this in and drew in long, deep breath at the same time. Finally, he looked at Holland. "I can't ask you for your help," he said. "You don't have to," Holland said. "I'm offering. And guess what? You wouldn't even have to accept it because I'm not giving you the option. From now on, I go where you go. I got your back, you got mine. Let's figure out who these guys are first. Then what the hell they think you know." Luke hated to admit it, but he felt relief. And not a small amount of it. The truth was that he had wanted this. He had wanted a partner again, someone he could rely on, someone who would have his back without question, someone exactly like Holland. After his ex-partner from his police days had died, Luke had sworn things would be different, that he was a solo operative. Any cases he took, he would take on his own terms. But that would mean he would have to go it alone. For whatever reason, Luke Preston had a knack for getting people close to him hurt or killed. He didn't want that to happen to Holland, but Holland was right. He could make his own decisions, and there was nothing Luke could do to tell him no. He looked out over the rubble of the hotel's new opening, glass and metal and debris everywhere on the floor of the lobby. A piece of aluminum had wedged itself into the soft drywall of the front desk stand, and there were multiple bullet holes on the walls around the rest of the room. The desk clerk reappeared, eyes wide and mouth agape, and he was joined by a few other people who had returned to the lobby after the noise. Luke looked over at Holland, who was waiting with his sullen look for Luke's response. He stuck out his hand and Holland shook it. "Deal," Luke said. "Sounds like we've got some errands to run." Holland smiled, also turning to take in the damage. And apparently we've got some phone calls to make with those new burner phones we're getting about a place to stay. If we keep this up, every hotel in Massachusetts is going to permanently ban us. 25. Tuesday, 12:40 p.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Luke raised his new phone to his ear as it dialed. On the other end, Holland picked up right away. McDonnell sent over some more information, Luke said into the phone. Seems like Bolivar might have actually put something together. Oh yeah? Holland asked. Yeah, still don't have an exact place for delivery at the dock, but we may have narrowed it down considerably. Based on the fuel load, type of ship, and what it was carrying, he estimated the trajectory and vector. That guy always did strike me as kind of nerdy. Kind of nerdy is an understatement. The guy's downright brilliant. Still, if the La Brea's whereabouts or heading were obvious, my father would have been able to figure it out as well. There are other brilliant nerds out there he could hire. This has to be more about me getting involved rather than just finding a boat. It's personal? Of course, Luke said. My dad wants to tell me something that's either too dangerous to outright say, or something that's easier to show me in person. But however you crack it, he wants me. That's the risk we're up against. That I can't actually find it. So this is still a gamble? Luke nodded, then confirmed. Yes, he said. It's definitely still a gamble, but it's got a decent chance of being right as well. Better it means we can move, try to stay ahead of these assholes and their black Chryslers. Holland laughed. Okay, I'm all ears, hit me with it. Luke remembered how Holland had convinced Luke he was in it for the long haul now, how this wasn't just Luke's fight anymore. They'd come after Holland as well. Luke hoped the man had meant it. Well, based on his projections, Bolivar doesn't think the La Brea would have made it all the way to the African coast. He would have had to stop somewhere. Holy shit, Preston, Holland said. He was looking that far out? Of course, Luke answered. It's part of the reason why the La Brea has been hard to find. If it's anywhere that far away, it would be like looking for a needle in the haystack. Besides, he said he didn't think they could make it all the way to the African coast. But that means Bolivar thinks the vector was at least pointing that direction. Exactly. So, our lost captain was driving his boat on a line heading toward the African coast, but didn't have quite enough fuel to make it there. What about drift? Luke swallowed and cleared his throat, recalling McDonnell's email. McDonnell said Bolivar figured if they were trying to shoot for the African coast, they would have just fueled up enough to get there. They certainly would drift a little bit no matter what, but McDonnell didn't think they would purposefully underfuel for the distance. Okay, that makes sense, Holland said. Still, that implies they landed somewhere between Miami and Africa. I'm assuming we're talking somewhere relatively eastward, right? Precisely. It means the final destination would have to be one of the smaller island chains off the coast of Africa. Funchal and the Azores are probably too far north, based on Bolivar's calculations, and maybe the Canary Islands as well. Everything else is way too far south and east, so that pretty much leaves a small chain of islands called Cape Verde. I'm in, Holland said quickly. Luke couldn't hold back his laughter. What? I didn't even ask you anything yet. Well, it was going to be something along the lines of, Holland, my best friend ever, I can't do anything without you. I need your help and I can't bear to be apart from you for any longer than... Yep, you got me, Luke said, cutting him off. That's verbatim what I was going to ask. There was a pause. Luke waited. Hello? Luke asked after another few seconds. Well, are you going to ask me? Luke sighed, then rolled his eyes. If he were a stranger eavesdropping on this conversation, he would have taken them for an old married couple. Holland, please will you fly with me to the other side of the world to find a stupid boat? Holland snickered. Gotcha, he said. I would have gone with either way. But it's good to hear you ask nicely. 26. Tuesday, 4:12 p.m. Boston Logan International Airport, Boston, Massachusetts. The day was turning out to be much more successful than Denise Smith had imagined. After visiting with the police lead at Luke's destroyed home, she had put some feelers out in order to keep track of Preston and Holland's location. Any credit card purchases, cash withdrawals, license plate tags from traffic cameras, all of it would be sent through the CIA database and eventually end up in an email on her phone. At first, it had been so quiet that she'd started to wonder if she had made a mistake somewhere. She felt out of pocket, out of the loop, hearing about the attack on Luke and Holland at the nearby hotel, hours after it happened. Apparently the pair had booked a hotel, but the transaction had not cleared yet, or they had used cash to stay under the radar. But the group out to get Preston had known where they were hiding the entire time, it seemed, and had beat Denise to the punch. It seemed all the action was over now, and she was thankful for it, because she once again had a lead. Either it had been a momentary lapse of judgment, or, more than likely, there had been no other option. Preston and Holland had booked flights using Preston's credit card, and it wasn't going to be a booze cruise. The men weren't planning to hide out in paradise while their attackers ran in circles trying to find them. Their destination airport seemed to be on a dusty backwater island in the Atlantic, off the coast of Africa. She smiled to herself as she ran through the calculations and predictions. There was simply too big a chance the men were heading there as part of their own investigation, as part of whatever it was they were planning. No one would travel to that place on vacation, at least not on purpose. Most people had never even heard of it, and the speed with which they had booked the flight, literally the only one flying out that day that would eventually route them to the island, made her even more convinced. They're moving out, and I need to follow. In a flurry of activity that afternoon, Denise had set her own plans in motion. McDonnell believed she was simply keeping an eye on Luke and Holland. That was true, in a sense. She'd sent him an email confirming as much, informing McDonnell that she would be booking the next flight out as well. Since she didn't want to be on the same flight as the people she was following, she'd opted for an option that seemed to be an even better plan. She had found a flight that was scheduled to land in Madrid much sooner than Preston's and Holland's own flight, due to it being a much larger aircraft. She would then hop on a smaller plane that would take her to their final destination. If she timed it right, she could even end up at the island around the same time as the two men, if not sooner. She had also activated her status with the CIA. It was mostly semantics, but the official record with her handler had her sitting still, effectively benched, since she was on U.S. soil. The CIA operated on United States-controlled land continuously, but they denied it with vehemence. It was not worth the paperwork to argue against it, so the CIA typically required its officers to be officially inactive until they were booked for an international flight. And since she was still considered a new recruit, this was her first real project. She certainly was not seen by anyone at the CIA or Special Activities Center as a sovereign officer yet. She needed to earn her stripes before tackling larger projects and earning a coveted US-based mission. Her CIA handler, a man with nearly 30 years' experience, believed in Denise and thought she would be a great agent, but it was inevitable that she would need to prove herself first. Truth be told, she would not have it any other way. She wanted no handouts, no freebies. She would earn her way up. By working undercover for the CIA while performing her duties on McDonnell's own team, passing information along as she deemed necessary, her handler believed it would help fast-track her success. Thankfully, the mission parameters she had set for herself were already in line with the ones she'd been given by McDonnell. They were literally the same thing. Track Luke Preston and Jackson Holland, and keep eyes on them at all times. Ultimately, find out who was trying to kill them and why. And the CIA's own parameters had been purposefully open-ended. They weren't entirely sure what Luke Preston's involvement with this situation was, what organization he was working for. Domestic or otherwise, he was exactly the kind of person the CIA wanted to keep tabs on. Someone capable of making a mess if he so chose, and with the experience to boot. Whoever was after Preston had proven to be relentless, so she had made it her job to figure out why. What secrets did Preston know? What was he trying to hide from his country? And who else was so interested in that they were willing to kill him to keep him away from those secrets? She smiled as she closed her laptop and tucked it inside her bag, ready to board the plane out of Boston Logan, just as Luke and Holland had done an hour before. No new emails or notifications had arrived, which meant she could assume she was a go for both missions. She would have to tread carefully. She would have to keep a very low profile. Cape Verde was a chain of potential destinations, but the island they were headed to was one of the smallest ones. She might stick out like a tourist in a local haunt if she wasn't careful. In addition to her paranoia about being noticed, she was aware that Preston was experienced and knew his way around an investigation, while Holland had street smarts and the instincts of a career soldier. She would have to stay on her toes to keep up with them. For that reason, she had packed her government-issued weapon, the Smith & Wesson M&P Shield M2-0. She had done relatively little ground weapons training in the Air Force, focusing most of her time on engineering, science, and math, as well as staying as physically fit as possible for her success as a pilot. But after joining McDonnell's team and her later acceptance into the CIA, she had made range time a regular part of her monthly schedule. She was getting better, but, like most sane people, she hoped she wouldn't have to fire it in the field. 27 Wednesday, 10:40 a.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde. Despite the 14-plus hours of traveling eastward in a commercial jet, Luke had almost no jet lag. He and Holland had stayed awake before their late afternoon departure, hoping to sleep on the plane for a few hours, and then wake up with the sun in Cape Verde. That plan had worked well, and Luke found himself relatively rested after landing. They taxied into the tiny, dusty airport on the island of Mindelo after changing to a smaller twin-propeller aircraft in the city of Praia on a nearby island. After half a day's worth of travel, Luke donned a pair of sunglasses and walked down the plane stairs onto the tarmac. He looked around the airport and saw a few planes and a low-lying single-story building that served as the airport's main terminal. Without any other visual cues, this island looked like any other he'd been to, including Puerto Rico, and it could have been anywhere. The sun was high in the sky. He smelled the slightly briny air and felt the humidity on his skin, and once again wondered why he didn't visit these types of places when he wasn't working or being chased by a mysterious Chrysler-driving gang. He remembered naively thinking to himself in Puerto Rico that he could solve McDonnell's case quickly, then spend the rest of his time there at the beach, sipping pina coladas. Maybe this time we will, he thought, smiling and knowing it was not true. Any idea where the car rental counter is? Holland asked. Luke chuckled. Yeah, he said, pointing to a shaded spot near the single building. It's that guy over there, the one holding up a sign that says automobile on it. Holland raised an eyebrow, then shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Together the pair strolled over to the man and haggled a daily price of $50 for a car. The man smiled as Luke paid half the deposit in cash. Not bad, he thought. Most U.S. rental companies gouge travelers with all sorts of hidden fees anyway. It truly seemed like they'd gotten a great deal until Luke saw the car that was parked over the man's shoulder. As Luke paid him, the man pocketed the money and motioned for them to follow, moving toward the tiny vehicle in the parking lot that butted up against the airport's only runway. You've got to be shitting me, Holland said. Can we ask him for an upgrade to an SUV? Hell, I'd take your 40-year-old Corolla over this. You can ask, Luke said, but I have a feeling I know what the answer will be. The dealer, still wearing a huge grin on his face, tossed Luke a worn key. It wasn't even the original manufacturer's key, just a knockoff copy with no chip in it. It said automobile in permanent marker on a sticker that had been affixed to one side of it, and Luke wondered if automobile was actually the official name of this guy's company. As Luke approached the sedan and got a better look at it, he saw why a chipped modern car key would have been completely unnecessary. The thing had to be over 3 decades old. In spite of its age, it started up and purred like the well-oiled machine it was. Luke decided to do a quick patrol around the northern tip of the island, which also served as the location of the main port and where they would be staying. It was the only port in the island chain large enough for a freighter to dock, which made it the most likely destination for the La Brea. Luke and Holland cruised through tiny island neighborhoods, the dirt roads lined with palm trees and shanties that had been made out of whatever materials the owners could come by. A street vendor sold some sort of fresh juice, and next door a general store advertised ice-cold Coca-Cola. He saw a gas station a few blocks down, and in the distance the bustling port city of Mindelo, population approaching 100,000. The entire population of Cape Verde was around 500,000, but there were not a lot of tourists adding to that number here. Most of Mindelo's income was in shipping and keeping the port maintained for boats to unload and load before their continued journeys. Most of that cargo would continue downward or upward along the African coast. Anything requiring a larger haul would go directly to Cape Town and then around the Horn, or directly north into the Mediterranean for shipments bound for Europe. That meant anything destined for 80% of the western coast of Africa had a good chance of stopping by here first. Smaller freighters, those in the same family, but smaller than the ones in the La Brea's class, would ferry the items to their final destinations. While this port certainly counted as one of the smaller ports McDonnell had mentioned, and therefore there was no strict accounting of the inflows and outflows that they could access, Luke had found a simple port and docks map online during the flight over that detailed some of the main routes. He saw that far-off countries like Morocco, Mauritania, and even Congo were some of the places that could be serviced by this hub. It told Luke that the amount of business coming in and out of the port daily meant that Mindelo was a relatively quiet place to live, yet with a buzz of undercurrent and activity that was palpable. Luke turned the car and steered it slowly to the left as the road started to curve around the edge of the island. There was a beach to their right, but that view was being replaced by concrete and wood as the port itself came into view. He saw a few small freighters, old fishing boats, and a large tanker still out at sea, and he slowed the car to get a good view of any vessels that might match the La Brea's description. He assumed they wouldn't just find the La Brea neatly parked here, ready for investigation. That would be too easy. But he did hope that he and Holland might be able to dig up some information about their target vessel. Perhaps one of the dock workers had helped unload it, or perhaps the crew had come into town and visited one of the bars or nightclubs. They had traveled all this way. The least they could get was another clue. That was the plan of attack he had outlined with Holland. Get to Mindelo, book a couple of rooms, and spend most of the day and evening getting a feel for the place. How were outsiders viewed here? How open were the locals to talking about their little island town? By answering these questions first, Luke might be able to develop a list of folks to question about the La Brea's location. He had no better way to run the investigation, so he had defaulted to his known style, by-the-book detective work. He yawned and looked at Holland. "You staying alive?" Holland himself had just finished a yawn, and Luke could see that the man's eyes were heavy. Still, his response was immediate and chipper. "Sure, new place, new smells, new food, maybe even new beer, if we're lucky. I wouldn't want to waste any time sleeping, you know what I mean?" Luke did in fact know what he meant. Even though he was here for a purpose, he felt it. There was something exciting about visiting a new place. The stakes were high, but the sense of adventure was still strong enough to poke through. "We'll be at the hotel in about 10 minutes anyway, so if you wanted a quick power nap—" "Nah, I got enough sleep on the plane," Holland said. "I think I'm good to go at least until evening time. I was thinking we should check out one of the bars later." Luke nodded. "Good idea," he said. "We can talk to the bartender, maybe even some of the regulars there. If anyone knows the pulse of the port here, it would be them." Holland frowned, then smiled. "Oh, right," he said quickly. "That works too. But I was hoping they would have some African beer I've never tried before. I want to add it to my list. 28, Wednesday, 10:45 a.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde." Holland smacked Luke's arm and pointed out his window. Luke's eyes followed his finger. "What's up?" Luke asked. "Right over there, that car." "What about it?" Luke asked. "Looks like a Ford Explorer." "It is a Ford Explorer," Holland replied, "but it's the same Ford Explorer I saw at the airport." "So what, there were other people on the flight? I'm sure someone else rented a car. Although I'm with you if you're thinking that we got shafted, especially if there was a nice-looking Explorer like that available." "It's not that," Holland said. "I noticed someone in the car, but couldn't see who it was, or if there was anyone else in it. They weren't on our flight, I don't think, because the driver was already inside when I noticed it. Then they sat there for a bit. We got our car after, and when we took off, they did as well." Luke nodded along, now understanding Holland's implication. Holland continued, "I thought I caught sight of the car's front end about a half-mile behind us as we got into the port area. We weren't going fast or anything, so it would have been easy enough to stay on our tail." "That's true," Luke said. "But then, what you're implying is that someone followed us onto the plane, waited until we got off, then kept following us?" Holland shrugged. "I'm not really sure what it means, but that's definitely the same car. Might be smart to run around the port in circles a couple of times, see if they're actually following us or not." Luke didn't answer. He licked his lips, inadvertently glancing down at the dashboard as if looking for a special button that might turn their dilapidated rental into something more resembling a derby car. Not finding anything like that, he brought his eyes back up to the road. "Well, there's not a whole lot of places to hide on this island. We're going to have to figure out a better way to stay ahead of these guys, especially if they start getting antsy again like they did back in Boston." Neither man needed a reminder of how intent those people had been on stopping Luke's progress. Even though they weren't in their typical matte black Chrysler sedan, he figured it was the same group who had been trying to kill him back in the States. Who the hell are these people? And what do they want with me? Good eye, Luke said. Keep it open, too. Any other weird vibes you get, don't keep it to yourself. You know I won't, Holland said, but it would still feel a bit better to me if we could find some place that sells toys. Luke smiled from the side of his mouth. Holland didn't need to clarify. Since they had left Boston on a commercial flight, they had not had to leave their weaponry in Holland's hotel room. But on the plane, they had both decided that they should try to arm themselves with something more than Holland's pistols. Luke's gut told him that non-U.S. island nations off the coast of other third-world countries probably had at least a small black market for weapons. Perhaps McDonnell was no different, but Luke was not about to Google it. He wasn't terribly well versed in navigating black market weapons drops and using the darknet to find potential sellers, but in his detective work, he had learned that finding something was often a matter of finding the right people and asking the right questions. The problem, however, was in accidentally finding the wrong people or asking them the wrong questions. But here, with their mission dangling right in front of Luke's eyes, he knew that finding a weapons store, or the equivalent sort of place here on the island, asking around for a weapon, might also help turn some rocks over as far as figuring out where the La Brea had ended up. He bumped the to-do item, find a bigger gun, to the top of his mental list. Luke turned left once again onto the street their hotel was on. He wanted to get a look at it, though he wasn't quite ready to get out and find their room yet. He, like Holland, was interested in what the Ford Explorer behind them was planning to do. As he straightened the car out onto the new road, this one even bumpier and dustier than the small highway that ran around the edge of the port, he sped up a bit. He passed the hotel, finding it easily, as it was the only building on the street that had an entrance facing them, then came to a stop at the intersection at the other end of the road. As he was about to turn right and head up the street, he caught sight of the Ford Explorer's front end turning onto the road he was about to exit. Interesting, Luke thought. Someone's definitely still after us. Someone's still poking around. 29. Wednesday, 11:25 a.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. Holland smiled. There's one, there's another one. He pointed out people strolling up and down the streets of Mindelo as they drove toward the nearest bar to their hotel. After checking into the tiny three-bedroom hostel and finding their plain but perfectly adequate rooms, Luke and Holland had gotten back into the car and driven around a bit longer to scope things out. It was only a block and a half away, but Luke had wanted the extra security of having a vehicle just in case. Holland hadn't argued. As they set off on a road simply marked 22, Holland was pointing at people every time he saw someone who didn't seem to fit in. If they were wearing a floppy hat and a fanny pack, he claimed they were tourists. If they were wearing sunglasses and weren't smiling, he claimed they were government agents. Luke laughed. That one? That's a little old lady, man. That's the best kind, Holland said, smirking. The CIA will use anyone, you know. Old ladies, little kids, even babies. Babies, Luke said. Right. Babies are the future of spy organizations. I didn't say they were spies, Holland shot back, but they can still use them. Maybe they get a baby in a stroller, right? And one of their assets, the mom of the baby, I would think, is supposed to be pushing it around trying to make it look like, well, a mom and a baby. In that case, Luke answered, that's just a mom pushing around her baby, Holland. That doesn't mean they're government agents. I know, he said, throwing his hands up while trying to explain himself. All I'm saying is that they'll use anyone. Trust me, if they want to get information on someone who happens to have a baby, you'd better believe they'd tap a mom and ask her to roll her own baby to the park to get the scoop. If they have an asset they're already working and she gets pregnant, when the baby arrives, they'll give her a mission that fits the new role. Take your baby with you, they'll say. Use the baby as a disguise to make it look like you're just a mom and her baby. Luke tried to stifle his laughter. You're full of it, man. Holland shrugged, ignoring Luke and pointing again. There's one. Luke looked out the windshield toward where the man was pointing and did a double take. If anyone on this small island was a U.S. government agent, it had to be this guy. He was wearing a casual business suit, shiny leather shoes, and holding a matching brown leather briefcase. He wore sunglasses, even though it was a cloudy day, and he was in the shade. His face was neither happy nor upset, but it wasn't exactly nonchalant either. He had a purpose. This man was serious. Okay, that definitely looks like a spy, Luke said, chuckling. Holland guffawed from the front seat as they turned into the parking lot of the bar. The man was standing at the corner across the street, and as Luke pulled into his spot, he saw him in the rearview mirror, getting into another vehicle. Seriously, though, he said, what does a guy like that have to do in a place like this, especially dressed like that? I didn't see any IBM-style headquarter buildings around here. Definitely here on business, Holland said, and probably had no idea what the local populace likes to wear. I mean, this place isn't exactly Googleable. Luke nodded. Or he's a spy. Luke rolled his eyes. Holland was right about the first part, at least. He felt like, in some ways, he had walked into the past. The people in Mindelo seemed pleasant enough, so far staying to themselves and not bothering anyone, but it was as though their technology had simply stopped advancing after the mid-1990s. Most people, as far as he could tell, didn't even have a cell phone. The televisions in their hotel rooms were old, bubble-faced CRTs. He had even seen a rotary phone on the table next to the bed, and he didn't want to admit to Holland that he wasn't sure he knew how to use it. Thankfully, he and Holland had made sure their burners were GSM-equipped cell phones with international SIM cards, but before arriving, he had still been afraid that there would be no cell towers on the island anyway. After landing, he had taken his phone out and checked, surprised to see a tiny single bar of service. Not quite the heart of darkness in that case, he'd thought. Luke and Holland got out and walked into the bar. It was as quaint as any of the other places they had seen, just a single row of chairs up against a plywood bar. It was dimly lit inside, and Luke's eyes took a moment to adjust. At the end of the bar, against the wall, was a small table with two patrons seated. Neither of them looked at the newcomers as they entered. A lone bartender, almost comically stereotypical, was wiping down the plywood epoxy-covered bar top with a white dish rag, humming to himself. Luke had a momentary pang of guilt as he thought of Crockett and the remains of his friend's bar back in Hudson. He saw the man's reflection in the epoxy and remembered pouring Crockett's own bar top only weeks ago. "Hello," the man said in 2 syllables of broken English. Luke was impressed, but then again, he wasn't sure if most people here had learned English or French as a second language. Perhaps this was normal for a port town like this to speak English, as well as whatever native tongue they had grown up with. Luke nodded and Holland stepped up to the bar. "Any good beers?" Holland asked. The man raised an eyebrow and Holland repeated the question. Though it was still morning, to Luke and Holland it felt like the night before hadn't ended. After this, he would need to find some food. The man's eyes lit up. "Yes, beer." Holland glanced at Luke, a downtrodden expression on his face. "Well, there go any chances of our getting a nice local treat we can't get in the States. It's probably going to be Michelob Ultra or something." Luke shrugged. He wasn't very picky when it came to things like that, and a light, bright beer of the Pilsner variety sounded good. "Whatever it is, hopefully it's ice cold." It was Holland's turn for a wide-eyed expression when the man returned with 2 bottles dripping with condensation. He read the labels as the man set them on the bar. Kilimanjaro Premium Lager, a brand Luke had never heard of. The bartender twisted off the tops using a metal implement and dropped the bottles in front of his 2 new patrons. "2," the man said, holding up 2 fingers. Luke frowned, waiting for Holland to speak, hoping the man understood. "Yes, 2," Holland said slowly. "Me, Holland. This, Preston." "No." Luke shook his head and rolled his eyes at the "me Tarzan you Jane" way Holland had delivered the line. The bartender was, thankfully, nonplussed. "No, 2... American." "Yeah, we're Americans." "No," Luke said, laughing. "I think he's telling us how much it costs. $2 each. American." Holland threw his head back. "Oh, gotcha. Right, well, that's about the cheapest beer I've ever had." He reached into his back pocket and took out his wallet, then peeled off 4 bills. The man frowned, then laughed back at Holland. No, 2, for all." "Damn!" Holland glanced at Luke, then put one of the bills back into his wallet. He placed the $3 on the counter, and the man looked strangely at the extra dollar bill. "For you," Holland said, pointing at the man's chest. He smiled wider now, and Luke thought he might actually jump over the bar and give Holland a hug. If $1 is a good tip here, he thought, we might just be able to buy our way into some information. 30. Wednesday, 12:13 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. Holland finished his beer and sat back in the bar stool, noticing a slight creaking noise as he did. He would have gone for another beer, but he got the sense Luke was getting antsy. He wasn't sure where his friend thought they should go next. After the conversation in the car and while enjoying their beers, Holland wasn't sure there were any good options. The La Brea was obviously not in port, and mentioning it to the bartender hadn't even warranted a raised eyebrow from the man. He wasn't sure if it had been a lack of understanding due to the language barrier, or if the guy understood what they were looking for and simply did not know. To all intents and purposes, the La Brea did not exist. It had gone dark. It was off the map somewhere, and they were quickly reaching a dead end. Already a day had passed since Luke's father gave him the deadline. You have 4 days. They were running out of time. Holland could sense Luke's frustration growing by the hour, and it was clear he was going to have to dial down the joke-cracking and optimism or risk wearing the guy down. At the sound of a door opening behind him, he immediately flicked his eyes up to stare at the horizontal mirror that hung behind the bar. He had never liked sitting with his back to a door, an old habit he had picked up from his dad, reinforced by the military, but having a mirror in place within eye shot made him a bit more comfortable. Although they had their pistols, if whoever was tracking them had found their way to this bar and hoped for some kind of engagement, Holland knew it would have to be hand-to-hand. A shootout in a room this small would likely end with everyone dead. The man who had entered was older with grayish blonde hair, kept disheveled and starting to curl as it hit his ears. He had a reddish complexion, and it looked like he had spent the better part of his 40-something years outside. He strolled into the bar and eyed the spot next to Luke. Although there were 3 empty bar stools on that side, he sidled up next to Luke and motioned with his eyes. Luke shrugged and nodded. Sure, seat's open. Holland frowned and stared down at the newcomer. In America, it was an unspoken rule to leave at least a seat in between parties at a bar when possible. Same for urinals. It was quite a faux pas to walk up next to a guy in his most vulnerable state when there were 2 perfectly good toilets in between. You from out of town? The man asked. His accent was strange, one Holland wasn't familiar with. Holland thought he was asking the bartender at first, but the man's back was turned, busy cleaning a platter of pint glasses. He realized the newcomer was looking into the mirror directly at Luke. We are, Luke said. Of course you are. You're American, the man said. What makes you say that? Luke asked. Because you sound American. All right, Luke said. He shifted in his stool and glanced quickly at Holland. Holland kept his face expressionless. You make the first move, he thought. I'll follow your lead. Holland got the feeling that this guy wasn't part of the same group that had been tracking them. Those people had been more than willing to shoot first and ask questions later. Or in one case, drive the car through the lobby of the hotel first and ask questions later. This guy just seemed to want to chat. Sorry, the man said. Reason I ask is I don't usually see white folks like you around here. Holland raised an eyebrow. I'm from South Africa, Johannesburg. Not a lot of people come visit us here. You here for work then? Yeah, Luke said. I guess you could say that. The man tilted his chin up in a slow-motion nod, as if putting the pieces of some imaginary puzzle together. I see, he said equally as slowly. Holland noticed the accent, but he also noticed that the man seemed to be good at hiding it when he wanted to. Why do you ask? Holland asked. We just came down here for a beer and... The man chuckled. Right, come down for a beer. All you American government types been coming down here for a beer for almost a year now. That's the excuse you all use. All? What do you mean, government types? At this, the man let out a full, hearty laugh. You're serious? Have you not looked around? Pay attention when you walk outside. Notice the people. If they look like me or they look like them... He threw a thumb over his shoulder at the pair of men huddled in the corner nursing their own beverages. Then they are like me. Shippers, dock workers, or they look like locals. Otherwise, they ain't from around here, and they don't belong here, and you can see it on them like a stink. I'll tell you this much, no one comes here. Unless you got shipping business, or you're interested in shipping business, or you were born here and can't get out, no one comes here. Holland couldn't argue with the man's assessment. So far, this island seemed a bit on the opposite side of the spectrum from Island Paradise. The locals, while nice enough, had a certain recognizable look to them, a sort of nonchalance, an appreciation and contentment for a simpler life. But that wasn't so with everyone else. All the people they'd seen near the port, including the 2 men who had already been in the bar when they arrived, seemed to have a look of distant weariness to them, eyes that had stared at the endless expanse of ocean for years on end. Some had looked sidelong at Holland as they drove through the city. It was an uncanny feeling, like he couldn't shake the thought that they were being watched by everyone. "You saying the U.S. government is interested in shipping?" Luke asked, "and they're sending people here to keep an eye on things?" The man nodded, finally getting the bartender's attention. The bartender smiled when he recognized the man and immediately began pouring a dark beer from one of the only two taps. The man waited for his beer before answering. He raised the pint glass in a quick salute. "Sure, seems they've always been here, longer than I've been here. Lately things have ramped up though, especially after that mess Senegal and Gambia have gotten into." Holland noticed Luke's eyes narrow for a moment as if processing this information or filing it away for later. "How do you know they've been here long?" Luke asked. "I can see them," the man said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You can pick them out, you know. They always look scared or something." He laughed. Not intentionally, of course. "I'm sure they've been trained for that sort of thing, but they don't look like they belong here. Maybe it's too much training, I don't know. That's pretty much how you can tell. They look like they're looking for something until you look at them. Then they don't look like they're looking for anything at all. That's just wrong." Holland couldn't help but smile. He had to admit the guy was right. That was probably the best, most succinct way he'd ever heard somebody describe the appearance of an undercover agent. He nodded along, then spoke. "Well, turns out we're looking for some of those lookers. Might even want to wrangle up a couple and have a word with them." The man cast a glance toward Holland now. "You got business here? With them?" Holland decided to take a bit of a risk, to play one of the cards they had been holding close to their chest. "We're looking for someone who might be looking for us, actually. Been chasing us around, might have even followed us here." "And what is it they want with you?" the man asked. "Well, they've tried to ruffle our feathers a couple of times now, and I'd sure as hell like to know why." The man took a long draw from the foam on the top of his beer, and Holland shuddered. The glass seemed to be filled mostly with foam, and it didn't look cold either. When the man finished, wincing at the aftertaste, he turned back to Luke. He leaned forward a bit, brought his voice down. "Look, I'm just here to do my job. 5 months on, 7 months off. Fishing ain't what it used to be, and sometimes you end up in a forgotten little hellhole like this, but the money is good, and the life ain't too bad, really. Gotta keep your head down, though. You know? Sounds to me like you two might not be so great at that last part." "Can you be more specific?" Luke asked. "Have you been listening, son? The only people here are people who have no other choice, like me, or people who have a job to do that requires a place like this, a place full of people who will keep their head down. Lately, though, there's been a third type of people, folks like you, the government types all over here trying to put a stop to it." Holland frowned, trying to understand the man's point. "Put a stop to what exactly?" Luke asked. The man looked taken aback, pushing his head straight backward and letting his mouth drop open. "Now, if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like you're trying to pump me for information. I can assure you I don't know any of the particulars, but let's not beat around the bush here, fellas. This island wouldn't exist without the gun trade. You know that, I know that. All the other folks here know that. Hell, all the brown people on this island know it. They just figured out how to keep their heads down. I came in and saw you two and thought I might be able to have a nice chat with folks like me for a change. You know, my kind." Holland's frown darkened, and he squinted one eye. "Your kind?" Before he could get any further into that line of questioning, Luke put an arm on his bicep and gave it a slight squeeze. He flashed a glance to Holland through the mirror, but then directed his words at the newcomer. "I think we understand exactly what you mean, sir. Appreciate it, too. Thing is, we don't have anything to do with that sort of thing. We really are just here enjoying the scenery, passing through on our way to the mainland." The man hiccuped, and beer dribbled down the side of his mouth. "The scenery?" He laughed hysterically. "Okay, now I've heard everything." He finished his beer in an impressive final sip and smacked some coins down on the bar. He stood up, then nodded at Luke and Holland. "I guess you two spooks don't want to entertain an old seabird like me. Enjoy the scenery." The red-headed shipper stood and left, chuckling as he exited. 31. Wednesday, 12:37 p.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde. "What did I tell you?" Holland asked. Luke looked at him, his eyes narrowing. "I don't know, Holland. What did you tell me?" There was a smirk on Holland's face, and it took everything Luke had to not bust out laughing. "I told you everyone here is a secret government agent." He clearly said everyone here was either in shipping or a local. A few government spies, maybe. This isn't Mission Impossible, Holland, Luke said. That guy was bonkers. And racist. He was a little off his rocker, sure. And yeah, maybe over the line on the racism scale, too. He's probably had quite a colorful life, but I think he was telling the truth. Luke swirled his second beer and looked down into it before answering. He hadn't intended to drink a second one, but the first had been exactly what he'd needed. Light and crisp, with a little hoppy flavor to it that brightened up the undertones. Plus, the bartender hadn't asked. He'd just brought 2 more and set them in front of his patrons. Luke needed to be careful, though. Before too long, he was going to need some food to balance things out. Still, it seems a bit strange that he thinks anyone who doesn't look like a local or a fisherman or whatever is automatically a government secret agent. Sounds like you, actually. Holland shrugged. Yeah, I'll give you that. I was being a bit paranoid, but I think it's clear now that someone's here, keeping an eye on things. I think his point was that agents have been crawling all over this place, and now we know why. Luke nodded. It had not necessarily felt like getting hit with a ton of bricks to the head when the old red-haired man had said it, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The revelation of what might actually be going on here in Mindelo had taken him by surprise. The entire feel of the island began to fall into place.
Hey, Dad.
And there was another revelation that had come to him as well. I think my dad's company is involved with trying to find weapons dealers who operate internationally. They might even be working with the CIA or Homeland Security to bring them down. That's exactly what I think, Holland said. He drained the last bit of his beer. So your old man wanted some help finding the La Brea because he thinks it's full of illegal armaments. The type of stuff that will be sold to the highest bidder, likely some army of radicals on the African continent. Exactly, Luke said. It makes sense that they would stop here to refuel in that case, he went on, especially if it's known for being sort of a pirate's cove for smugglers. All we need now is a target destination for their final delivery. Any ideas? Holland's face was blank. He looked upward for a few seconds, then turned slightly in the bar stool and peered at Luke via the mirror on the back wall. I think it's a matter of finding those ports on the African coastline that are close enough to here, then working it back from there. If that dude was right, and if your old man is trying to track weapons transactions, then all we have to do is figure out the most likely ports for something like that to go unnoticed. You mean places like this, where they'll keep their head down? Yeah, exactly. Places where people can be bought for cheap. And that's as good a place to start as any, I guess, Luke said. And I suspect that means we're talking smaller ports. Nothing big enough to require good security and scrutiny. Maybe, Holland answered. But let's not rule those out completely. Could just be a place that has 1 or 2 people in the right roles who can be paid off. No one has to know what's inside the shipping containers at the port, remember? They can be locked up tight until they reach their final destination. Okay, that tracks. I think we can loop McDonnell in as well. It might be worth the risk now to at least get Bolivar's take on this. 32, Wednesday, 12:44 p.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde. Luke was about to pull out his wallet to pay for their second round when Holland tapped the bar, earning Luke's attention. We got more company. Luke's heart immediately began pounding, but he froze in place, overriding his natural instinct to turn around and check out the threat. He had heard the door open, but hadn't fully registered it until Holland pointed it out. He flicked his eyes up to the mirror and saw that 2 more men had indeed entered the bar, and their eyes were locked on Luke's. One of them moved to the side, coming fully into the establishment, while the other stood in the doorway as the door tried to swing shut behind him, blocking our exit. Luke ran through possible scenarios in his mind. Had the South African man they talked to earlier given up their position? Was he involved in this? Or had their odd conversation with him just been coincidental? No matter what had transpired beforehand, these men were here now for him and Holland. He had no doubt. He was still running through scenarios when he saw the man closest to him reach under his coat, a motion that instantly raised Luke's hackles. And the article of clothing he wore triggered alarm bells too, a windbreaker, a garment intended for a climate about 40 degrees cooler than they were in now. Luke reacted quickly. He slid off the bar stool and started to duck down, aiming his body for the wall where the 2 men were still sitting, deep in conversation. If he could get around the bar to the right, he could potentially find an exit in the back of the store. Out of the corner of his eye, Luke saw the man's hand come back out of the windbreaker, A small .380 pointed in his direction. Shit. Holland was already moving as well, but instead of trying to make a break for it, he had simply grabbed his empty beer bottle and chucked it, hard, directly at the man's head. Luke was moving, but at the same time he was watching the man track him across the small room with the pistol. Why hasn't he fired yet? Why didn't he shoot me right when they walked in? He saw the beer bottle miss its mark on the man's forehead, but crash onto his nose instead. The effect was possibly even more devastating than it would have been if Holland's throw had hit the target. He saw blood, and the man dropped his arm to his side without firing the pistol. To his credit, the man didn't drop it all the way to the floor, but he still backed up and used his free hand to grasp at his bleeding nose. And the second man who had entered now left his post at the door and came toward Holland. There was no weapon in his hands. Luke had no doubt Holland could take this guy one-on-one, but he wasn't about to let that happen. He changed direction, now aiming directly for the gunman. He grabbed the first thing he could find and held it up. It was a brutal, unlikely weapon, but it was going to have to do the trick. Luke grasped the rectangular metal napkin dispenser tightly in his right hand, the object surprisingly a perfect fit in his grip. He picked up speed as he barreled toward the men near the doorway. Then, at the last second, just as the first man raised his pistol again, Luke swung it up from his side, bashing the hand that grasped the gun. This time, the gun flew away. Luke continued the arc and allowed the momentum of the heavy napkin dispenser to carry his arm up above his head, only changing direction at the apex. This time, he swung downward, aiming for the man's skull. He missed as the man dodged, but still connected with his shoulder. The man fell instantly to the floor, moaning in pain. Luke glanced up and saw Holland grappling with the second man, who was putting up quite a fight against the larger ex-soldier. He had not been distracted by Luke's attack, and Holland was trying to work his way around to get the man in a headlock, but the man was so far successfully resisting. Luke couldn't get a good swing in with his new weapon without potentially hitting Holland, so he chucked the napkin dispenser aside and ran straight for the man's lower back. Luke had never played football, so he wasn't sure about proper tackling technique. Instead, he reverted to something he did know intuitively. He had been a star hockey player at West Point, and he knew full well how to throw his weight around on the ice. As it turned out, throwing weight around on the ice translated very easily to throwing weight around on land. He side-checked the man as hard as he could, sending both him and Holland flying toward the edge of the bar, near where Holland had been sitting before they arrived. Luke noticed the bartender's wide eyes, watching the display, but not yet interfering. Either this was a normal occurrence, or the man was too scared to pick up his phone and call for help. Then Luke had the fleeting realization that there very well may not be any help to call on an island like this. There was no 911 operator here. After Luke's check, Holland was able to get the upper hand on the attacker. He now had the man's arm behind his back, his other arm up above his head in a lock. Holland twisted him around and smashed his face through a glass picture frame hanging on the wall nearby. 33. Wednesday, 12:46 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. The first man recovered and made his way to the door. Luke picked himself up off of the table in the corner of the bar and ran for the door, trying to intercept him. The man slipped his grasp and shot through the opening just as Luke reached it. His fingertips brushed the man's coat and Luke stumbled, almost hitting the doorframe. He didn't look back to see how Holland was faring. He assumed the larger man would be able to take down the attacker with no more trouble, and Luke was not about to let this guy get away. He exited the bar in a sprint, turning to the right and trying to find the first attacker. He heard footsteps and noticed a small, narrow alleyway behind the building the bar was in. Luke turned and saw the man already halfway down the alleyway. He was fast, and Luke was not sure he would be able to stop him. He tried to recall the map of the island he had seen on his phone, as well as his memory of these streets as they had driven around. What he had told Holland was true. His memory was far from perfect, and unfortunately this particular piece in it was not something he could recall on demand. However, one tidbit from his drive with Holland around this block did stick out to him. He knew this alley did not go all the way through to the opposing street. While he had not seen the entrance to this alleyway before, he also did not remember a corresponding opening on the other side. Instead, it must have ended somewhere between this row of buildings and the seaside brick buildings at the other end of the block. The alleyway would connect the loading and unloading bays for all of those buildings, but he remembered that the largest building down there took up 2 parcels of land instead of 1. Luke imagined the L-shaped pattern snaking its way around the backs of the buildings on this block. He still hadn't slowed down, although he'd changed direction. By the time he reached the rental car, a plan was forming in his mind. In a few more seconds, he was pulling out of the parking lot and navigating toward the small street that ran around the block. There was no hope he could fit the car through the narrow alleyway itself, but Luke hoped his mind's top-down image of these few blocks near the port was accurate. He hoped the man would follow the alleyway to its end rather than double back or simply wait in the shadows. If he had to guess, the pair had come from the alleyway in the first place, hoping to hide their approach, and that also meant it was likely this man and his partner had a vehicle waiting for them at the end of the alley. Luke needed to beat him there. Luke steered the rental car left, ignoring the stop sign. He sped up, catching a quick glance of Holland inside the bar, still wrestling his attacker. It appeared Holland still had the upper hand, and Luke hoped he would be able to get the man pinned down and in place. After that, he wasn't sure. They didn't have handcuffs, but perhaps the bartender would have some zip ties. At the end of the block, the larger shipping building out his side window, Luke swung the car to the left once again, and the tires squealed as he sped up straight through the intersection. A small sedan honked its frustration, but Luke ignored it. He pressed the gas nearly to the floor as the car accelerated down a wider stretch of road, the ocean now on his right. Dock workers spun and stared as he passed, but he saw no signs of police or anyone else putting up a chase. There. At the end of the road, he saw his target. Two small motorcycles, barely larger than dirt bikes. They would be fast and nimble, and he realized they would make perfect escape vehicles for the attackers. They had left the bikes at the entrance to the alley, which implied that there was a locked gate or obstruction somewhere within the alley, preventing the bikes themselves from getting through. That obstruction should also slow the attackers' return. As Luke slowed the car in preparation, the man appeared near the bikes. Luke saw him look down the road and hoped the man would not be able to see him from this far away. But the man must have recognized the make and model of the vehicle. He did not hesitate. He swung a leg over the bike nearest to the alley, then fired up the engine. Luke had decelerated down in anticipation that he might have to wait for the man to appear. It seemed that would not be the case, and now Luke wished he had kept his foot on the gas. The man shot off the curb and onto the street, the tiny dirt bike's engine howling over the crashing of nearby waves. Luke had the window rolled down, and he heard the echo of both engines bouncing off the brick buildings to his left. This was the same road they had traveled down when they had first arrived, and Luke remembered the general route it took around the piers. The road would bend to the right around the port, perhaps for another 1.5 miles. After that, the street would narrow as it entered a neighborhood, eventually splitting off and becoming many more small dirt roads. He hoped to be able to catch the guy before that happened, knowing it would be nearly impossible to track the dirt bike through the narrow streets of the suburb. The motorcycle was already at its maximum speed, and Luke knew he would be able to gain on it, even with the unreliable engine of the rental car. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor now, no longer caring about police who might interfere. 34. Wednesday, 12:50 p.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde. Luke had initially planned to just subdue the attacker who had come at him in the bar, but like the old adage says, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Now he was pissed. Somebody, some group for that matter, wanted him dead. Holland had gotten sucked into it. Both of them had been attacked and chased. Both of them had nearly been splattered under the front bumper of a Chrysler. And now 2 more attackers had come at them in the bar, pointing pistols. If he had thought they had left his attackers behind in Boston, he was sorely mistaken. They wanted to kill me then, and now they've followed us over an ocean to do it. Luke wasn't having it. He clenched the steering wheel harder, wondering if he were actually capable of running someone down and killing them. In all his time as a detective, car chases, by rule, had to end with everyone still alive, or else something significant had gone horribly wrong. But Luke was no longer a detective. He no longer worked for Boston PD. For that matter, he no longer worked for the U.S. government either. And he was certainly not on U.S. soil. It didn't mean there were no rules, that ethics and morals had gone out the window. It just meant that all the training and habits he had built, the following orders and doing things by the book, had been set aside for the moment. As he bore down on the bike, the man on it looked over his shoulder at Luke. He had no helmet on, either not having time to don one before taking off, or not even bothering with it in the first place. Seeing Luke's car closing in must have frightened him, as he was able to coax a bit more horsepower from the bike. Yet it still wasn't fast enough. As the bike sped away, Luke kept the front of his car pointed toward its rear end and gunned the engine. Both vehicles dodged a slow-moving van in the right lane, and about a quarter of a mile away, Luke could see the end of the portside road. It was clear that the bike was heading directly for the neighborhood, but the man on it would have to slow down considerably before entering the dirt streets of that block. Luke didn't want to give him that opportunity. He brought the front of his car right up against the back of the bike and then nudged the steering wheel gently to the left. The effect on the much smaller vehicle was immediate and intense, and anything but gentle. The back tire of the bike clipped under Luke's bumper, pulling up the plastic lining before getting lodged beneath the actual metal frame of the rental car. There it stopped completely. The front end of the bike began squealing and howling as the front tire tried to keep up the pace, the whole thing blowing up puffs of white smoke. The impact caused the rider to yank left and right on the handlebars, eventually sending the bike on its side. Luke slammed on the brakes as the bike slid under the front end of his car. The man riding it rolled off, and Luke felt a bump as he drove over him. Luke winced, but kept control of the car as it slowed to a halt. Thankfully, there were still no cars or bystanders around, but Luke didn't want to take any chances. He needed to get this guy out of sight, then loop back around and see how Holland was faring. Abandoning the car at the side of the road, he jumped out and ran to the middle of the street where the downed biker was still lying. He saw the man clutching at his leg, not making a sound. Apparently the bump he had heard was the sound of his tires over the man's knee. Definitely should leave a mark. Part of him wanted to end it here, to allow the less developed part of his brain, the enraged part, to win and just kill the guy and be done with it. But now that he had somehow accidentally made the best out of a no-win situation, he knew he needed to try and pry some knowledge out of the guy. Luke couldn't be sure Holland would leave the other attacker in the bar alive. If we're to have any chance of extracting information, they needed one of them alive. There was something else, too. This didn't feel the same as it had in Boston. This man had not driven a Chrysler through the wall, nor had he tried to run him off the road. And Luke realized in that instant that the man had pulled a gun out, but not fired it at him. Was I overreacting and attacking him? He wondered. Did he just want to scare us for some reason? Luke ran over as the man rolled to his side and attempted to sit up. One hand reached into the air, as if pleading for mercy, but the other one reached behind the man's back. Luke was on him in an instant. He swung a fist and connected with the man's temple. The man howled in pain as he flew sideways, his head hitting the asphalt road. "Listen up, asshole," Luke hissed. "I am not in a mood to play games. Who the hell are you? Who are you two working for?" The man didn't respond, but he did try bringing his hand up from behind his back once more. Luke assumed he would have a weapon in it, even though he had already knocked the man's gun free back in the bar. This time Luke didn't take any chances. He moved around behind the man and saw him fiddling with a knife that was in a sheath on his belt. He was struggling to get it loose, no doubt because he was sitting on the blade itself, locking it into the sheath. With his knee smashed, he was going to have a tough time getting the weapon out without rolling over, which would only put him in a more vulnerable position. Luke almost laughed. It was comical how pitiful it was. Instead, he brought himself to his knees and grabbed the man's arm by looping his own under his armpit, then hauled him to his feet. What are you doing?" "Shut up." Luke pulled him toward the rental car, then opened the back door. He didn't have to push. The man fell against his own weight, landing on the seat and nearly hitting his head on the small car's roof. Luke waited for the guy to slide farther into the car, then reached in and grabbed the knife from its sheath. "Hey, I said shut it," Luke warned. "One word and I'll run your other knee over and dump you into the bay. We'll see how well you can swim then." 35. Wednesday, 1:17 p.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde. "We're not going to, torture him, are we?" Holland asked. Luke shot Holland a glance. Holland shrugged, resuming his awkward pacing around the tiny hotel room that barely allowed him to stand at his full height. He wasn't claustrophobic, but he wondered if spending too long in a space like this might turn him. Back in the bar, Holland had tried to get his attacker to the ground and out of commission, but the man had twisted around, clocked Holland on the nose with a meaty fist, then sprung up and run out of the bar before he could do anything about it. By the time Holland had recovered, the man was gone. He'd tried running into the small parking lot in front of the bar, but hadn't seen anything that might lead him in the direction of the attacker. Holland hadn't been sure what to do with himself at that point, so he turned back to the bartender and ordered another beer. It was $1, so if he didn't have time to finish it, he figured it wasn't the end of the world. There had been no point in trying to call Luke, who had already run off after his own attacker, and he figured he'd call him when he was finished with it all. He'd decided to give Luke until the end of his third beer, but it had only taken 10 minutes before Holland's cell phone was ringing. Luke had given him the news then, that he had hit the back of the motorcycle and sent the man flying, injuring his knee and effectively taking him out of the fight. Luke hadn't stopped there, however. He'd dragged the man into the back seat of the rental car and hauled him back to the hotel, keeping eyes on him in the rearview mirror the whole time. Once there, Holland had met Luke and helped carry the guy up to Luke's room. He hadn't needed to be tied. The poor guy couldn't even walk, and Luke had stripped him of his only other weapon, a knife in a sheath on his belt. Added to that were Luke's and Holland's guns, which they'd kept in full view of the man's face, silently begging him to not comply. If the man tried to crawl away on his elbows or call for help, it would be answered by a bullet. Still, although he had attacked him and Luke, and could be part of the group that had tried to kill them already, Holland was not comfortable with physical interrogation. Luke couldn't be sure the man deserved it, and even if he did, Holland was not the guy for the job. He had always been queasy about things like that, opting instead for it to happen elsewhere, out of sight and out of mind. In the service, he'd been happy to pull the trigger and take an enemy combatant out of the fight, but when it came to torturing people to extract information, it was another story. He silently hoped Luke was the same way. "No, I have no interest in torturing the guy," Luke finally answered, "but we do need information. We need to know what he knows." Holland glanced over at the man sitting in the chair. He seemed to be in slightly less pain now, having calmed down from the exertion of getting up here, and was breathing steadily. He was either fighting through the immense pain, or had been trained well enough to focus his thoughts elsewhere. The man met Holland's gaze. "You ain't going to tell us anything, though, are you?" Holland asked. The man raised an eyebrow. "I never said that, and I could ask you the same thing." "Yeah!" Holland looked at Luke with a quizzical expression on his face, but continued, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" The man shrugged. "It means exactly what it sounds like. What are you two doing here? And why so jumpy? I mean, I get that I came in all wrong, pointing a gun and all, but I just wanted a word with you. With him, really." He glanced at Luke, and Holland looked over as well. "Seems odd that the first time you two try to even figure out who I am or what I'm doing is after you've tried to kill me and my partner." "How do you know we didn't kill your partner?" Holland asked, trying to puff himself up and put a little fear back into the smaller, injured man in the chair. The man shook his head. "Check my pocket, idiots. There's a cell phone there. It's been vibrating non-stop since you abducted me. And guess who the only person on the planet is who knows the number?" Instead of doing what the man told him, Luke spoke up. "We're looking for something, and you aren't the first person who's tried to kill us." The man snickered. "First of all, I wasn't trying to kill anyone. And second, no shit, Sherlock. Everyone here is looking for something. We're looking for a boat." Holland once again glanced over at Luke, this time with a confused look on his face. He never knew how to conduct himself in these sorts of situations, which was part of the reason he was uncomfortable with it all. He was not a trained negotiator and certainly not an interrogator, but it seemed to him like Luke had just spilled the beans on their entire reason for being here. He wondered how that played into their hands, if it did at all. "A boat? Plenty of boats around." "A very specific one, the La Brea." The man didn't answer, but stared daggers through Luke as he nodded. "And why exactly are you looking for this particular boat?" Now it was Luke's turn to pause. Holland waited, feeling the awkward moment slip into one that felt more strategic. He knew Luke had been a detective, and had been with Army intelligence before that, so he had a feeling his friend knew how to conduct himself in a situation like this. Finally, Luke spoke again. Holland sensed Luke was giving up a bit of information to set the stage, to tell the man they were willing to negotiate. "Who'd you say you were working for, and why are you guys after us? We noticed a few more of your type running around town." "Of my type?" "Government, espionage, agents, whatever you call yourselves. Guys trying to look incognito but not doing so well at it." The man laughed again. "Is that what you think this is? You think something dark and controversial is happening here and there's some giant government operation in play? Look, I don't know who you've been talking to, man, but if you think this place is crawling with feds, you're mistaken. You don't know how these things work. Doesn't answer my question, Luke said. Are you one of them? A Fed? The man paused, seeming to contemplate how to answer this question. He looked at Holland, then back at Luke as he spoke. Yeah, sure. I guess you could say that. Good, now we're getting somewhere. Now, second question. Why are you after us? Right, back to this one, the man said, sounding annoyed. Why exactly do you think we are after you? The man responded. I was here first. My partner and I have been for months now. Then you guys get here, clearly looking to kick some hornet's nest to see what might fall out. Now I hear you're after one of the best-known smuggling vessels in the region? Tell me, why shouldn't I be after you? Holland chewed the inside of his lip. This last bit was news to him, and he knew it was news to Luke as well. Both men had assumed that the La Brea had been involved in something unscrupulous. After all, why else would Luke's father have been interested in it? But to have it so clearly spelled out by this guy, stated as a fact and no longer speculation, that was something new entirely. 36. Wednesday, 1:20 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. Contraband, then? Holland asked. He had stopped pacing and was now standing by Luke's side, arms crossed as he looked down at their captive audience. Because of the events of that day and his haste to get this guy talking, Luke had not been able to pay attention to the details of the room. He noticed for the first time now the space they were in. Rattan furniture, held together with bits of aging twine, a bedspread that looked older than the hotel itself, with a paper-thin comforter on top, and a lamp on a bedside table, with a lampshade that matched the wallpaper. Besides the television, which seemed to have been purchased back in the 1970s, there was nothing else in the room, no desk or table, just a bed, a chair, and an end table with the lamp and television. But it was simple, sufficient, especially since they were using it as an interrogation room instead of a hotel room. Come on, the agent said. You guys know the answer to that question. Have you been paying attention to what's going on in the world? The stuff the La Brea's shipping is going directly into the hands of those guerrilla armies in Senegal, but you already know that or we wouldn't be here. Stop screwing around, stop playing with me. Why are you here? Like we told you, Luke said. We're looking for the La Brea. Luke could tell the man was exasperated, but to his credit, he didn't give up the ruse. He could now see the professional hidden inside the injured man, likely having trained for situations such as this. He was not tied to the chair, but Luke knew they still had the upper hand over him. One of his legs was useless, and he didn't have a weapon on him. As long as he and Holland kept their distance, this man was harmless. That meant the only bargaining chip he could have were the words that came out of his mouth. The man sighed. Look, I've got a partner who's wondering where I am. If I don't turn up in an hour or so, he starts poking around, making calls. You think this place is crawling with feds now? Wait until then. We're not torturing you, Luke said, shrugging. Just trying to have an honest conversation. And for the record, we're not going to keep you here against your will either. The man shook his head, smiling and looking down at his lap. Okay, I'll bite. I don't understand. I was sent here to keep an eye on the goings-on in the town, the illegal shipments, all of that. My partner and I were given a lead that 2 Americans, you guys, were suddenly sniffing around in this hellhole as well. But none of this adds up. You don't work for who I work for, because if you did, we wouldn't have to have this conversation. And since you ran me down and nearly killed me, I'm starting to think you're not just looking for a boat. Finally, you're telling me that you only want to have a chat, and that you're not going to even try to force information out of me? Luke stepped forward. Are you asking me to torture you? The man held up both palms. Let's not get any ideas. It doesn't make sense, that's all. I don't have any leverage to get you to start talking, but it's in your own best interest to tell me why you're here. You're American, I'm American. We can start there. At least convince me we're on the same team. Maybe it's as innocent as you say, that you're just looking for some boat because you two are fans of small regional freighters or something. I've seen weirder, but I doubt that's what this is. And what happens if we don't tell you anything? Holland asked. Luke nodded. It was a smart move, testing the theory to find out who really had the upper hand here. If this agent was any good, he'd have something in the way of a plan, even though it seemed he had nothing. Luke knew these guys were always playing multiple options, sometimes all at once. Well, as we're all aware, there's not much I'm going to be able to do to you myself, but like I said, I do have a partner. This is a smaller city than you might think, so it's only a matter of time before he gets a solid lead. He's going to be pissed when he sees me like this. Hell, he just might take it upon himself to call in the cavalry anyway. And who's the cavalry in the situation? CIA, FBI operating out of your jurisdiction, DEA? The man stared up at Luke for a long moment. He could sense the silent maneuvering taking place on both sides, posturing for position, jockeying for a strategy that would play out with one man, the victor, over the other. Both men wanted a victory, and both men knew that an information exchange like this was delicate. Give the other party too much and it could incriminate themselves. Give them too little and it would only lead to speculation and assumption. Homeland Security, actually. HSI. Name's Rochefort. Luke's lips parted slightly before he realized it. It shouldn't have surprised him to hear this, assuming the man was telling the truth. But it was still shocking. Apparently the La Brea had been loaded down with weapons, destined for some African port. He had mentioned Senegal and guerrilla soldiers. Was that what this was all about? Was this what Luke's father was investigating? Luke continued, "But you guys, your team anyway, were after me long before I stepped off the plane. Hell, back in Boston, you tried to ram a car through me. Why?" Rochefort shook his head slowly. "Look, I've got no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds fun. Don't play dumb. You and I both know there's no time for that. Why is the U.S. government trying to take out its own citizens? Why is it such a big deal that I'm looking for the La Brea?" The man's eyebrows rose. "You actually believe that, don't you? You think I, or someone from Homeland Security, was there? Was chasing you in the States? Hell, I don't even know what city you guys got here from. I was told to come over to the bar and figure out why you're snooping around the La Brea and the port. I decided to lead with the gun thing because there was effectively zero chance you were innocent. Turns out I wasn't far off. No one randomly stumbles onto this island, looking for the exact freighter that's come under massive scrutiny for weapons trafficking in Africa. That's not an accident, so please, tell me why I shouldn't just have my partner bring you two in. 37 to Wednesday, 1:22 p.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde." Holland's head was beginning to hurt, and he noticed Luke squeezing the area above the bridge of his nose between two fingers. His left shoulder also hung a bit lower than the other, and Holland wondered how his injury was holding up. This was all spiraling out of control. Who was after who? It seemed on the surface that they all wanted the same thing, to find the La Brea. Holland realized that could actually be a viable strategy. If they got an opportunity to get this man, Rochefort, on their side, if only for a moment, they might be able to get some help. Luke still hadn't played their trump card, that Luke's father was somehow involved in all this. That was likely because they didn't know exactly how his dad was involved, or why he had sent them halfway across the world to find the ship. Just as Holland opened his mouth, Luke beat him to the punch. "It's pretty clear there's been a misunderstanding," Luke said. "Seems like we're both looking for the same thing." "How's that, you figure?" Rochefort asked. "What I'm looking for is staring me right in the face." "The La Brea," Luke said. "We're trying to find that ship. You're trying to find the people who are hiding it. Is that about right?" The man pondered this with a tilt of his head. "Not too far off, I suppose, but that doesn't mean we're on the same side here. Everything I've seen, hell, everything you've admitted to so far, just makes me more suspicious you are the ones hiding it." "I'm not suggesting we hold hands and ride into the sunset together," Luke said. "I am merely trying to convince you that we're not enemies. Hell, I'll give you my phone number if you want. You want to track me? Go right ahead. I've got nothing to hide." "Then why do you need to find the La Brea?" the man asked. Luke smiled. "Okay, so I've got a little bit to hide. I'm not ready to open that particular can of worms. But it's really none of your concern. And trust me, it's not anything that's going to stand in the way of your investigation. Call it a personal interest of sorts." Rochefort shook his head. "Not good enough. That's not a report I have the luxury of writing. Random Americans assured me that they are interested in finding the illegal weapons trafficker La Brea. As a matter of personal interest, therefore, I extracted myself from the mission field and let them go their merry way." Holland stifled a laugh. "Fine," Luke said. He put his hands up in mock surrender. "But that doesn't change anything. I'm not going to chase you, and I'm not going to answer any more of your questions about the La Brea. Have your buddy pick you up here. You want answers? Keep tabs on us. You want to bring us in? Go for it. But at least let us try to track this thing down." "Who are you working for?" Rochefort asked. "I gave you mine. Now you give me yours." "Ned." Luke shook his head. "Sorry, man. No acronym I can give you. Why? Because there isn't one, Luke said. I'm on my own on this one. My friend here came along to help out. That it then? Private eye sort of thing? Someone gave you the case? You're just doing your job, trying to stay out of the spotlight? Pretty much, yeah, Luke said. Like I said, I've got nothing to hide. When this is all said and done, we can even get beers and laugh about it. Until then, stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours. Rochefort took a deep breath, held it, then let it out slowly. Holland thought he could see a brief flash of pain in the man's eyes. He knew the man would need medical attention. He wasn't losing blood, but his knee had been shattered sufficiently to cause severe and lasting damage. There was a good chance he would never walk normally again. In that moment, Holland felt pity for him. Rochefort had only been doing his job, and he sounded like he was one of the good guys, trying to find and stop the illegal trafficking of weapons around the world. I doubt that, Rochefort said finally. If you're looking for the La Brea, you're definitely in my way. And the rest of my team, if they get involved, won't be held back by a broken knee. They're not going to bother chatting you up, got it? Look, if I'm yanking your chain, you can take us down at any time. But we're not a threat to you, and we're not trying to interfere. We want the same thing, at least right now. Do your job, and let me do mine. Everyone wins. Holland felt the conversation was coming to a close, and he knew Luke would be anxious to get back out there and continue their search. But something in the man's eyes told him they were about to get information from their captive they had not planned for. Rochefort smiled with half his mouth, squinting his eyes up at Luke and Holland. You believe that? You think there's a possible outcome in a situation like this that's non-zero sum? Where there's only winners? Luke didn't respond, and Holland waited for the punchline. Your buddy here is older than you, from the looks of it. So I'd guess he's got a bit more experience as well. But you seem to have been around the block a few times too. You know how this should work. Good guys win, bad guys lose, right? Rinse, repeat, America. But here's the deal, and your friend can attest to it since he's probably experienced it firsthand. Maybe you have too. Not only does there not have to be a loser, more often than not, even winning feels a lot like losing. There are just several gradations of loser and winner. The winner is the guy who's lost the least by the end of it. If there ever is an end to it, Holland muttered. See, he gets it. Rochefort's face immediately reverted to the stoic, calm expression, breathing steadily and slowly. He had said his piece, and now he was done. In a way, Holland appreciated that. Holland looked over at Luke. There wasn't much else to be done here, so he wondered what Luke was thinking. After a long moment, Luke let out a sigh. Fair enough. You got our attention, HSI, and it seems like we've gotten yours. Call your partner and tell him what room you're in. I know you noticed it on the way in. We'll book another one later on, if we're still around. If you're still around, what is that? We're finished here, Luke said, cutting him off. He turned on a heel and marched toward the door. Holland had no choice but to follow. Wait a minute. Tell me where you're going next. I might be able to... Luke waited long enough for Holland to exit the room. Then he turned and slammed the door shut before the man inside could finish the sentence. In the hallway, Holland's mind was racing. He was trying to figure out what had just happened. Luke's demeanor had seemingly changed in an instant. It was like he knew something no one else did. You going to tell me what that last part was all about? Holland asked. Luke was smiling as he looked up at the taller man. That guy was good. Tried hard not to play his hand, but he went all in. Had no choice but to flip his cards up and put them on the table. What are you talking about besides terrible poker strategy? Not here, Luke said, motioning left and right in the hallway. Let's get a move on. We've got a plane to catch. 38. Wednesday, 1:30 p.m., Mindelo, Cape Verde. Denise Smith was trying to make sense of what she had just seen. Over the last few hours, she had tracked Luke Preston and Jackson Holland to a hotel, then to a small neighborhood bar. She had stayed inside her car, having chosen a Ford Explorer that was neither large nor obnoxious, yet big enough to let her hide inside of it. She had slouched down in the seat while Luke and Holland got off their airplane, then again as they reached the hotel and eventually the bar nearby. She had peered out through the slightly tinted windows as Luke and Holland entered the bar. After an hour or so, she saw two other men enter. Moments later, one of them ran out, chased by Luke Preston himself. She had stared slack-jawed as the incident unfolded. Denise had watched on as Luke had gotten into his vehicle, leaving Holland behind in the bar, and she had then followed Luke around the block and onto the small port-side highway, staying about 2 blocks behind. Keeping track of him was simple, as there were hardly any other cars on the road. Denise continued tailing Luke all the way back to the hotel he and Holland had booked their rooms in. There, Holland had helped Luke carry the man into the hotel. She was watching it now, waiting for whatever was happening inside to end. Were they killing him, she wondered? She didn't think it fit Preston's persona, but then again she wasn't sure she really knew Luke Preston. He was obviously here for some nefarious purpose, so why was it out of the question that he might want to take out someone who had tried to attack or threaten him? Just when she thought things couldn't get any weirder, she saw a second man, the same man who had joined the biker in the bar, walk toward the hotel, then stop and wait across the street. Holland and Luke both reappeared at the same moment, walking out of the hotel where they stood in front of it, discussing something she couldn't hear. She couldn't see their lips well enough to read them. As she watched, the second man approach the hotel, stared at Holland and Luke for a few seconds, then walked into the hotel without saying a word. Strange, she thought. Neither Luke nor Holland had tried to stop the man, but she was confident they had all seen each other. She knew they had at least recognized one another, and it was the middle of the afternoon. Plenty of light. What game are you playing, Preston? Why had they not even approached the man? Why had he simply been allowed to walk by, as if he were no different than a casual tourist? Luke and Holland rounded the corner and disappeared out of her sight, but then she saw them drive away in the rental car a few moments later. She was about to proceed with following them when she noticed the 2 other men exiting the hotel. The second man who had entered was holding the other man, his partner, under his arm, helping him out the hotel and down the front steps. She brought the phone up to her ear, dialing the number she had memorized. She needed to check in with McDonnell as well, who would be eager for an update on Luke and Holland. That update would need to be far more tight-lipped. She would leave out the details of the 2 men and the car chase until she knew what she was dealing with. She also would withhold her working theory of what was happening from McDonnell. Denise had a gut feeling she knew what Preston was attempting, but she wanted to be sure before she dropped it onto her boss's lap. The phone connected and her handler answered. She didn't wait for the man to speak, nor did she preface the conversation with any pleasantries. I have an update, she said. She kept her report simple and succinct, just as she'd been trained. There was always a chance that someone was eavesdropping on the line, and that was a chance that had to be weighed against the risk of not reporting anything at all. Preston and Holland have been meeting with a third party, identity unknown, status unknown. 2 men about the same age range. I'm pursuing Holland and Preston, but note extra players in the field. Affirmative, came her handler's response. What's your gut say? He's likely playing both sides, sir. I think it's worse than we feared. Understood. We'll need to confirm, of course, so keep up with them. Anything else? She shook her head, then remembered she had to verbalize it. Negative. Detailed report to follow through encrypted channel. I am pursuing the rental car now and will check in as scheduled tomorrow. Her handler hung up without saying goodbye, and she let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. It was exhilarating, all this espionage work. She knew the majority of the job with the CIA would be a bit more dull, watching, waiting, fighting boredom and impatience. But it was all leading to an inevitable endgame, one she could only barely see in the distance. And until that endgame became less blurry, the players themselves and their roles more in focus, her job was to sit tight and simply observe. She had always been an information gatherer, but now she was on the front lines. And just as she had been trained, that information had a knack of presenting itself in full view if one was simply patient and clever enough to allow for it. She brought the phone to her mouth and began dictating an email to McDonnell. Luke and Holland have gotten themselves tied up with the locals, it seems, but they are still moving. I'm following close behind, but being careful not to spook them. I'll keep you posted on where they are. She reread the email, corrected a few typos, then sent it. 39. Wednesday, 1:51 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. Luke couldn't help but feel excitement and optimism. He hadn't cracked the case yet. The La Brea was still a ghost. But he felt confident that they were on the right track now. The man from Homeland Security Investigations had inadvertently given them a clue. He said the weapons in the La Brea are going to Senegal. Yeah. Right, to the guerrilla army there or something like that, Holland said. We need to do more research on the plane. If we can get service up there, I'd like to know as much as possible about this war. Noted and agreed. So we're flying to Senegal then? Luke shook his head. Care to explain why? Luke was hardly listening as he drove. He said the weapons were going to Senegal, Luke said, repeating himself. You already said that. Yet we're not going to... Because the La Brea isn't going to Senegal, Luke said. It was never going to Senegal. That's why my dad and the U.S. government, guys like the HSI guy and his partner, can't find it. They're still looking for the obvious things, doing the obvious stuff. They know this place is a hotbed of illegal weapons shipping, so they've set up shop here. They know the La Brea is heading to Africa to help arm an uprising or something, so they're focusing on the place it's happening. There's a war in Senegal. Both sides are fighting it out for regional ownership or whatever, so that means the weapons will eventually have to end up in Senegal. Holland stared at him, one of his bushy eyebrows rising up his forehead. So, why exactly do you think the La Brea is not heading for Senegal? Luke laughed. Well, there's the obvious reason. If it were heading to Senegal, we all would have found it by now, you know what I mean? It's a small ship, but it's still a damn ship, Holland. A really big boat. It's probably difficult to hide something that size, even if you're trying really hard. We know at least Homeland Security is looking for them, and we can assume that, since my old man's involved, there are other U.S. entities involved, not to mention foreign ones who might stand to lose something if those weapons get to their destination. So why haven't they found it? It was a rhetorical question, but Holland answered anyway. Because it's not going to Senegal. Luke nodded, but he still hadn't revealed the real clue. I started thinking about it a lot when he mentioned Senegal. I remembered the weirdo back at the bar saying there was a lot of political unrest between Senegal and the Gambia, which is just a little sliver inside Senegal, surrounded by the larger country. It didn't strike me as important until the HSI agent mentioned it in the hotel room. Now it makes perfect sense. What makes perfect sense? Holland's voice emphasized the first word, and Luke knew he was beginning to feel frustrated. Okay, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just excited about this, that's all. Anyway, do you remember when we talked with McDonnell back at the hotel in Boston? Bolivar and McDonnell sent that video, and there was an audio feed as well. Holland nodded again. That's why we thought they were African. We could hear their accents. Exactly, Luke said. They sounded like they were from West Africa, but from an English-speaking country, one that was, at least at one point in the past, under British rule. English, but with an African sound to it? Yes, Luke said, the kind of accent you'd have if you grew up speaking English in the Gambia. 40. Wednesday, 2:05 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. Denise sucked in a deep breath. This was the moment. This was what she had been preparing for. It was nothing but a phone call, but it was a phone call that needed to be handled with a rehearsed precision. She had hoped McDonnell would be content with her short email, but she should have known better. He was an analyst, just like she was, and he would be dying for more data. He'd responded almost immediately after she'd sent the short email. Call me was his even shorter response, and she was doing that now. She cleared her throat and brought the phone up to her ear, already hearing it connect. This is McDonnell. She stuttered, then swallowed, then started again. Hey, it's me. Sorry had to pick up another burner when I left the U.S. Oh, Smith. Good to hear from you. No problem. Probably more secure that way anyway. You have no idea, she thought. Just checking in, like my email said. I've been tailing Luke and Holland for about a day. Right. Any reason to think he suspects? She shook her head while answering. Negative, no, they haven't seen me. I've kept out of the way. Good, McDonnell said. Worst case, they see you and start asking some gentle questions. But tell them the truth, if that's the case. You're there to keep them safe, especially if they do find someone who's still interested in harming them. She frowned while staring at the wall. She had found the hole-in-the-wall restaurant near the airport after following Luke and Holland there. It was so well hidden from view, there were no other patrons inside, and she doubted Holland and Luke would accidentally walk in there if they were planning to purchase another flight out. She was positive they wouldn't be leaving the airport unless it was on a plane. She assumed they would be heading to the African continent, but she had not yet worked out the specifics. Where exactly were they headed? And why? And if that was their destination, why had they stopped here in the first place? The pause after McDonnell's statement grew, and Denise suddenly felt the urge to be a bit more truthful with her boss. McDonnell, I've got to be honest. When you first put me on this mission, I thought it was just a way to prove I can operate undercover without being made. There was another pause. Well, that's pretty much exactly why I put you on this case, Smith. Not to mention I'm concerned Luke's going to get himself killed, poking around on his own like that. Why? Well, sir, she began, I've been observing Luke closely since the attacks in Boston, and I have to admit, it seems like he's bitten off more than he can chew. I don't think he's in immediate danger or anything, but... And that's the next reason why I've got you on it. If push comes to shove, you're the first line of backup after Holland. You're there to support him if he does get in over his head. Preston's a damned good detective, and Holland is a damned good soldier, but I worry that together, the pair might just scuff up so much trouble for themselves, even they won't be able to shoot their way out of it. Yeah, that what seems to be what I'm observing. Can you be more specific? McDonnell asked. This was it, the moment she had dreaded. How to tell McDonnell the truth about Luke's activities without completely spilling the beans and letting him in on the fact that she was working for a much larger organization as well. She refused to lie, but she had long ago learned to skirt the line between lies and a bit of truth-bending, as well as how to dodge the truth when necessary. The truth was that according to her observations, and what the CIA knew of the man already, Luke was apparently working with some shady individuals, and she assumed trafficking was involved somehow, either drugs or weapons, or even humans. Even then, she legitimately had no idea who the players were, and she had no way to prove her theory until she followed Preston and Holland to the end. Her thin package of intelligence from the CIA had told her that, based on what this place was known for and its close proximity to Africa, Preston and Holland were searching for a shipment of illegal weapons. This went against the seemingly innocent objective Preston had stated to McDonnell, that he was simply searching for information on his father, who wanted him to find a ship called the La Brea. Finally, she spoke again. Well, there's been action, a car chase at least. I'll have a full report filed and... Smith, spit it out, McDonnell said. I can hear the hesitation in your voice. You think Luke's in trouble? She swallowed again, trying to dislodge the lump in her throat that had found its way there over the past couple of minutes. Well, sir, I'm afraid he might be causing the trouble. There was a chuckle before McDonnell's voice returned. That does sound like Preston. Hopefully he's... No, sir, she cut in. I'm saying I believe that Luke Preston and Jackson Holland, apparently, have a different mission than the one he gave to us. I don't think he's trying to find a boat simply to appease his estranged father. And why do you think that? Because I'm with the CIA, and I know that the La Brea fits the profile of a smuggling vessel with a crew made up of morally questionable individuals. Because there's a team that has been tracking its every movement for the past 3 years, up until it disappeared during its most recent voyage toward Africa. Because I'm not just working for you, I'm working for the CIA. She obviously didn't state any of this out loud. Call it a hunch, she said. He and Holland work quite well together, in my opinion. Like an old partnership. But that's just it. Holland seemed rather eager to fly halfway around the world, purely to help Luke find a boat. And Luke doesn't seem to care how much this whole mission is costing him. I understand he's independently wealthy now and all that, but still, it seems excessive. She heard McDonnell sigh. So you think there's more brewing under the surface? She nodded and confirmed aloud. Yes, I do. I don't know exactly what yet, but I don't think my role here is going to be as simple as providing backup if he needs it. She decided not to add the clarifying statement that she might end up fighting against Luke and Holland instead. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. I understand, McDonnell said. I've got Bolivar twiddling his thumbs over here trying to find something to do. Maybe we can get him to dig up some information on Luke. He vetted Holland back before I hired him for the Puerto Rico deal, but I haven't yet put Luke through the same level of scrutiny. I didn't think I needed to, but I guess it can't hurt to know everything. Ned! Smith smiled down at the cup of coffee the waiter had brought over. She appreciated this about McDonnell. He might be partial to his friends, but he was also loyal to his country. She didn't think it would be a betrayal of trust to run a check on Luke Preston, but it would still feel wrong. To McDonnell, though, it didn't matter. He would do it, because it would keep his team safe. And she knew there was no way Bolivar was sitting behind his stupid amount of monitors, twiddling his thumbs. There were at least 5 open case files their small team was currently tackling, ranging from a terrorist strike in Dubai to a strange pumping of oil stocks of a Canadian company that was tied to a Saudi Arabian terrorist group. McDonnell's 3-person team was actually busier than they had ever been, no doubt thanks to news of their previous successes reaching higher levels on the Hill. McDonnell's hack team had turned out to be the perfect blend of tactics and maneuverability, and it provided whoever was up above paying for it all with a good veil of plausible deniability to hide behind. Their cases weren't necessarily top secret, but their existence was mostly off the books. She had grown to like him, and therefore she had grown to trust his judgment. Luke Preston had come in with nearly zero vetting, at least by her or Bolivar, which had seemed strange at the time, but she knew better than to question McDonnell. The two were apparently old friends, and Luke had obviously been through a lot. She secretly hoped Preston came out the other side clean, if only for McDonnell's sake. But the more she saw of Luke's and Holland's dealings out here, the more she questioned her judgment of Preston's character. 41. Wednesday, 3:26 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde. Unfortunately for Holland, the only plane they could find leaving the island for the Gambia was no larger than a matchbox, and seemed to be about as old as he was. When they boarded to find their seats, Holland realized that it didn't just seem old, it was old. The seats were surprisingly spacious, but that was likely due to the fact that they had all been installed sometime in the 1970s and had not been touched since then. Decades of commercial flights operated by corporate money grabbers had eventually resulted in more modern iterations of these planes being fitted with dozens more rows of seats, causing the legroom and spaciousness to effectively disappear. Somehow, this plane had escaped those renovations. If it was going to go down in flames, at least they'd be comfortable. Holland whistled as they walked down the aisle and found their row. He could still smell the years of nicotine and smoke adhered to the worn cloth of the seat covers. Luke laughed and shook his head, sitting in the seat nearest the aisle, across from Holland's. "You really do like riding in style, don't you?" Holland asked. "What? I'm sure she's a great bird. And she's got more experience, clearly. She'll fly just as well as a newer plane." "You say that before we've gotten to hear the engines turn on?" As he spoke, someone in the cockpit started the plane's engines. Holland could swear he felt the ground shift beneath him as the engines began rattling and sputtering to life. He imagined them coughing thick black clouds of smoke as they learned to breathe air once again. He forced himself not to think about the sad state of the engines and focused next on his seatbelt. That, it turned out, did not exist. He squeezed his eyes shut. He wasn't afraid of flying, but he considered adopting the sentiment. He tried not to think about the crew and pilots as well, if they were any younger or in better shape than the plane they were about to attempt to fly. Holland and Luke were the only passengers on board, and the only two people in the cabin, save for the two flight attendants sitting in the front row, talking back and forth without so much as a glance at Luke and Holland as they'd passed by in the aisle. Should be an interesting ride, he thought. At least it was short. It would be no more than 2 hours to Banjul, Gambia, including a refueling in Dakar, Senegal. "While we're stuck in this flying tin can," Holland said, "let's get on the same page. I think we need a sense of the game, as it stands now, and the players on the field." "You got it," Luke said. He looked up from his phone and across the aisle at Holland. "What's your assessment so far?" Holland dove in. "Well, for starters, we now know the La Brea is carting illegal weapons. Guns, ammunition, the sort of thing that makes big bucks on the black market. Makes sense that they have a crew of regulars. They probably own shares in the boat itself, if I had to guess." "That's a good call," Luke said, "which will only entice them to keep their boat and its haul hidden and out of sight from guys like my old man." "Right," Holland said, "which brings us to him. So far, we assume that your father is trying to find the La Brea, because he sent us out here to help. He needs to get to the La Brea, which tells me he is most likely working with something like Homeland Security, like the HSI guy we found." Luke nodded. "That's my assumption as well, but it's likely they're two arms of the same larger organization, one that's so big, one hand doesn't know what the other's doing. My dad's company, for example, could be some sort of think tank that works for Homeland Security or the Department of Defense, trying to stop the illegal weapons trade happening on ships like the La Brea. Either way, I think their job is to track down vessels like the La Brea and bring them to justice." "But has it occurred to you that your father's company might be nothing but a smokescreen? I mean, they barely have a website or phone number." "I don't think so," Luke answered. "They have every reason to want to stay as hidden as the people they're tracking. They don't want people knowing that they're onto them. You've already pointed out how easy it is for someone with a trained eye to pick out government agents in places like this. My guess is My old man, and that company, whoever he works with, aren't spies, or even trained by government agencies. They're probably ex-military or even civilians trained to poke around and to be discreet. Then, when they've collected enough intel to be sure they're onto something, they call in the big guns. Because they look like regular folks, no one will be any the wiser. Holland was nodding. And we already know the US government is redundant to the point of being inefficient. They have a vested interest in bringing down illegal weapons runners. So it's possible they've got Homeland Security, the CIA, and companies like your father's all on the mission, without each group knowing the other group's movements. Yeah, Luke said. Not just possible, likely. After 9/11s, there was a massive shift of funding toward being more proactive about that sort of thing at the government level. Holland nodded again. You know, it makes even more sense now that your father would ask for your help in finding the La Brea. How so? Luke's eyebrow rose as he asked the question. Well, I mean, if they don't want to look like men in black wherever they go poking around for ships like the La Brea, why not get you on the case as well? He can benefit from anything you kick up, then swoop in with his team and take down the La Brea when the timing is right. Luke rubbed his chin. That could be. It actually makes a lot of sense. You and I aren't spies, so there's no way we'd look like spies out there in the field. If anyone's watching for guys like that, we won't fit the bill, and these groups have carte blanche to do whatever it takes to complete the assignment, including getting their detective son and his soldier friend involved. It checks out, Holland said. But then, why did those two actual spies come banging through the door at the bar? And how come we have been sticking out like sore thumbs wherever we go? Luke shook his head, looking out the window. When he turned, Holland sensed fear in the younger man's eyes. I have a feeling it's because we're missing something. Something huge. He paused for a second, then continued. Someone blew up my house. It doesn't seem likely that the US government, or any organization I know of within it, would go to that deal of trouble to take me out. Besides, they would have far better and more efficient ways to do it. Right, Holland said. It seems excessive. So I think there's someone else involved, someone acting outside the agencies. That would explain why everyone has been a little standoffish in regards to the whole La Brea thing. If it were as simple as we originally thought, those two HSI dudes would have just read us in and told us what's what. Instead, we got cross-examined. They have no more idea of who is legitimately involved in this thing than we do. They might have been one step ahead, but they're not anymore. And he was as eager to let us go without trouble as we were to release him. That tells me they're still unsure about us, but they're not convinced we're the actual threat. And it also explains why the island was crawling with what I thought were spies or agents. They probably were agents of some sort, though not necessarily working for the US government, Holland said, catching up quickly. Maybe another government, Luke said, and probably a few of them working for whoever this third party is that we don't know about yet, Holland added. That's how they've been able to track us the whole time. They've already been in the places we were going because they're protecting their interests in the La Brea and the ships like it. Luke didn't respond, and Holland racked his brain. They were still missing something. They're organized, whoever they are, Luke said suddenly, and well-funded. 42 to Wednesday, 3:41 p.m. Mindelo, Cape Verde? Holland smiled. But you're a famous detective, Preston. How do you go about figuring out who it is then? If we can figure out who's after us, we can potentially figure out how to get the jump on them, or at least stay well enough out of their way so I don't have another black Chrysler rammed up my ass. Good question, Luke said. The answer has to start with one thing, a motive. Why are they trying to stop us? Why do they want me dead? Assuming they think we know all there is to know about the La Brea, what would that mean for them? Luke stared up at the old ceiling of the fuselage's interior. The paint was chipped and peeling back in places, but it was latex-based, so it was simply sagging in most spots. The entire ceiling looked like a nitrile glove that had once been tightly stretched across the plane from front to back, then had been left to loosen over time. Weapons, arms dealing, black market, illegal contraband, Holland said. All these keywords I've been reciting in my head over and over again. Any one of those things is a potential moneymaker, the kind of thing an organization would want to keep wrapped up very tightly. Add them all together, and you got a recipe for getting really antsy anytime someone comes knocking. Exactly, Luke said. Which means we might at least have a working theory, if not a full-blown motive. These guys are organized. We know they have enough money to throw it through glass doors and off bridges in the shape of very expensive cars. And we know they have a seemingly unlimited supply of soldiers. However you shake it, that's expensive and takes a lot of resources. I think you're on the right track. We're dealing with a group that very badly wants to keep the La Brea out of sight and out of mind. They'd need to make sure no one is looking for them, and anyone who might be gets eliminated immediately. These guys could be the buyers, wanting whatever it is the La Brea is selling. Of course, Luke said, but it could also be the exact opposite. The La Brea could be delivering goods that are being sold by this group. It would still be in the group's best interest to make sure those goods get to where they're going. Yep, Holland said, nodding. He felt a bit more optimistic now, though he certainly wasn't anywhere near being excited about all of this. He had seen too much destruction in the past few days to think this would be coming to an end anytime soon. There's no going back. They're after you, and now they're after me as well. Add to that, our government is operating in their jurisdiction. Because of our involvement with this, we're targets, Luke. I know, Luke said. Holland paused, looked out the window as the plane began climbing through the air, then turned back to Luke. Well, that just leaves one thing. What's that? If everyone thinks the La Brea is going to Senegal to deal weapons with the guerrilla soldiers there, how come you're so confident it's actually in the Gambia? Luke smiled a wry grin and eyed Holland from the side. I never did fully explain that, did I? You didn't, and you're an asshole for it. The only reason you didn't explain it while we were waiting to board the plane was because you knew it had been bugging the shit out of me. You wanted me to squirm. Hey, it's not every day I get to lord something over someone. It feels nice, you know? I'd bet this is what politicians feel like. Holland laughed. Run for office when we're back home, then? What's got you all excited? Got you so confident that we had to go and book a flight on a machine that should be in a museum? I mentioned that it's the Gambia, the tiny sliver of a country that exists totally within Senegal's border, except for a tiny chunk bordering the Atlantic Ocean. It's an English-speaking country, so our crew easily could have hailed from there, but I did some searching on my phone in the airport to be sure. It's got to be there, Holland. Because of the political unrest, the guerrilla armies? Yes, partly. Gambian locals are even being conscripted into service to fight Senegalese battles. Men, even children, being dragged from their homes at gunpoint and told to fight for a cause that they don't even understand, let alone believe in. Holland made finger quotes in the air. Top story tonight, power-hungry individuals are oppressing innocent people, he said sarcastically. And at 6 o'clock, water's wet. I wish we could change all that, Preston, but how does it relate to our mission? How does it relate to the La Brea? Just because we assume the La Brea's crew hails from Gambia, why should we assume it's there now? It's a hunch, Luke said. But it's a pretty strong hunch, and we're running out of time. It has to be there. Here, check this out. Luke pushed his phone over to Holland, surprised that it miraculously still had service. He had to remember sometimes that just because the United States considered so many places a third world country or developing nation, that didn't mean they didn't have any technology whatsoever. It was an easy lie to buy into if one never left America, but it was just that, a lie. Luke knew that most places many would consider poor, destitute nations actually had blazing fast internet connectivity that cost pennies on the dollar, and even more had cell service that would make any of the big providers back home jealous. Generally, all the comforts an American might think were reserved only for the richest Westerners were comforts shared by many earning poverty-level incomes. Luke saw the image in his mind as Holland looked at it on his phone. It was the outline of the western coast of Africa, centered on Senegal and the Gambia just to the south. As he held the phone out, Holland parted his fingers and zoomed in on one section of the map, showing the area east of Banjul on the African coast, where they were headed. Luke leaned over and pointed to it, then used a finger to drag the map to the left. Check this out, he said. I noticed that a pretty deep channel goes up through the middle of the country, almost halfway through it. It eventually ends at a little city called Mansa-Konko, about 50 miles inland from the coast. Is there a port there? Holland asked. No, Luke said, shaking his head. At least not one big enough to warrant a mention anywhere online. But remember, we're not dealing with a ship that has to dock at a port. And if the La Brea is what we think she is, they probably want to stay away from ports altogether. This is a much smaller freighter with a relatively flat bottom that would only displace a small volume of water. and it wouldn't take much to dredge a channel deep enough for a boat like that to traverse upstream. Width isn't really a factor either. On the map, this isn't a river. It's still considered the Atlantic Ocean. It's plenty wide enough. So why is this our target? Holland asked. He zoomed in on Luke's phone and looked down at the name of the city Luke had mentioned. Mansa Conco. What's so special about this one in particular? Notice how close it is to the border? Luke asked. Holland nodded. And a lot of this guerrilla warfare we've been hearing about is happening just over the border to the north, in Senegal? No, Luke said, shaking his head but smiling. As of about a week ago, it's happening literally around Mansa Conco on both sides of the border. 43. Wednesday, 5:37 p.m. Sakuta Airfield, Banjul, Republic of the Gambia. The landing was bumpy, but ultimately successful. Luke saw Holland gripping the armrest tightly, his knuckles white and his head pressed back onto the ancient headrest. Luke smiled. He had always loved air travel. It was a miraculous feat of engineering, a beautiful marriage of physics and chemistry and mechanics. He understood how people hated the feeling of not being in control, but there was still something incredible about being able to get into a chair, wait an incredibly small amount of time, and then be completely on the other side of the world when you got up again. He had always loved airports as well, which most likely added to his love for flying. When his hockey team had flown for games out of state, hanging out in the airport turned into a party. He loved all of it, even waiting for a delayed flight. It didn't matter what time of day. One could get a beer at an airport lounge at 8 a.m., then land in the next place and eat breakfast just because they felt like it. There were no rules. While they had not taken off from or landed at a proper airport this time, the flight itself had been enjoyable, even with the creeping awareness that the plane they were on had been flying since before Luke was born. Only once the plane slowed to a taxi did Luke see Holland's grip release. He looked back over at Luke, who was now chuckling. "What?" Holland asked. "That part always freaks me out." "It's just funny. A huge guy like you turning into a little baby over the world's safest way to travel. Up yours?" Luke let out a hearty laugh and stood up. There were no seatbelts on a plane this old, and neither man had a suitcase or other luggage. They had simply carried their weapons onto the plane, none of the airport employees even batting an eye or attempting to scold them. There hadn't been anyone around to do so. Just a few airport employees in a hurry to get somewhere, as well as the pilot and flight attendants themselves. Holland stood up, his tall frame doubled over with his head brushing against the ceiling, and both men walked toward the front of the plane. The flight attendants were still deep in conversation, and neither paid any attention to them as they lumbered forward while the plane was still rolling. The plane came to a halt on the runway, and the door to the cockpit opened. Luke was standing in the aisle when the pilot emerged. He spoke rapidly to the flight attendants in a language Luke didn't recognize. Then one of the flight attendants turned and looked at Luke. "He says we must leave at once." "Well, we're not interested in hanging around for a tea party," Holland said. "But why? What's the rush?" "There is another plane landing." Luke made a face that expressed his confusion, but simply nodded. The second flight attendant had walked over to the hatch and pulled the handle, then pushed the large door open. A retractable, lightweight staircase fell out from just beneath the door, tumbling hard to the tarmac, the hydraulics long having worn out. The flight attendant stood back and allowed Luke and Holland to exit. Luke climbed down the metal staircase and out onto the runway. And runway was probably the incorrect term to use. Instead of tarmac or a proper concrete runway, they were now standing in a field of mowed grass, the dirt and leaves hard-packed beneath his feet. If there ever had been a concrete or asphalt runway here, it had long since been grown over. Holland walked up next to Luke. "Welcome to paradise, I guess." 44. Wednesday, 5:45 p.m. Sakuta Airfield, Banjul, Republic of the Gambia. Before Luke could provide a proper retort to his friend, he saw a man sprinting across the field from a low-lying brown building in the distance. He assumed the building was this tiny airstrip's version of a terminal, as there were no other buildings in sight. The man ran up to them, panting, and asked in clipped English if they had bags. Luke shook his head. "We don't, but why is everyone scrambling?" The man seemed confused at first, but apparently was able to parse the sentence. "Another plane landing in 2 minutes. And are planes landing here at an airport a strange occurrence for you guys?" Holland asked. The man shook his head. "No, not strange, but strange for plane to land from same place." You mean you got another plane coming from Cape Verde? The man nodded. Mindelo, same as you, but direct flight. He was obviously more interested in ushering them away from the landing strip than in answering questions. So Luke took the hint and started walking toward the building. Holland did as well, and the smaller man nearly had to jog to keep up. As they walked, the man continued, Very strange. Only one plane per week from island. Luke looked over at Holland with a squinted eye. You thinking what I'm thinking? He asked under his breath. You're hungry for a cheeseburger and another local beer? Holland asked, a dumb smile on his face. Seems like we've been followed once again, Luke said. They got to the building in silence, and Luke was working through the possibilities in his mind. There simply was no other logical explanation. If they had caught the weekly scheduled flight out of Mindelo, then someone had booked a plane immediately after them, no doubt dropping a wad of cash to make it happen. It could be the government agent, the HSI guy and his pal they had scuffled with, but neither of those men had seemed desperate to keep Luke and Holland in their sights, and neither would have done it in such an obvious way. If they had so badly wanted to follow behind Luke and Holland, the man probably would have admitted it in the hotel room. Holland walked through the door first, Luke at his heels. As the local man whisked them inside, Luke turned and saw the airplane they had flown in on taxiing back around to the other side of the building. As it did, Luke heard the sound of another plane coming over the horizon. Over a line of trees about a mile away, the plane came into view, lining up for its approach descent to the airport. The interior of the airport's minuscule lobby was dimly lit and dusty. A layer of old grime had settled over much of the furniture, but even without a fixed coating of dirt, Luke could see that the single set of folding chairs and matching table in the corner were pretty rickety, and likely as old as the airplane they had just traveled on. He sighed, realizing that this might have to be his first airport experience that was not even slightly pleasant. Good thing we won't be spending much time here. At the same time, he saw a small kiosk that had the words International Travel printed on a sign above it, and he felt his stomach drop. We don't have time for border control, he thought. There was nobody behind the counter, and Luke knew waiting around for someone to help them, or deny them access to the country, was a losing proposition. Thankfully, Holland was already handling it. Luke saw the large man shove a wad of bills into the local's hand, then smile and point at the sign, shrugging. The man pocketed the bills without a word and continued guiding them through the airport. They had two choices now, stay and try to find out who was after them, or leave and try to get a head start. He didn't need to discuss it with Holland, though. There was really nothing to gain by waiting here and speculating on who might be behind them. There was little chance it was someone harmless. If they're chasing us, he thought, they're going to have to keep moving. Holland apparently felt the same way. Time to go, he called back to him. 45, Wednesday, 6:03 p.m. Banjul, Republic of the Gambia. I've got good news and I've got bad news. Luke looked up from the chair in the waiting room. They had hitched a ride from the airport to town, which simply meant the same short, stubby local man who had hurried them off the airstrip had given them a ride in his personal beater into the tiny band of civilization on the outskirts of Banjul. Luke and Holland were now waiting for the next phase of their journey to begin. They needed to travel inland toward Mansaconco. They had both been busy working their phones, trying to find a way to hitch a ride on a boat, Luke inside a local convenience store on a bench in the corner, Holland pacing outside the front door. Luke glanced up. Apparently Holland had solved their problem first. I got us a boat, Holland said, as he put his own phone back into his pocket. Is that the good news or the bad news? Luke asked. A little of both, actually, considering the guy barely spoke English, even though you told me we're supposed to be in an English-speaking country. For all I know, when I said boat, he might have heard minivan. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Or we'll simply fall off the side of the bridge and into the water in our minivan, Holland said, his grin shifting into a smirk. You know, you really do have a way with optimism, Luke said. Well, I like to keep things light. Keeps me young. Now that's a bridge you crossed about 10 years ago. So what's the actual bad news? Luke wasn't feeling necessarily pessimistic, but he was certainly starting to feel more pressure to find the La Brea and wrap things up before they ended up dead in a foreign country. Someone or someones had landed at the airstrip immediately after them, flying in from the exact same island they had just left. It was a bit unnerving to know that the same unknown factor was on their tail once again, and Luke wanted to get to the next step as soon as possible. They had paid the man from the airport well. Well enough, Luke hoped, that the man had gotten the message clearly. Holland had explained it to the man, as Luke handed him another wad of cash. Not that whoever was behind them would be unaware. They would know that Luke and Holland were already here, somewhere in the city. He didn't think they would be able to track their cell phones unless one of them dialed a number, so Luke told Holland to limit his usage to internet browsing. It helped that their cell connectivity was sporadic, although that also helped increase Luke's uncertainty about the whole mission. Was this all a crapshoot? Was coming here simply a roll of the dice based upon Luke's thin knowledge of shipping and seafaring travel? What was more, he knew next to nothing about illegal weapons trafficking, and most of that he had learned in the last 24 hours, out of necessity. He hoped they were on the right track. He hoped they would find the La Brea soon, or at least find an answer for why it had disappeared before time ran out. Luke had no idea what would happen at that point, but he couldn't deny the tense, serious tone to his father's message. He also wondered if he was dreading the next step after this one. If he did find the La Brea, what then? Was he just going to call his dad and tell him? Was he simply going to reveal the La Brea's location before investigating further? Earlier, he had assumed he would have no trouble turning over the La Brea's location to his father, but now he wasn't so sure. Best case scenario, his father would be grateful for the help and their relationship would be less awkward. Was Luke ready for that? Wouldn't it be easier at this point to forget his father had ever even asked, and simply slip off and disappear into the mist, just like the La Brea? Their relationship could continue as before, non-existent. Luke shook his head. No, that would not do. He wanted to find the La Brea because he wanted to find his dad. Right now, his assumptions were no more than that. Assumptions. He wanted to solidify them or throw them out entirely and replace them with the actual truth, and he would achieve that goal only by finding the ship. Then, only reaching his father could provide the final closure he needed, and that gave him his answer. In some small way, possibly against Luke's better judgment, he did want to start making amends with his old man. The bad news, Holland said, once again pulling Luke's attention back to him, is that it's going to be overnight travel. Overnight? Luke said incredulously. Nothing I could do about it, man, Holland said. He shrugged. Like 8 hours or so. The guy seemed confident we would get there. What you mean confident? Was there a doubt in his mind we wouldn't actually get there? I only mean the guy said we can make it to Mansa Conco, but it's a small boat, apparently. The journey will take longer than expected. Luke rolled his eyes and sighed. You sure we should travel by boat in that case? If we use our credit cards to rent a car, it's immediately going to flag us to whoever's looking, just like it did before. Hell, they probably paid that little guy at the airport more money than we did, and he just spilled the beans on exactly where he took us. Luke looked around involuntarily, realizing Holland was right. They could be on their trail right now, about to crash through the door. Anyway, Holland said, throwing a thumb over his shoulder, boat leaves in less than an hour. You got it, thanks, man. Luke had realized from his own futile attempts to hire transportation that traversing the channel was either not an easy task, or no one wanted to do it. And that told Luke that they might be walking, or floating in this case, into a much larger mess. With the unrest in the country that surrounded the Gambia, and with that unrest spilling over into the country they were in, he wondered if the water route would be backed up with militia troops and soldiers as well. But they had a plan now, and that was what mattered most. Holland had prevailed, finding their potential boat and its captain. Luke stood and followed Holland out the front door of the store. They hadn't bothered to rent a car here, both because they were getting close to the limit on their cash supply, and because of the fact that they weren't planning to spend very long in the city. Their destination was a good jaunt up the river, and from there, they could get the lay of the land and decide how long they needed to stay. With any luck, they would find the La Brea soon after docking in the smaller town. They had wisely asked the airport employee to drop them off at the mouth of the channel, where Banjul's main port sprawled southward near the city. When they had exited the shop and gotten their bearings, it turned out to be a 10-minute walk along the water to find the proper dock. They reached the pier, and Luke's stomach dropped. Okay, this is getting ridiculous, he said, 46. Wednesday, 6:05 p.m. Banjul, Republic of the Gambia. After landing in Banjul, Denise Smith tried not to be overwhelmed by the overpowering presence of poverty there. It seemed to emanate from everywhere, bleeding from the drafty cracks of buildings, seeping out from the piles of rubbish stacked near the dusty dirt roads that counted as streets. Yet despite the overwhelming evidence of their perpetual state of oppression, the locals seemed oblivious. She had seen happy children, men and women smiling and conversing and going about their afternoon as if they were in London rather than one of the most run-down cities she had ever seen. But she was not here on a humanitarian mission. Helping the locals was not why she had flown all the way from Washington, D.C., by way of a tiny island in the Atlantic. After hiring a small charter plane from Mindelo, which had not been a cheap flight thanks to Luke and Hollins taking the only scheduled flight of the day, she'd landed in Banjul, Gambia. She had had to nearly quadruple the offering price, which was already double what the ticket should have cost. The benefit was that she was able to fly directly to the West African nation, arriving only shortly after Luke and Holland had. From the airstrip outside Banjul, she had followed Luke, Preston, and Holland to a sleepy town on the coast of the Gambia. It was an interesting twist, considering her handler was almost positive that the ship they were looking for would be in Senegal, to the north. But she was learning to trust her gut, and that gut had been telling her Luke Preston was on the right path. Whenever he was up to, he was going to lead her to the end game. Because she was more a political analyst than one of the hardened ex-Special Forces soldiers who often operated overseas missions such as this, it was highly unlikely her handler and their team back at headquarters would want her to take physical action against Preston and Holland. Instead, she assumed they wanted her to stay close and offer on-the-ground support until they could get a proper strike team in, if it came to that. She had been told there were U.S. Army and Marine assets nearby, but further details had not been disclosed to her. Part of her wished it wouldn't come to that she had simply misunderstood the full situation. She had only met Preston briefly, but she had come to like the man while providing support for him in Puerto Rico. And Holland, too, they had dated a few times after all, had been nice enough, at least to her. And yet, Denise knew all too well that folks who were nice enough were often the ones who had gotten themselves embedded deep in the muck. People like Preston and Holland were the reason jobs like hers existed. She was not supposed to find the obvious bad guys around the world. She was supposed to uncover the bad guys who looked and sounded and felt exactly the same as the good guys, sometimes even working in their own country, against their own country. With Preston, she thought she had found just that. She didn't have the pieces put together yet, but she knew there was no reason for Luke to be spending so much time and money trying to track down a boat for no reason. McDonnell had explained to her that he was searching instead for information about his father. Still, that seemed like a weak reason to invest as heavily as Luke had, and it certainly didn't explain why he'd brought Holland along. She thought about their approach. Could Luke know something about his father's business dealings and suspect them? Whatever the older man was up to, it was completely off the books and off record, according to McDonnell, which told Denise that it was very likely a black ops operation of some foreign entity. If it were something under the purview of the U.S. government, it would have a higher classification than top secret, but something about it would at least show up on the record, alluding to the fact that it was in fact a U.S.-sanctioned mission, one only intended for people at a higher pay grade than her. Instead, what her handler and his team had found was effectively nothing, which told them far more. It meant that the company had actively worked to scrub their existence from U.S. government databases, and that required at least a few people working for the U.S. government to pull off. It meant the company was in bed with at least one government organization, and that organization had clout. She had heard of situations like this before, and in all cases it had meant the same thing. Something was awry. Luke Preston was, knowingly or unknowingly, walking into a nasty situation. His father was likely running weapons back and forth, either playing the role of representative buyer or seller to some small-time army or militia here in Africa. The fact that their journey had brought them here to the Gambia led her to believe that one of those militias was the one operating under the warlord Philip Kirby. Kirby had an inch-thick file somewhere back on the hill, and she had been given a brief one-page about the man and his little claim to the region to the east of the Gambia, as well as a bullet-point list of atrocities he had committed to get there. If someone was selling weapons to him, Smith was going to find out and bring them in. Period. A man like that needed to be stopped, and whatever small role she could play in it, she would. As she walked around the piles of trash and small abandoned carts left behind by what must have been a vibrant street market earlier that day, she paused to get her bearings. On the flight over, she had studied the map of this place, but everything was different once on the ground. She needed to keep moving, but there was no way to know when Preston and Holland would stop as well. She had to constantly move forward, but be ready to pause and duck behind a corner at a moment's notice. As she looked around, she caught sight of Holland entering the small convenience store a block away. The large man disappeared, and a moment later returned, this time with Luke Preston in tow. They were in a hurry, she noticed. Smith sniffed and focused her attention on following behind them, staying out of sight. Her handler was awaiting her instruction, awaiting her next call, when he would inform whatever strike team he could pull together as to her location, then send them in. Things were moving quickly now, and she felt the excitement of it all growing in her. This was the real deal. This was what she had always wanted. She only hoped Preston wouldn't do anything stupid and force her hand. 47 to Wednesday, 6:28 p.m., Banjul, Republic of the Gambia. Luke saw their boat tied to the end of the pier. It sat in the water, listing to one side, either due to a heavy object he couldn't see from here, or because it was literally sinking. It was the size of a large flatback, the type Luke had seen used by old fishermen to putter around the lakes in Massachusetts. And it was very similar to the boat he and Vero had used in Puerto Rico to escape the Dominguez gang that had been chasing them down. His memory was pulled back to that time, a time when Vero was alive, and there had even been a spark of emotion between them. A spark of something more, one that had been snuffed out with a devastating, violent explosion. "What are we waiting for?" Holland said, clapping his hands together and dragging Luke along as he started out on the wooden dock. "Let's go meet our captain." As unseaworthy and sad as the small boat seemed to be, their captain gave Luke the exact opposite impression. He bounded up onto the dock from the position he had been in moments before, which was balled up into the corner of the boat, apparently the cause of the listing. He called out to them in English, waving and smiling the entire time. He ran toward them, extending his hand. "Welcome," he said. Come, we leave when you're ready." Do we need to wait for anyone else?" Luke asked, looking around. He had assumed they would be traveling with other passengers, like a river cruise or something, but judging by the size of the boat and the amount of volume displacement soon to be caused by its occupants, it was a silly question. He already knew the answer, but the captain was apparently eager to please. "No, Captain Bill provide excellent service for you alone. No other customer today." No. Luke glanced over at Holland, who was holding back a laugh. Luke was beyond surprised that their forward-thinking captain had been able to install a cellular-based Wi-Fi signal booster set among the numerous electronic devices under the console of his boat. And console, like the term captain in this sense, was a rather loose term for what the thing actually was. Since the outboard motor was small and required a hand constantly steering or holding it steady, their captain had built a small wooden frame and covered it with plywood on 3 sides, inside of which he had placed any navigation components he thought necessary. Luke saw a depth finder, an ancient GPS unit, and the small cellular signal booster, a white box with 2 antennae popping out on either side. All of that had been wired into a car battery on a switch, which their captain flicked on after everyone had been seated. It was crude, but it meant that Luke and Holland would at least have a chance at using their phones, either for research or for emergency purposes. Luke still had not checked in with McDonnell, so he figured one of the many tasks on his list would be to send the man a quick email informing him of what was happening and where they were currently at. And while Luke was not excited about spending the next 8 hours or so seated on a plank of wood in what was effectively a rowboat, it would give them plenty of time for things like emails and web browsing. Bill, for his part, did not seem to understand the problem. He apparently had never seen or heard of any type of water-based travel more luxurious than the boat they were currently on. He settled into a spot behind his little console and to the left of the stick, and smiled at Luke and Holland as they found their own spot, as if he had just invited them into his comfortable, cozy mansion. "One on front," Bill said, "one on back, for balance." Luke frowned at first, not quite understanding what Bill was trying to tell them. Then he realized, not counting the ledge that held the outboard motor and Bill's rear end, there were only 2 seats in the boat, a plank of wood toward the front, and a wider plank of wood in the middle of the craft. Bill wanted one of them on each plank. so as not to cause the boat to float unevenly. Anything different, and they would be literally rocking the boat. Bill steered the boat away from the harbor and toward the open mouth of the nearby channel as Luke and Holland got situated. They started the journey facing the same direction, out toward the water as the boat putted along through the no-wake zone. Luke couldn't believe they were actually traveling this way. He realized he had not thought to get food or any more supplies. Just a man and his gun, he thought, thinking of the old westerns he watched as a kid. He turned back to Bill and shouted over the sound of the sputtering engine. "We don't have food." Bill smiled even wider. "Good food. Many restaurant on the way." Luke sat back in the seat. Fair enough, he thought. He guessed that this route, like many that had sprung up on other well-traveled bodies of water, had certain checkpoints for refueling both men and vessels. And besides the uncomfortable boat, it wasn't a bad way to travel, in Luke's opinion. Assuming one could put their trust in the restaurants being open in the middle of the night, as well as serving a decent meal. 48, Wednesday, 11:36 p.m. The Gambia River, Republic of the Gambia. The first 5 hours of the trip passed quickly enough. Even considering their brief stop to refuel and purchase some local cuisine, Luke had equated to the Gambian version of gas station food. Holland had managed to find a local beer at the waterfront store, but Luke opted for a large bottle of water from a brand he recognized instead. He wasn't sure if there were any unspoken rules pertaining to not drinking the water in this area, but it seemed to be a common enough rule throughout the world that he tended to shy away from water fountains and filling up from faucets whenever he wasn't in the United States. The west-east travel had offered the passengers an amazing sunset beyond the back of the boat, the blues of the sky turning to a burnt orange, then a bright pink, and finally long streaks of deep purple as the massive orb sank over the horizon directly behind Bill's perch on the back of the boat. Now, in near complete darkness, Luke felt the cool of the evening set in, and he wondered if the temperature would drop any more. A quick look at his phone told him the temperature would hold, but he still felt a slight chill in the air and wished he had a sweater or light coat. Full and content, and for the moment, out of danger, Luke felt tired. He wished the boat was a bit wider so he could tuck his legs up and try to nap on the wooden bench seat. He figured it would be futile anyway, but it would have been worth trying. As things stood now, there was no hope of getting any sleep while commuting toward Mansaconco. Even if he could lie down with Holland talking his ear off, he doubted he would have been able to sleep. He had spent most of the first hours of the trip researching, and was apparently determined to fill Luke in on what he had found. "Okay, so," Holland began, "it's not easy to find information about local guerrilla infighting in this area." Luke raised an eyebrow. "You mean there's no frontline eyewitness accounts being recorded in exquisite detail and high-definition color footage, just so that the American media can bombard us with it?" "Yeah, something like that. When it comes to things that don't matter to most Americans, I'd have to put warring African tribes in countries most Americans couldn't point to on a map near the top of the list." Luke smiled. "Agreed. Anything useful in that case?" Holland nodded his head quickly, his jowls dancing around his chin. "Yeah, in fact there is. I had to dig it up, but there was a mention of a mention that eventually linked me to a translated local paper from around here somewhere. I think. Hard to tell, honestly. It doesn't give much detail about what's going on right now, but at least gives us a motive for the fighting." Luke waited, leaning toward Holland in the front seat, as Bill brought the boat up to plane in order to skirt past a couple of oncoming vessels, whose lights Luke spotted in the distance. There was a Senegalese guy named Philip Kirby, and he was pissed at... Actually, it doesn't say what. Something you probably should not have been pissed about, I'd guess. Anyway, he was mad because somebody from his hometown did something to make him angry, and... Luke was laughing almost hysterically now. "Holland, come on! Is this really what you found? I mean, that's got to be the most vague account of anything ever." "Shut up," Holland shot back. "I'm still getting to the good part. Anyway, this Kirby guy decided to seek revenge by firebombing the headquarters of the company the person worked for. It was a small company, but it burned to the ground and 23 people died." "Shots fired, I'd say." "Indeed. Anyway, Kirby was a rising star in the politics scene in Senegal. I don't have any nuance there, so I don't know what the equivalent would be in the United States. Suffice to say, he effectively rose to power a few months later, but his old buddy, who survived the fire, was still reeling from the attack in his hometown, which killed some of his family members, and quite a few employees who lived there. Okay, Luke said. So it became political and personal. Exactly. A personal vendetta gone bad. That ended in a lot of people's deaths. That should have stopped there. But it didn't, because two young, angry guys became two young, angry, successful politicians. Each held a grudge against the other and used their small but formidable clout to continue these terrorist-like attacks on the other's constituents. Okay, I'm tracking. Well, fast forward a couple of years and the actual vendetta had mostly died down, but it had also bred a certain layer of hatred between these two regions in Senegal that were controlled by these guys. Rather than just individual towns these guys were the mayors of, it became almost a localized racial problem. I see, Luke said. In other words, it was the kindling for a fire. Holland nodded again and snapped his fingers. Exactly. At the same time, another guy, a tribal warlord from the eastern area of Senegal, marched into the region and took stock of what was happening. He decided that the best way to grow his own forces was to kidnap people and conscript them into service. Not an uncommon tactic, I might add. Luke nodded. This rekindled that previous fight between the two regions, one in Senegal and one now across the border in the Gambia, and ended up with the tribal warlord becoming the center of it all. He wanted more power, and he didn't care which side he got it from. So he weaponized as many of the populace as he could, eventually pulling in women and children as well. Luke knew the story. Tribes of armed militants would march into a village and kill any of the men who did not comply with their orders. Then the women would be raped and tortured, and eventually turned into slaves, while the children themselves would be herded and corralled into pens until they were old enough to fight. Luke had heard of young people between the ages of 8 and 12 forced to hold a gun and fight in a battle that was far from their own. So things got worse and worse, Luke said. Yeah, pretty much. It's a nasty situation, but mostly because no one really remembers what anyone's fighting about. It's so much he said, she said. And the spark that started it all, one politician's vendetta against another, is nothing but a distant memory for most of the people living there. And is the source you found trustworthy? As believable as anything else on the internet, Holland said. In lieu of better materials, or any materials for that matter, I'd say we trust it and take it at face value. Fine with me, Luke said. The point of all of it, really, is that there are two or more sides fighting for control of a region, or at least fighting for this warlord to become ruler or something. Right, yeah. And the La Breas being near here would fit right into that, since most of the fighting is happening to the north and the east, in both Senegal and the Gambia. If the captain of the La Brea and his crew are Gambian, it's not any stretch at all to believe they're working for or against this warlord, trying to get weapons to the side they want to win. And the best way to do that, Luke continued, is to take them into the Gambia instead, and unload them and carry them overland to wherever the militias are fighting. Okay, Holland said. So we've got a motive, and we've got a plausible story that connects it. Infighting between two or more sides, and they all need weapons. Which means the La Brea is a hot topic right now. We aren't the only ones looking for her. 49. Wednesday, 11:52 p.m. The Gambia River, Republic of the Gambia. Holland looked over at the younger man, who was busy examining the strange array of buildings dotting the shoreline. While Holland had no expectation that this was going to be a luxury cruise, he had still been appalled at the sad state of affairs in the country that had landed 167th wealthiest country on the list, right near the bottom. The Gambia was a terribly poor, marginalized country that was bordered on almost all sides by Senegal. It was an interesting and ironic situation that the much larger, slightly better off country to the north, east, and south would not have just usurped the entire area and annexed it yet, though he imagined that very thing had been tried more than once in the past. Somehow the Gambian people had held on. He wouldn't necessarily describe the areas they were drifting by as slums, but that was mostly because he couldn't see them. A lot of the area they passed by was in the dark. He could only see what was illuminated by the few lamps hanging on posts or in windows. He certainly would describe the dwellings and buildings he could see as they passed as shanties. Some of them barely had walls. Some walls were nothing but tarps or cinder blocks, or even detritus collected from the river and lashed onto whatever structure existed. He imagined throngs of children running in and around the dirty riverside, their mothers busy with the daily chores and cleaning and cooking duties. Holland knew many countries in Africa struggled with finding clean water. In this area, water would not be a problem. Fresh water, however, would. Purifying it, disposing of the gray or black water after it was processed through each tiny household, that was another story altogether. Access and technology were only half the problem. Education was a major component. In some ways, it was hard to watch, and Holland appreciated the fact that they were traveling in the dark. The obvious oppression, the overt poverty, was in stark contrast to literally everything he knew about the Western world, and it made it difficult for Holland to think about anything else as they passed by. Aside from security and health, he knew there wasn't much humans needed to thrive. Once survival was taken care of, the next step involved finding contentment and joy in life. He knew that money, fame, fortune, these were all the fleeting whims of a garish society. Potentially attractive, sure, but largely unnecessary. He smiled, once again dredging up his long-term goal in life: sell everything he owned, which wouldn't take longer than an afternoon, close out all of his accounts, use the cash to buy a huge tract of land somewhere off the beaten path in some forgotten country, and completely start over, off the grid. He would welcome anyone onto the land if they could help maintain it and if they didn't cause trouble. It wasn't much, but it was the dream. One day he even imagined finding a pretty lady to share it with. He sucked in a breath. If anyone would even bother with him. He had a face for late-night radio and the table manners of a rabid hyena. "What's on your mind?" Luke asked, stirring Holland out of his own thoughts. Holland's eyes widened as he felt himself nudged back into the present. "Just thinking, that's all." "Guys like you and me, that's the sort of thing that gets us in trouble," Luke said, smiling at him in the moonlight. Holland saw Luke's eyes, saw how tired they were. The man needed sleep, but he knew he'd hold it off as long as humanly possible. Holland nodded. "Guys like me, sure. Guys like you, well, thinking's how you make your living." Luke laughed. "How I used to make my living. And cut yourself some slack. You play the dumb soldier role pretty well, but I know it's all an act. Dumb soldiers don't get to live too long. And you've helped out more than you know already. I've got a feeling, too, that when the crap hits the fan, I'll be the fan." Luke twisted his mouth and cocked his head sideways in a quizzical expression. That's an interesting way to put it." Holland laughed. "Something my guys used to say back in the day. Never did make sense to me, but I thought it was funny as hell. Anyway, thanks for taking the time to hang out with me. It would have been hell trying to do all this alone." Holland shrugged. "You call this hanging out? Man, no wonder you don't have any friends. Besides, I didn't have anything else going on." Luke laughed. "But I did want to ask you, though. What's next? For you, I mean." Luke frowned, looked out the boat, and then back to Holland before answering. "Me? Hell, I've got no idea. I'm sort of in a one-day-at-a-time phase. I suppose I'll need to check in with the coroner and police department when I get back. Crockett apparently had a kid, but I don't know how estranged they were. Someone's going to need to handle his estate too, or at least figure out what to do with the trashed building." Holland nodded. "What about after that?" "Like I said, I'm a one-day-at-a-time sort of—" "Nah!" Holland shook his head, frowning as he looked down at the floor of the boat. Bill was sitting like a stone gargoyle, unmoving and unspeaking from his cramped perch, navigating up the channel while staring straight ahead. "No, Luke, you're not. At least you didn't used to be. I read the brief McDonnell sent over a few months ago before you and I met, and I experienced a little bit of who you really are firsthand in Puerto Rico. You might not have a detailed 50-year plan for your life, but you and I both know you get your shits and giggles from putting pieces of the puzzle together, planning out the next domino in the chain that will fall." Luke shifted, but didn't respond. "Look," Holland continued, "I'm only saying I think you're a bit conflicted. I think that because I've been there, man. More times than I can count. You're wondering if there's going to be another case like this, another thing to chase, another hole to fill, and if not, it's freaking you out." At this, Luke looked up and met Holland's gaze. "What makes you think I'm trying to fill holes in my life?" "I was speaking generally. You're the one that said holes in your life. But be honest with yourself. Aren't you looking for closure here? Trying to figure out how, if at all, your old man fits into your life? You think it's all related to your wife's death. At least a little bit, anyway. I don't blame you, and I certainly don't fault you for that. I'm just making the point. You're going to want something after this. You're going to want more. All this soul searching, all this literal searching, it's going to come to an end. And take it from someone who knows firsthand what that's like. You're going to want to have a backstop. You're going to want to have at least something to occupy yourself with. Who says? I get that's the way you do things, but maybe I just need some time to sit and process everything once it's all said and done. Holland chuckled. You think a guy like you can sit still for even 15 minutes to process something? Luke, you're more like me than I ever realized, at least internally. Sure, you want to process stuff, but you're not going to do it sitting in a chair or across from a shrink. Any processing that's worthwhile for you is going to happen while you're in a full-on sprint into the wind, running over sand, while an army's shooting at your back. In other words, it's going to be the kind of processing that finds you, not the other way around. He wasn't sure if Luke took his meaning or had missed the point, but he had hopes that this man, a man he could now honestly call a close friend, was on the same page as him. With any luck, Preston would realize he was right and not try to fight against it. But then again, maybe Preston was more like him than he realized. In that case, he'd be stubborn and ignore the advice. 50. Wednesday, 11:58 p.m., Republic of the Gambia. Why? Luke asked him. You got something in mind? Yeah. Holland turned his head and watched as three children of differing ages jumped into the inky black river from the roof of a nearby structure. He thought it was a little late for kids to be swimming, but for all he knew, they were fishing for tomorrow's breakfast. Bill deftly navigated a wide berth around the kids, giving them space while still staying close to shore. During the journey, Bill had kept the boat hovering close to shore, either for Luke and Holland's sake or as a safety precaution. While the boat had proven to be perfectly seaworthy, it was still a small fish in a very large pond. While the ocean channel here had shrunk from its near 10 miles from bank to bank, it still stretched about 2 miles across, and in the dark, the other side was never visible to them. For all he could tell, the opposite side was on the other side of an ocean. Holland had had plenty of time to gather his thoughts, though actually broaching the subject with Luke had proven to be a bit of a challenge. It was like talking to a slightly younger version of himself, and the recognition of that fact made the conversation difficult for a multitude of reasons. In truth, he wasn't exactly sure what he had in mind by bringing it up, though he could sense something brewing just beneath the surface with Luke. He took a long breath and decided to jump in. Perhaps talking it out with his friend would ease the conversation and let some of the pieces fall into place. Maybe, he began. For the last 5 or 6 years or so, I've been doing this sort of thing for different employers. When I found McDonnell, I realized I had found something good and I didn't want to give it up. He's a good man, as I'm sure you know. Thing is, he's on the right side, if you know what I mean. Luke nodded. I'm not sure what happened to the country I used to serve, but it's changing more and more every day. I don't exactly think it's all gone to hell in a handbasket and all that nonsense, but there's definitely some tension that's starting to boil over. When I was down in Puerto Rico, it helped solidify some of my own baggage and wishes. Baggage? Luke asked. Holland hesitated, but nodded. I'll fill you in with all the specific shit I've been through someday, but it's going to take a lot more beer than what I've got in me now. Suffice to say, I was good. Damn good. So good that other people besides the U.S. government came calling. There was good money in it. So you were like some sort of soldier for hire? Not some sort of, Luke, Holland said. Literally, a soldier for hire, yeah. And you know what? Most of the time, we didn't even know which side we were fighting for because it didn't matter. Our missions were simple. Take out a target, retrieve an item, give it to whoever paid us the most money. Cash the check, rinse and repeat. It was really good money too, and as I said, I was good at it. Feels good to be good at something, Luke said without looking at him. But at some point, feeling good about yourself starts to turn into questioning yourself. That about right? Yeah, that's about right. Anyway, I tried to give it up, and that's when I bumped into McDonnell. Started working for him, which by extension meant the U.S. government, which let me feel like I was back on track to doing the right thing. Luke raised an eyebrow. Are you having second thoughts about that decision? In Puerto Rico, I was. I wasn't sure which side I was fighting on after a couple of months of it. Dominguez never hurt me or my men. At least not directly, unless we explicitly got in their way. Their fight was never with us, never with McDonnell, never with you. As it turned out, their fight was with the pharmaceutical companies and with America. It was with the FDA and their corrupt bureaucracy. I can't say I fault them for that, even if their methods were a bit barbaric. Yeah, we're on the same page there, Luke said with a smile. And then, when I found out that Dominguez ultimately just wanted a sovereign country for their people, I felt even more like I might be fighting for the wrong side. Add to that when you found out they were actually in bed with the big pharmaceuticals we all thought they were fighting with, because the pharmaceutical companies just wanted the payout from the government and were willing to kill for it, which aligned their interests with Dominguez, it got me thinking. There you go, thinking again, Luke said. Holland chuckled. I mean, ultimately, how do we know which side is the good side and which side is the bad side? How do we know we're fighting for the right one? Luke looked at him long and hard, finally giving a slight shrug, as he leaned forward on the bench and put his elbows on his knees, resting his chin on his hands. I don't know, man. I'm not sure it matters, right? Not sure it matters? Well, I mean, no one's perfect, which implies that no side can be perfect either. Best chance for success, at least for personal contentment, is to pick the side that most closely aligns with the way you feel about things. Holland didn't disagree, though it seemed a bit oversimplified. He'd gone through this exact line of reasoning before. My point is, Luke, we have to be free enough to be able to choose that side, right? Yeah, sure, I know our own government has gotten in its share of pickles, then put innocent men and women's lives on the line because of it. I can't justify stuff like that no matter how loyal I am to my country, but the trouble is it's damn near impossible to know that beforehand. Exactly. That's why I think the soldier for hire game was more my speed. Sure, I never said no to a mission that paid well enough, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm not a young idiot anymore. Given the chance, I just might be able to turn something like that into a career that gives me the freedom to do what I think is right. Yeah, that makes sense, Luke said. He sat back up and looked back at Bill, who offered one of his characteristic gigantic grins. Holland was impressed. Bill seemed to be absolutely content sitting in the corner of the tiny boat, hand on the stick, aiming upstream no matter how dull or difficult the job was. Holland considered that a good metaphor for life. He wondered if he could become the kind of man who could continue pushing upstream against all odds, no matter how dull. Sorry to wax philosophical, it's just that I've been thinking a lot about how you and I might be able to partner up in something like that. Now he had Luke's attention. What are you talking about? I'm not trying to recruit you for some mercenary game. I don't think you're the mercenary type. I barely am either. Not really anyway. It was only a means to an end. But no matter what happens with our country, or any other one for that matter, they're going to need a new kind of soldier. Instead of armies that posture and maneuver and launch a bunch of drones at each other, the good guys are always going to need people who can skirt the line between morality and legality. You mean kind of like we've been doing for the past few days? Exactly, Holland said. I can fight, and I can get out of just about any situation life can put me in, but I don't have the ability to think one step ahead like you do, Preston. There might be a couple firms still hiring old hats like me, mostly for my experience and strength in the field, but I don't know a single one of them that would turn down a pair like us, able to think, strategize, and plan their way into a mess, and then shoot, fight, and defend their way out of it. He was surprised to see that Luke was not completely dismissing him. He wasn't sure what it was he saw in his eyes besides exhaustion, but he decided to take it as a sign of optimistic hope. He knew he and Luke could remain friends no matter how this all ended. What he was asking for, however, was more. He was wanting a true partnership, a professional one, something he hadn't even worked out yet, but something that might blossom into a lucrative and long-term arrangement for both of them. More importantly, something that might turn out to be the very thing each of them lacked, the ability to fight for what was right, not just whoever paid them the most or whoever demanded their loyalties. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, Holland, Luke said. At this, Holland laughed. I'm not sure either, but I wanted to break the ice, see if there was something there. I'm still chewing on it, still mulling it over. All I'm asking is that you do the same. We've got God knows how many hours left before we get to Mansaconco, so I figure that's good for at least a bit more soul-searching. Definitely, Luke said, but the soul-searching might have to wait. Why is that? Holland asked. Well, Luke said, throwing a glance over his shoulder behind the back of the boat and Bill's spot in the stern, because I think we might have company. Holland tracked to where Luke had been looking and wondered how he had spotted it in the darkness, but as he watched the black hole behind them, He had to admit Luke was right. There was a boat flying blind, no lights on, no bigger than theirs, though Holland guessed it was a bit sleeker. It sat a little deeper in the water as well, putting along behind them. Holland hadn't registered its presence until Luke pointed it out, but he realized what they had been doing. They had slowly crept up, slowly gotten closer to the rear end of Bill's craft, likely trying to make it seem as though they were nothing to worry about, or to stay hidden entirely. And that ruse would have worked perfectly if the second thing Holland noticed had not been true. Now, there were two people standing in the front of the boat as it traveled toward them. Each one of them was holding a dark shadow that was shaped like a gun. 51. Thursday, 12:14 a.m. Republic of the Gambia. Luke had not even had time to consider what Holland had pitched him. What he had told the man was true. He really had no idea what he thought of it all. He couldn't deny Holland had a point, but he also had to admit that there was a bit more soul-searching to do on his part before he could answer truthfully. The good news was, if he could consider it good news, he didn't have to worry about it right now. There were more pressing issues at hand, namely who were the people that had snuck up on them, and what did they want? Thoughts? He asked Holland. The big man answered immediately. Bad guys, obviously. You don't have that kind of weaponry just to run to town or head to the grocery store unless you're planning on shooting everyone inside. I'd say they're up to something and that something is not good. What are our chances against them? Luke asked. Holland chuckled. If they decide to attack first, we're goners, man. I've got a few magazines, but I still can only shoot one bullet at a time. Same as you. And unless Bill is some sort of Aquaman or has a foldable rocket launcher tucked under his seat, he's not going to be much help either. Luke turned to Bill to get his take. Captain, Bill, he said, realizing how incredibly stupid it sounded. Those guys behind us, do you know them? Bill didn't even glance over his shoulder. Apparently he had seen them long before either Luke or Holland had noticed them. The boat pilot's reaction seemed to imply it was no big deal, and Luke wondered how common it was to see gun-toting soldiers out on the water here. No, do not know. Not friend. Luke nodded once. Not friend, as in they're not your friends? Or not friend, as in they are the enemy? Warriors, definitely enemy, Bill said it. What makes you say that? Guns. Luke laughed, then turned back to Holland. I'm assuming Bill is not going to like the fact that we also have guns. Holland shook his head. I don't think that's what he meant. Those guys could be militia, some of the guerrilla warfare goons, heading toward the same place we are. Or it could be the same people who were trying to keep an eye on us back in Boston. Maybe this is their version of the Black Chrysler. Yeah, Holland said. In which case, they're about to ram that Chrysler through our front door. Luke turned back to Bill. Bill, could they be police or military? Bill shook his head immediately. Okay, well, if they start shooting at us and we start shooting back, will we get in any sort of trouble? Will the police try to stop us? He hoped his mention of shooting back was a subtle way to ease Bill into the fact that he and Holland were packing heat. Instead, Bill laughed. No police. Out here, no military. Just you and me. An enemy. Luke turned back to Holland. Okay then, it's settled. What's settled? Holland asked. We're done being reactive. We're done waiting to get shot at first, then trying to run away and hide. Bill just confirmed what I figured. It's the Wild West out here. Anything goes. And I don't feel like being the damsel in distress. Holland began to smile, a grin creeping up the side of his face. Luke saw his eyes squint and realized the man had been thinking the exact same thing. Okay, so what's our move? Bill, Luke said over his shoulder toward their captain, I need you to quiet the engine. At least get it down to an idle. Let's get stopped. I want to sit dead in the water for a minute. Apparently Bill had no trouble understanding. Luke felt the boat slow down, and he braced his feet on the metal floor as it came to a stop in the water. The water's current immediately took over, pulling them backward, toward their oncoming pursuers. As the distance closed, a bright spotlight flicked on, and their boat was bathed in white light. Luke winced against it, but there was nothing he could do, so he pressed on. Okay, great, he told Bill. Now play with the engine like you're trying to get it to start again. They won't be able to hear that it already started, and my guess is they're going to get pretty close. Luke, Holland said, a bit of hesitation in his voice, they're already close. If they get too close... Luke turned to him and smiled. Get ready, he told him. We need them to get close enough to get in range. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Holland said.
No.
Luke turned back to Bill to ensure he had understood the instructions he'd been given. It seemed he had. Bill was hunched over the motor, looking left and right at the sides of it, and smacking the top of it with his palm. It was completely goofy looking, but Luke knew that from far enough away it would look exactly the way he'd intended. Luke turned back to Holland. Don't you guys have sayings for things like this? It's been too long since I served. Sure, Holland said. Foobar, hooah, embrace the suck, high pucker factor, stay frosty. Even had one guy who swore by, keep your grenades blue and your guns hard. Take your pick. Fine, Luke said, shaking his head. Foobar is fine. 52. Thursday, 12:20 a.m. Republic of the Gambia. Luke knew they could not simply shoot the approaching men, tempting as it might have been to fire a few rounds into each of their chests and permanently get them off his tail. His nagging sense of duty and responsibility outweighed his internal desires. Sure, he was no longer a detective, no longer legally obligated to protect and serve, but he had never bought into those values for career reasons alone. Instead, they had been ingrained into him as values of humanity. They were what separated the good from the bad, in his opinion, his willingness to do what was right, even if it meant skipping out on the opportunity to bring down any potential enemies. Because, no matter how he forced it through his head, they were only potential enemies. Sure, they had sick-looking guns and were closing in on them. Sure, Luke and Holland had good reason to bet this was the same group that had tried to ram them off the road in Boston and then sent a Chrysler through the hotel's glass frontage in order to take him out. And sure, there was little chance that in the middle of an African war-torn nation these guys were friends, but there was still a chance that these were government agents, working on the same side as the ones from U.S. Homeland Security investigations whom they had interacted with in Mindelo. One of those men Luke had seriously injured and nearly killed. He didn't need a death like that on his conscience. He thought of trying to express all of this to Holland, who seemed to be impatiently awaiting Luke's response, but he knew they were running out of time. The boat on their six was picking up speed, the men brandishing their weapons as they stood, somehow maintaining their balance, on the bow. The moonlight, unhindered by any shoreline lights or lamps, was in full view above them, casting a gentle pale glow over the water. We can't just kill them, Holland said, catching Luke by surprise. His voice was low since Bill had brought the engine down to a low idle. No, we can't, Luke said. I've got another plan, though. Yeah? Yeah, because I'm done letting the crap come to me. And me, Holland said, smiling. Because remember, I'm the fan. Luke chuckled. Yeah, you're the fan. It's time to bring the fan to the crap, in that case. Luke passed along his instructions to Holland, then turned to Bill, hoping the captain would share their desire for saving their own butts. Bill, I need you to point us back toward them, but try not to use the engine, if possible, so we can continue the ruse. Once we're pointed at them, they're going to be on us. At that point, I need you to hit it with everything you've got. Bill looked confused by the last sentence, so Luke reworded. When we are pointing downstream, turn the engine on, full power. Bill seemed to then understand what Luke's intention was, and he started nodding profusely, his grin returning. He retrieved a hand paddle from somewhere within his plywood console and stuck out his right hand to begin pulling the boat backward in the water. It took 4 or 5 tries, but the boat slowly began sliding around and facing downstream, eventually helped along by the oncoming current. Luke watched the progress, then knelt down to lend a hand on the opposite side of the boat. He sensed Holland still standing behind him, knowing the man was trying to prepare himself for the worst. Now, Luke had to hope these people would not fire the first shots. If they wanted them dead immediately, they would have just parked it in their boat and used their longer-range weaponry to pepper Bill's boat in a million spots, then simply wait for it to sink. The passengers on it would then be sitting ducks. Except rather than floating gracefully like ducks, they would all be treading water, desperately trying to swim to shore. Luke shook his head, trying to push away the negative thought. No, he thought. This is the right move. They'll still have the advantage no matter what, so they'll wait as long as possible. Now, if their pursuers believed their boat to be dead in the water and did intend to question Luke first before filling him with bullet holes, they would have to get closer. That would give Luke a brief but useful advantage, if only they could get the boat up to speed and around the rear end of their attacker's boat. When the boat was facing downstream, as he'd suggested, Bill smacked the side of the motor and pushed the throttle down, the boat happily roaring back to life. Holland was seated, thankfully, and Luke felt himself nearly topple over the side as their momentum shifted. He watched their attackers, seeing no sign of surprise on their faces through the darkness, but their light was also boring through Luke's head, blinding him. Within seconds, their boat was behind their attackers, putting the attacker's third man, the one operating the engine, in the line of sight and preventing the shooters from getting a straight shot without endangering their own man. Luke waited until they were perfectly behind the other boat. "Stop!" he yelled to Bill, who immediately engaged Luke's second set of instructions. He pulled the engine throttle back up, and the boat stopped dead in the water, bobbing lifelessly in position behind the attacker's boat. The attackers were shifting position, scrambling for balance as they stood on one of the planks in their own boat, trying to get to a high enough point where they could get a straight shot over their pilot's head. Unfortunately for them, their boat's captain was also reacting, standing up higher himself and putting the engine into reverse to try to get his teammates a better shot. The boat jostled and rolled from both its own and the opposing boat's wake, causing everyone on board to have trouble maintaining balance. "Now!" Luke shouted to Holland. Holland was already lining up his shot. Luke brought his own pistol up as Holland fired 2 quick rounds. Luke heard one of them ping into the side of the hull, then another struck pay dirt. He fired 3 shots from his own pistol, well aimed but slightly off target. He readjusted and fired again. The 2 men were able to empty a half magazine each between them, before stopping. Smoke began billowing out of the engine they were firing at. The captain of the boat was frantically moving around the rear end of the craft, trying to inspect the damage to see if there was anything he could do. Luke nodded once, and Bill threw their engine into gear just as the other men opened fire. It was going to be close, but so far his plan had worked flawlessly. Luke saw the rounds from the small assault rifles peppering the water in front of the boat, then spray past his line of sight as their boat lanced forward, dodging the first assault. Bill was happily steering upstream once again, pulling wide toward the more open water, away from shore. Luke didn't need to tell their pilot to keep the boat moving in serpentine, jagged arcs. Luke saw the 2 men in the other boat shouting over their own gunfire as one of them tried to get a hit. Luke winced as 3 more rounds burst splashes of impact immediately in front of his eyes, and he thought he heard the pinging ring of a deflected round off their hull, underwater. He hoped it had been only a glancing shot, and not one that had opened up a gash in the bottom of their vessel. But Bill did not stop moving. He coaxed the engine to a speed faster than anything Luke would have thought possible for the tiny motor, and eventually they had put enough distance between themselves and their attackers that there was no chance they would get hit unless it was a wildly lucky shot. He turned to Holland and high-fived. "I love this proactive thing," Holland said, "but I changed my mind. I don't want to die. Next time we're just going to take them out. Deal?" Luke smiled in return, then nodded, but didn't respond. He was already preoccupied, once again thinking about Holland's offer of partnering up and getting into a line of work that was neither entirely completely legal nor ethically above board, but the legality of it was second to the freedom it offered. As long as Luke felt his personal moral compass was intact and not leading him astray, he trusted himself to choose his battles far more than he trusted a faceless organization or even his own government. In that regard, Holland was right. He wondered if everything his friend told him was true, that no matter whom they were fighting for, there would always be questions. There would always be doubts. He had understood that to be true in his own work for the city and his government, so he had no reason to suspect it would be otherwise in any other professional role. Could I actually do it, he wondered? Could I go it alone without someone above me calling the shots? 53. Thursday, 4:54 a.m. Mansakonko, Republic of the Gambia. They pushed ahead at a little under top speed for another few hours, and just when he thought they were never going to arrive, Luke realized they were approaching a city. Besides the brightness from the moon above, the city's own lights were now casting long shadows over the water to their right. He saw twinkling there as the far-off shore became less distant, and the channel began to narrow to one no wider than a large river. The shanties on the shore to the port side of the boat had now been matched by small, cobbled-together homes on the opposite shore that were sliding closer into view. And the houses were no longer the only buildings in sight. He saw larger structures, even buildings that had been constructed in a way that might even pass muster as proper Western architecture. Some of them looked as though they would stand strong for more than a year. Luke saw the trees thin as the relatively empty shoreline gave way to more and more docks, many with small fishing boats moored and tied off. He wondered how many people lived in the greater Mansaconco area, a fact he had not thought to look up earlier in their voyage. After the run-in with the other boat, they had been left to traverse the remainder of the channel unimpeded, with no further action. Bill hadn't moved, let alone acknowledged that they had been in a gunfight. He seemed content to simply stare straight ahead, a thin smile on his face as he navigated the waters. Luke had even been able to get a bit of shut-eye, though it was hardly sleep. Holland, too, had tried to rest. He had somehow tucked his long legs and massive arms underneath himself like a gigantic prehistoric bird, pushing his chin forward and backward until he'd found a spot he liked, then crammed his entire body into an impossibly small corner of the bow of the boat. Neck! Luke was sitting up and facing in Bill's direction, inspecting the shoreline on his right side, when Holland tapped him on the shoulder abruptly. He turned, annoyed. What? Holland had a huge grin on his face, but he wasn't looking at Luke. He was pointing away, toward the opposite shoreline off the bow, where an inlet from the large river opened into a semi-hidden port that abutted up against the channel. Luke blinked a few times. Is that what I think it is? Luke asked. We won't be able to read the name on the side of her until we're a lot closer, but the footprint seems right. It sure does, Luke said, feeling a rush of excitement and adrenaline course through him, in spite of how tired he was. That has to be it. You're damn right it has to be, Holland said. We've found the La Brea, 54, Thursday, 5:04 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. Denise had briefly studied the general geography of Banjul in this area of the Gambia. Half of the small nation was pierced by a long, wide channel of the Atlantic Ocean. When she had first landed after Luke and Holland, she had not been sure what the two men were up to. All she knew was that, wherever they went, she would need to go as well. As such, she had called her handler prior to landing, having him arrange transportation so she could hit the ground running. The large SUV looked every bit like a government vehicle, and in a nation as poverty-stricken as the Gambia, it stuck out like a sore thumb. That meant she would need to be extra careful as she followed behind Preston and Holland. Yet it was good her handler had arranged it up front, because as it turned out, Preston and Holland were already on the move by the time she had picked up the SUV. She watched from a small hill as Luke and Holland, meeting a local boat owner, departed on the tiny craft and headed upstream. It was not a move she had been expecting, as it would be a much slower rate of travel. She assumed it meant Luke had some contact upstream, somewhere on the channel. When she had glanced at a map once again, she had realized that unless the boat they were chasing had stopped somewhere along the channel, Luke's and Holland's trip could only end in one place. She traced a line up the channel and discovered that the most realistic possible destination for the La Brea to dock would be at the tiny inland town of Mansaconco. And unless their own tiny boat was secretly hiding a few large outboard motors, she should easily beat them to their destination. Not wanting to take the chance of losing them, however, Denise had also seen on the map a highway that ran inland, staying parallel to the river and within eyeshot. She had decided to follow them and try to keep their boat in sight as much as possible, or at least its running lights. It had been a long, slow drive, but it had allowed her to check in with Holland and Preston as they ascended the river. The bright moonlight had provided enough illumination to keep the otherwise invisible boat in her sights for the majority of the drive. At one point, she had lost sight of them for a couple of hours. Trusting her gut, she had kept driving, heading toward Mansaconco. Eventually, she had caught sight once again of their boat performing a strange maneuver in the water, swinging back around and darting near another similar-sized boat. There, she had pulled over on the highway and stepped out of the SUV to get a better view. Luke, Preston, and Holland had each raised a pistol and began firing at the other boat, and she could see two men on the other boat also holding weapons out. Larger ones, she noticed, than Luke's and Holland's pistols, trying to position themselves to fire back. Preston and Holland had somehow prevailed and left the opposing boat dead in the water, the three men on board scrambling to get started again, while firing at the fleeing boat that had taken them out of the race. She had tried to make sense of this information as she drove on, once again following the boat upriver. The two teams obviously were not working together, but did that mean they were enemies? Did one simply stumble upon the other while looking for the La Brea? Or perhaps Preston and Holland had known about them all along, and this strange exchange had been part of their plan to remove them from the playing field. The intelligence report from her handler had not mentioned anything about a U.S. team on this river. Those CIA assets were in Senegal, to the north. That meant that there was another party involved, one she and her team did not know about yet. She knew Luke and Holland wanted to find the La Brea, and it seemed as though this other team wanted to find it as well. They were better armed too, which told her they had probably been interested in taking out Luke and Holland before they could get to Mansaconco and the La Brea. That had all been hours ago, and now, tired after driving most of the night, Denise swung into Mansaconco and parked the SUV at the edge of what seemed to be the main street through town, where she stopped and waited for Luke and Holland to arrive. She had a clear view of the port, and she saw the boat putt into the marina and tie off on a post. Luke and Holland stretched and got out, thanking their captain, who was wearing a wide smile. There was no boat in sight large enough to be a freighter, so she wondered if coming to Mansaconco was all for naught, or if they had another plan. She wasn't sure what the men were up to now, but she had to prepare herself for a coming battle between the two parties she knew were involved. She had a feeling the soldiers they'd left back in the channel would return, possibly with a larger force. Luke and Holland were still armed, and clearly not afraid to use their weapons. The best option for her now was to call it in, to at least inform her handler that there was rising tension, and likely action soon. She assumed he would call in the troops, run the local officers to her position, where someone would be put in charge and given orders to either intercept or wait out the coming battle. She took out her phone and prepared to call. It gave her a bit of relief to know there could be U.S. agents in place within a few hours, but it also meant another player on the board. 3 teams, all vying for power and intelligence and control. It remained to be seen what the other 2 teams truly wanted and how the La Brea factored into it. But it got Denise excited thinking about it, that she would be part of something that would ultimately help her country. It made her proud, gave her a sense of belonging in this chaotic world. She drove the SUV around the block once more to stay out of sight, then parked and got out. By a stroke of pure luck, the place she had discovered on the map, the only thing resembling a coffee shop in this town, had opened a few minutes prior, and there was no one inside but the proprietor. She assumed there were a handful of folks in the downtown district of Mansaconco that worked the early shift and needed a morning cup of coffee, and for that she was grateful. While she was inside waiting for a single black coffee, Holland and Preston were still in view outside through the window. They were slowly making their way toward the town's first group of buildings and houses. She brought her phone out once again, hoping to type out a quick email to McDonnell, or at least get him on a quick call. She knew he would want an update, no matter what time it was back home. She also knew it might be time to reveal herself. 55. Thursday, 6:10 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. When Luke and Holland had reached town an hour ago, they had found a store open early, and inside had grabbed a few handfuls of snacks and energy bars. It was far from a true meal, but even if they had time to sit down and dine, none of the restaurants on this block were open yet. Well, Luke asked, what'll we do now? Holland was facing away from him. They were standing on a stoop outside a small inn in downtown Mansaconco that looked like it had been in need of a paint job for the last 25 years or so. Still, it appeared to be the most luxurious place in town. He also noticed that it was the only place in sight with a front stoop made of actual poured concrete. A rickety metal table had been set up on it, giving it an almost porch-like feel. It was not exactly comfortable, but Luke figured he needed to reset his expectations for comfort if they were going to be spending any real amount of time here. Luke had no idea who would vacation here on purpose, but he had been relieved to find out he would have a place to rest his head tonight, if they were still around. While he had been excited to find the boat that had already caused them so much grief, he was more happy that finding it had given him another boost of energy. He hoped it would be enough to keep him awake for the rest of the day. He wanted to get to the La Brea, to investigate and hopefully find out what this was all about. Holland turned to look at him, giving him a once-over. What do you mean? You know exactly what we do now. Luke cocked an eyebrow. Come on, man, Holland said. You've been putting this off for an hour. Do the thing. The thing? Call your old man, Holland said. Tell him we found it. Luke sighed and closed his eyes. Holland was right, of course. Luke had thought of calling his father as soon as they had seen the La Brea from their boat, After parting ways with Bill, giving him an extra $200 tip, which had brought tears to the man's eyes, they had walked through the main street of downtown Mansaconco, getting a feel for the place. This was Africa, and it was not the part of Africa most people visited for fun. There were hints of upward mobility around, but it seemed there was a greater contentment with being among the world's lowest tier of wealth. "What are you waiting for?" Holland asked. Luke kicked a pebble that had somehow landed up on the concrete slab. The sun was peeking over the horizon and sending shards of light over the glass-like water in the marina, and the heat was already getting uncomfortable. Even at this hour, Luke wanted nothing more than to grab a cold beer and sit down in an air-conditioned room, but he knew that relaxation was off the menu for the time being. "I don't know. I guess I just didn't think we would actually find it." Holland laughed. "To be fair, we've only seen it. We still have no idea what the hell's inside of it or what it's doing here, or what your old man really wants with it. We do have a pretty good idea of the answer to all of those questions, though." "Sure," Holland said, shrugging. "But it still doesn't seem to me like this is an open and shut case, does it, Detective?" Luke rolled his eyes. "No, it doesn't. We need more." "Well, then do it," Holland answered. "Call your dad, tell him you found it, ask him what the next clue is on this mysterious journey he sent you on." "Fine," Luke said. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, finding that there was still more than 10% charge. He hadn't used it much in the past few days, but he was still surprised that it was not completely dead by now. He also noticed that he had a couple bars of service. Somewhere in town was a cell tower, once again reminding him that even in poor countries, people strove for modern amenities. "You want some privacy?" Holland asked. Luke paused, looking up at Holland. He saw a softness in the man's eyes that he hadn't noticed before. Apparently, this conversation was not going to be about just his father's professional life, and Holland knew that, or at least, he was prepared for that. Luke nodded. "You know what? That actually might be good." "You got it," Holland said, waving off the statement. "I was going to try to score a little more food while we're hanging out waiting to get shot by pissed-off locals and all. Hell, I might even scrounge up a beer. Who cares if it's 6 in the morning?" Luke laughed, dialing the number he had memorized earlier. As he pulled the phone up to his ear, he watched Holland cross the dusty street and head to a place that had what seemed to be grocery items lining crates out front. A store employee was busy setting up signs and produce carts, preparing for the morning rush. Here goes nothing, Luke thought. 56. Thursday, 6:15 a.m. Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. Luke stepped through the open front door of the inn as he waited for the call to connect. There was no one behind the tiny makeshift desk in the corner, and he saw a plastic patio chair tucked into the opposite corner. As good a spot as any, he thought. He walked over and sat down. As soon as he hit the chair, the call connected. There was the sound of a throat clearing, and then a gruff voice. "What?" Luke pulled the phone away from his ear, surprised for a moment until he realized he wasn't sure where his father was. For all he knew, it could be the middle of the night for the man, and he'd woken him from a deep sleep. I found it." And there was a long pause, and Luke wondered if his father was shifting out of bed, trying to wake himself up, as if he was delirious and didn't even know who he was talking to. "Where?" Luke thought for a moment. Should he answer? Did he just give everything away like that? After all this, after traveling around half of the world, loading up credit cards and taking out cash in order to find this boat? And for what? Was he still trying to prove something to his father? Or was he trying to prove something to himself? He wondered if it even mattered now anyway. If the people who had been tailing them since McDonnell and whoever had chased them around Boston were still behind him, they would no doubt also find the La Brea tucked away in the inlet nearby. He still wasn't sure what all the fuss was with the boat. It didn't seem to be wielding any modern-day weapons, and anything hidden inside its hull didn't seem important enough to be of much concern, considering it appeared to have been parked and forgotten in the port. He also knew that whatever the La Brea had originally been carrying might already have been unloaded and taken to its final destination. If it was weapons, as they suspected, they might by now be in the hands of the guerrilla soldiers. He figured it was better to comply. "It's in the Gambia, hidden in an inlet in Mansaconco, though not hidden very well." "That's because if you're in Mansaconco, you're already hidden from the world." "So what now?" Luke asked. "You wanted me to find this stupid boat, so I did. I think you owe me an..." I don't know you jack shit, son, came his father's reply. I'll give you an explanation because I need to, not because I owe you anything. Luke was not about to get sidetracked into a semantics debate with his old man for their first real conversation in a decade. Fine, Luke said. Who do you work for? There was another pause, and now Luke heard the distinct sound of shuffling over creaky wooden floors. He frowned. Was his father still living at their old house? He felt a sudden pang of nostalgia. Growing up with his parents, his brother, their dog Lucy. He had moved out at 17 and then spent the rest of his life in dormitories, barracks, apartments, and, for a fleeting moment in time with Mel, a tiny two-bedroom home in Stowe, Massachusetts. He hadn't thought of his childhood home since he'd left it. Now he remembered running along the smooth, polished wooden floors upstairs, hearing every other board creak and groan under his weight. He and his brother had eventually learned which were the noisiest planks, and knew just where to step to move through the upstairs silently. Was his father up there now? Not yet, his father said, the gruff voice returning. Soon. Luke sighed. No more clues, he said. I'm done, his father chuckled. No, you're not, he said. You know you're not. I know a little about the man you became, and I know what you're thinking. If I hang up, you'll still wonder. You'll still have to know, won't you? Luke waited, wondering if his old man was going to get to a point soon. I'll be there. Later today, just sit tight. I'm nearby already, actually. Luke's blood ran cold. His father hadn't asked for his help because he'd lost the La Brea, but because he was stringing Luke along and tracking his progress. But why? Sit tight? Luke asked, incredulous. What the hell am I supposed to do until then? His father let out a sharp breath, and he heard sounds of clicking. A laptop, maybe? Mechanical pencil, held close to the phone's speaker port? Whatever it was, his father's voice returned, and the sound changed. Stay alive! Luke heard the sound of clicking resuming. Then the call disconnected. He lifted the phone away from his ear and stared at the screen. He shook his head in fascination. What the hell had just happened? Why had his father told him to stay alive? He heard pounding footsteps over crunching gravel. Then a foot hit the concrete pad outside the building. The already open door creaked. Luke was already on his feet. His hand rested beneath his shirt, feeling the cold steel of Holland's Sig Sauer in his belt. Holland flew through the door. What's up? Holland's eyes were open wide, and he was breathing heavily. Luke knew better than to think Holland might be out of shape. Something had the guy spooked. He was about to repeat the question when Holland caught his breath and looked back and forth at the small space, taking it in for the first time, apparently. Finally, his eyes locked on Luke's. We have to go, Preston, now. 57. Thursday, 6:17 a.m. Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. Holland didn't bother asking how Luke's chat with his father had gone. He didn't need to, for two reasons. One, he knew it hadn't gone so well that Luke and his father were now like old friends. He knew what having an estranged father was like, and he knew there was nothing but pain and heartache when confronted with one's own demons from the past. And he knew that a father could make an excellent demon. Two, none of that mattered right now. They had more pressing issues at hand. We gotta move. Why? Luke asked, following him out the front door. What happened? They found us. Whoever the hell has been after us this whole time, probably on the same team as those guys whose boat we took out. One of them even looked similar. Okay, Luke started, and did one of them try taking pot shots at you? Why are we running? Holland didn't respond aloud, and he figured that was answer enough. They jogged for about half a mile, then Holland saw his target, a slight rise in the distance. They reached the road leading to it without stopping, without speaking. Once there, they started up the hill, and Holland targeted a lone tree that sat at the top of the rise, where the dirt road turned slightly to the right and disappeared out of sight. With any luck, this would be the road to the next town over. This place is crawling with them, man, Holland said, finally answering Luke's question. I saw two of them while I was in the store. One of them watched me go in and followed me. I was able to get out of the way and leave just as I saw him pull a gun. So then the other one pulled his own weapon out and started running toward me. I was able to get around the back of that little building, but there's like a marketplace or something back there. I figured it would be easy enough to hide among all the little fruit stands and food carts, but I noted 3 more dudes walking around with assault rifles. You could tell they were hostile? Holland nodded. Absolutely. Each one of the ones who saw me started walking toward me like they recognized me. But they didn't shoot. Probably because they're not really looking for me. There was silence from behind him, save for the heavy footfalls of Luke's feet as he ran. He knew he didn't need to explain further to the younger man. They weren't after him, because they were after Luke Preston. Taking out Holland would only prevent them from being able to use him to find Luke. Holland reached the tree and turned around finally. Luke was there, right on his heels. Neither man was panting or out of breath. Good, Holland thought. We might need to go on a mile-long sprint here in a minute. On the phone, my dad told me to stay alive. About 5 seconds before you barged in. Holland raised an eyebrow. No shit? No shit. Whatever he knows, these guys know about it as well. And for some reason, it's like they all think I'm a target. They all want me dead. Well, he did warn you. I guess that means he's not working with them. I don't know what anything means anymore, Luke shot back. Who the hell knows who he's working for, or who's working for him? I just want to go home, but I can't do that because my home got blown up by one of these assholes. Holland couldn't help it. He smiled, looking back down into town. It wasn't a great vantage point, but would at least make it difficult for anyone to sneak up on them. He turned the other direction and pointed downhill. The road widened a bit, but it was dirt all the way through the land he could see. It disappeared over the edge of another small hill in the distance. Just beyond that, he saw a cluster of 3 different spires of smoke. I'm guessing that's the other town, he said. All that for a beer? Luke asked. Holland knew he was kidding, and he joked back. The guy at the general store said that it was really good beer, definitely worth heading there. He turned back and now saw a truck pulling out of the underside of an awning in the distance. The tarped-in side of the semi-rigid structure waved in the gentle breeze as the truck kicked up dirt and turned onto the road, heading toward them. Holland saw the back of the truck and saw that it was not empty. Time to move again, he said. Luke had seen the truck as well. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. You think we can get down to that other town there before they're on us? Absolutely not, Holland said without delay. But if we take this hill down the other side, we'll be out their sights for a few seconds. Then we duck left, and we can head into that line of trees over there where the forest starts to thicken again. If we keep reasonably close to the edge, we can stay hidden and keep an eye on the road itself. The La Brea is back around that other ridge across from the town, so that'll be the quickest way there with those guys following us. He hoped Luke wouldn't bring up the fact that even though they both knew, generally, where the La Brea was hidden, and that they were, generally, close to it, this was a completely foreign country on a completely foreign continent. They could be close to the La Brea, but also close to any number of other, potentially more vicious threats than humans with guns. As they started jogging once again, this time heading downhill toward the forest, Holland felt a morning chill from a cool, ocean-borne breeze on the back of his neck. Hopefully we only have one species of killer to deal with today, he thought, as he and Luke stepped toward the thick, dense jungle. 58, Thursday, 6:31 a.m. Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. Holland and Luke made their way through the edge of the jungle without fuss. When they came to a row of small houses connected by a winding dirt road, Luke realized they had reached the outskirts of the little town neighboring Mansaconco to the east. He stepped out of the jungle and made his way toward the first house. Like many of the others, this structure was built of cinder blocks and tarps, wrapped together with rope and bungee cords. For the moment, no one was home. Holland joined him, and together they leapfrogged their way by each of the houses until they found a larger connecting street that wound around and eventually led downhill to town. The town lay nestled in a smaller valley, and from here, Luke could see across to the opposite side, where a steep, high hill rose like a border wall along the southern side of town. Both sides of the valley were backed by thick, dense forest. Luke imagined the creatures that lived inside and called the forest home, saw in his mind the movies and shows that had featured this part of the world. Everything from action-adventure to horror to romance had at one point invoked the mystique and adventure of places like this. They jogged out to the last house, which sat on a steep slope, right on the edge of the valley, and Luke looked down at the town, about 100 feet or so below them. As they watched, getting their bearings, Holland pointed down to the main road leading to the valley. Luke followed his arm and finger, and saw the same truck rolling into town, a cloud of dust marking their route as they bounced over potholes and uneven dirt. Luke counted 5 men in the back, armed with assault rifles, possibly 2 more in the cab, in addition to the driver. He had no reason to suspect any of them would be unarmed. Suddenly, Holland looked the other direction and whistled. "Looks like we've got company from the east as well," he said. Luke turned his head and saw what Holland was looking at. 2 more cars, this time both SUVs, were rolling to a stop in a large, flat, open area. The town's buildings were gathered together in the valley, curved around one side of the open field. Luke watched, the SUVs barely in focus, as more people spilled out of these 2 vehicles. He counted 4, most wearing sunglasses, and all of them were wearing clothes that made them look as though they had just left a casual Sunday morning church service. "Those guys are federal agents," Holland said. Luke nodded. These were the stereotypical secret agent types Holland had been paranoid about in McDonnell. Without a doubt, the unmarked SUVs and their plainclothes passengers were working for some government agency, and since they had already interacted with U.S. agents in McDonnell, Luke assumed it had to be CIA or HSI. "What are they doing here?" "Waiting for those guys to get to town, I guess," Holland said. "The timing doesn't make sense," Luke said. "The guys in the truck came here because they saw you and are looking for me. But these other guys? How would they know where to look, and why now? How would they know where—" Luke stopped himself as he felt his phone buzzing in his pocket. He took it out, noticing it had 5% battery life left. An unknown phone number danced across the screen. He showed it to Holland, who shrugged. Putting it to his ear, Luke pressed talk and prepared to ask who was calling. "Preston," came a voice from the other end before he could speak. There was static interference, and it sounded like someone was calling from one sort of satellite phone or computer console rather than another cell phone. "Hear me? It's Smith." Luke frowned. "I can hear you, barely. Who'd you say this was?" "Agent Denise Smith, working intelligence agency." Even though he hadn't gotten the full string of words, he understood. CIA, like we thought. And why did that name sound familiar? He took a few steps back, and then to the side, noticing the connection improve. "How did you get this number? And why are you calling me? This isn't really a great—" "Please stop running," came the woman's reply. "We know where you are, and we know what you're trying to do." Luke scoffed. "What the hell do you mean you know what I'm trying to do? You don't know where I am or anything about—" "Luke, cut the bullshit. I work for McDonnell, but I'm with the Special Activities Center for the CIA. I've been tracking your movements and antics since Boston, and now I've got a team with me that's very interested in why you're both out here in Timbuktu." His eyes widened as he looked to Holland. Holland was mouthing something at him, but Luke couldn't make out the words. You work for McDonnell? Denise Smith? That's the same analyst McDonnell's—" "Yes, Preston, ex-Air Force, now intelligence with the CIA, and an analyst for McDonnell. Now that we've played catch-up, let's cut to the chase. Come in or we'll bring you in." 59 Thursday, 6:46 a.m., Mansa Konko, Republic of the Gambia. Luke looked over at Holland. That was Denise Smith. "Denise Smith? McDonnell's analyst?" Luke nodded. He knew Holland and Denise had dated briefly, though he didn't know the details of their stint, nor did he know how long it had lasted. "Apparently she's a bit more than an analyst. She's also on the CIA's payroll." "How do you know? Maybe she's toying with you." "I mean, when we were together, there was no reason to suspect anything like that." "No reason to suspect anything, or was she just really good at hiding it? How long did you guys date anyway?" Holland looked sheepish. "Okay, fair point. It was only a few dates, and it ended because she always had something come up at work. She was always so busy." "Oh." Luke smiled as Holland re-examined his relationship with Smith. While he did, Luke looked out over the village, noticing that the truck full of gun-wielding men was now meandering slowly through town, looking for him. It was eventually going to come head-to-head with the CIA crew on the other side of town, who were currently setting up defensive positions, using the SUVs as cover. The CIA presumably knew it was en route and was preparing to put up a fight against the guerrilla soldiers. As he watched, squinting to make out the details of the CIA agents on the eastern side of the village, he saw a light-skinned figure standing near the black SUV, her head pointed in his direction. The person had a slim figure, noticeable even from this distance, a woman. As he watched, she raised her hand and gave him a slight wave. "No way," he said. "What?" Holland asked. "She's here, right now, Denise Smith, over there." He pointed. allowing Holland a few seconds to see what he had seen. This meant that McDonnell was playing a larger game than Luke or Holland had been aware of, that he was also CIA and must be using Luke for something, possibly trying to extract information from him, or at least using him as bait for whatever this was all about. No, that doesn't make sense, he thought. I know McDonnell better than that. Even if he was with the CIA, he wouldn't hang me out to dry like this. Typical bullshit, Holland mumbled, pulling his pistol out of his belt and checking the magazine. What do you mean? The CIA's saving money, using resources some other government organization has paid good money to develop. They hire from within existing structures, keeping it secret to everyone but the agent themselves. Most of the time, those agents just hang out, go about their job, and no one's the wiser. Then, when the U.S. needs something done on foreign soil, all they have to do is send out the message, and the troops assemble. I suppose Denise Smith is one of those troops. I never would have guessed, but that's probably the point. No. Luke took in the information with a solemn sense of reality. The world, even his own government, was not what he had expected it to be. Through the thin veil of protection, he saw the facade for what it was, a mildly cloaked attempt for those in power to jostle for more power, to maneuver for better positioning in their own tiny chains of command. Sure, things got done. America was a safe place to live, and most days the average citizen might even forget that there were wars raging in every corner of the globe. But the events of the last few days had reminded Luke that nothing was ever cut and dry. Nothing was ever as simple as it seemed on the surface. Those vying for power would do anything they could to find more of it. Those with even a small sense of optimism, a small bent toward basic humanity, were simply steamrolled by more powerful, more driven bureaucrats. If Luke had had the wool pulled over his eyes, he wondered if McDonnell had as well. His old friend was a good man, and Luke didn't want to have to reassess that. He put the phone back up to his ear. What do you want us to do? First, get over here. How do we know you're not just going to take us out? No. Luke watched as the woman in the distance switched the phone from one ear to the other as she messed with something she had taken out of the back seat of the SUV. Because you would already be dead. Why do you want to bring us in? Bring you in, detain, interrogate, call it whatever you want, Preston. I've got a job to do, and I'm going to do it. With or without your help. Luke understood what she was saying. You're coming with us, whether you like it or not. He nodded, then confirmed. Fine, I'll answer some questions, but we're innocent here, just trying to find some answers ourselves. Do me a solid and help me understand what this is all about. There's no time for that. Get over here and get in the car and we'll talk. Why is there no time, Smith? Are you worried about that truck that's about to get to you? We're prepared for that just fine. I'm talking about you. The group that's been tracking you since Boston. That boat you nullified and the truck here in town are part of that same security force. And there's a small army of them moving toward your position. Through the jungle. You've got about 30 seconds before they're in range. Luke felt his blood run cold. Of course, a CIA officer would be tapped into overhead satellite imagery. It would be easy enough for her to see every living thing in the jungle, especially the large, upright figures that could only be human. Without answering, he hung up the phone. He turned to Holland, feeling the same sense of panic he had seen on Holland's face earlier in the lobby of the inn. All right, big guy, it's time to move. Back through the jungle, then? Holland asked. He kicked a rock and saw it fly off the mildly sloped cliff they were standing on. Unfortunately not. That way is now compromised, I'm told. He motioned with a turn of his chin. We're going down the quicker way instead. 60! Thursday, 6:50 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. The shots started as soon as Luke took his first step off the edge of the hill. Gravity and momentum took over immediately, and he half stumbled, half ran down the steep incline. Holland was right on his heels, precariously close to bumping Luke and causing them both to tumble the rest of the way down. A fall from this height on this slope wouldn't be fatal, but it would certainly be a bumpy ride. Luke saw more rocks and sharp-looking leafless bushes than softer greenery and grasses. And yet he dared not slow down. A moving target was far harder to hit. Plus, the shots were coming from the jungle behind him, right where Denise Smith had said they were going to be. She'd told him they were part of the same group that had been chasing them so far, which meant they weren't government like her, or Denise Smith would have told them to stop. She told him they were a security force, but that could mean anything. Based on how well organized they had been and how easily they had tracked Luke and Holland, It was no doubt a large group. Whoever they were, Luke wanted to get well ahead of them before they came crashing out of the jungle and saw their prey careening down the hill. A few more feet and their heads would be out of sight completely, and Luke hoped to keep it that way. He'd reached the halfway point down the hill when his foot slipped on a loose patch of gravel. He felt the weightlessness of being airborne, yet there was nothing he could do to prevent it. He spun around, his arms flailing wildly as they grasped for purchase, only grabbing empty air. His pistol clattered off to the side as it hit the ground first, then kept pace with him as they fell in unison. Luke smacked down hard onto his side, the fates graciously pulling him down on the shoulder that was not yet injured, but that really only meant that now both of his shoulders would be in pain. It did not protect him from a whole new slew of damage to brand new parts of his body. He felt his ribs compress and crack, his lungs suddenly cut off, then his head smacked the dirt. But he was far from at a standstill, and as soon as he'd made impact with the hard ground, he started to roll. He gasped for air as he picked up speed, tumbling end over end and down the remainder of the hill. Whatever fates had protected his injured shoulder had decided to leave him alone now, and he felt his injured shoulder take a hit against a large rock. Then again and again, as his body was tossed from rock to rock as he fell. Finally, mercifully, he came to a rest at the bottom of the slope, dust and rocks still falling around him. He squeezed his eyes closed, both to prevent anything from getting in them, and also to take stock of his situation. It was not good. Both his shoulders felt as though they'd been ripped from their sockets, and his left shoulder was on fire. He was having a hard time expanding his chest to breathe. One rib in particular fought hard against him, and when he was finally able to suck in a breath, it was staggered and wheezing. He heard boots nearing him, crunching and sliding over gravel, as Holland tried to navigate his own controlled fall down the hill. He also heard more gunfire, the chattering of far-off shots from two different directions. The group that had started shooting at them from on top of the hill was now aiming their fire toward the CIA checkpoint on the other side of the village. He could hear Denise's team's guns answering. A third and separate group sprang to life from yet another direction. These sounded like smaller submachine guns from another point in the village. The truck full of combatants, he realized. They sounded like the guns that had nearly taken them out outside the gun shop in Boston. Holland was there now, grabbing at Luke's arms and pulling him up. His shoulders screamed in pain, but Luke ignored it and pushed off with his feet. Apparently, his feet and legs had forgotten how to do their jobs properly, too. He came to a drunken stance, waiting for the stars to leave his vision. They didn't. Holland began dragging him along before he was ready, and Luke stumbled a few steps before forcing himself to relearn how to run. "Come on, we don't have time." He heard Holland say the words and thought of Denise's own words on the phone. "There's no time." Holland and Luke reached the outskirts of the village and slowed down a bit, now able to hide among the low-lying buildings that dotted the countryside. Through blurry, squinted vision, Luke took in the scenery. The village was set in the same sort of arid, dry terrain he had seen up on the hill, but the jungle was fighting for purchase down here as well. Among the brown, cracking earth and featureless boulders, he saw sprouts of bright and vibrant flora, greens and reds of flowering jungle plants that seemed otherworldly among the tans and browns and beiges of the village. When they reached the edge of the same road they had seen the truck barreling down earlier, Holland handed him his pistol. Somehow he'd managed to grab it after the fall had launched it from Luke's grasp. "Thanks," Luke said. "Don't go thinking I did it because I like you," Holland said, smirking. "This is a good pistol, and I was only letting you borrow it. I didn't want you to have to owe me once we get back home." "If we ever do get back home," Luke said under his breath. His words were stilted and gritty, his lungs still fighting against an invisible pressure. The gunfire ceased momentarily, and it was during this respite that Luke and Holland darted across the road. He knew Holland wanted to get to the mass of buildings on the other side of the road, as from there they could more easily sneak through the village and get to the CIA checkpoint. Luke was in no position to argue, barely able to stay standing on his own. He had not yet decided if he wanted to take Denise up on her offer. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but he didn't trust her. He didn't know her well, but she had claimed to be working for McDonnell, and now she was very clearly working for a completely different organization. She was well-resourced, it seemed, which told Luke she was not new to the organization. How long had she been playing McDonnell and his team? "Hey, slowpoke," Holland said, shouting over his shoulder as he raced through the village. Less dawdling, more moving. Luke hadn't realized he was moving slowly, but when he reflected on it for a second, he realized why. Every bone in his body ached, every muscle seemed to be crying out for him to stop and lay down. The tumble down the hill must have been far harder on his body than he had initially thought, and the adrenaline running through him must have been working overtime. Against his better judgment and internal desires, he forced himself to move faster. It wasn't easy, but he was able to catch up to Holland and match his pace through the maze of small brick and cinder block buildings. He did not see very many people, and those he did see were huddled inside their homes, watching from the doorless openings of their dwellings as he ran past. He figured the gunfire from all different directions had scared everyone thoroughly enough for them to want to stay out of the way. He couldn't blame them either. He was the idiot, running toward the fight. 61. Thursday, 6:59 a.m. Mansa Konko, Republic of the Gambia. Holland looked back at his friend. Luke was in bad shape, but he knew the man had been through worse. At least he thought he had. On closer examination, Holland wasn't sure he'd seen someone as beat up looking as Preston looked right now. Luke's already injured shoulder was causing a lot of problems, and his left arm was simply flopping by his side as they ran, his other arm holding it in place as best he could while still gripping his pistol. He saw 4 or 5 bruises on Luke's face, including a nasty-looking gash that was leaking blood all the way down his cheek and onto his neck. His shirt was torn in 3 places, and Holland could see more bruises beneath it. He wondered if Luke had broken ribs, or might have punctured a lung. If so, it was all the more reason to get him to Denise Smith and the waiting CIA team. For the moment, Luke seemed to be making good progress, staying right with Holland as they navigated the village. But they needed to get to Smith's team of U.S. agents before Luke collapsed. He didn't want to have to carry a grown man through a war zone while there were multiple bogies bearing down on them. At the moment, it seemed there was only one attacking force, and that force was split into 2 groups, the people who had come out of the jungle up on the hill, as well as the truck that had come into town. Both were fighting with the CIA agents, who were doing their best to stave off the group's advancement. But Holland knew they wouldn't be able to hold them forever. Their force was small, only 4 or 5 shooters from what he had seen up on the hill, and as both attacking groups moved in, the CIA force would have to split their attention between the two. He wondered if the guy they had questioned back in Mindelo, the Homeland Security officer, had in fact been telling the truth when he mentioned calling in the cavalry. Now would be a good time for that cavalry to show up and prove America's dominance, Holland thought. But Holland also knew that that same HSI man had questioned his and Luke's loyalties to America, and he had sensed a thinly veiled threat that, if he and Luke continued down this path, Homeland Security would not be protecting them, but fighting against them. All that led Holland to wonder what the plan was once they reached the CIA group. Sure, they could offer them immediate protection, and possibly some medical attention for Luke, but what then? What was Luke's plan once they got to Denise Smith? If she wanted them taken into custody, how in the world would they maneuver out of it? While they had certainly started this journey as innocent civilians, trying to put together the puzzle pieces of Luke's personal life, now, after they had run over an HSI agent, attacked another one in a bar, and generally made hell for all the U.S. operatives here in Africa, would they still be seen as innocent? Would Luke be able to talk his way out of it? No! Holland knew it was not the time to change the plan, however. Staying alive was the goal, and their best hope was to make it to the CIA group, and then hope Denise Smith would bring them in with only a slap on the wrist. They were finally at the home stretch, an open square, dotted with small vendor carts and roasting meat, complete with colorful strung banners and streamers from the tops of buildings, giving it all an inviting and attractive look. But at the moment, there were no people in the open-air market. Everyone had gone inside, taking cover in the relative safety of their homes or businesses while the battle played out outside. He didn't blame them. There were bullets flying around, and any sane person should be taking refuge indoors. As 2 of the not sane group, apparently, he and Luke now had to make a mad dash through this open-air market, hoping the single-story buildings would offer enough cover from the group perched on the hill. There was also the truck full of security men to worry about. He hadn't seen them since they had driven into the center of the village and dispersed, but he could hear their gunfire, their 3-burst subcompact assault rifles blasting toward the CIA's position. If this had been a war zone and Holland had a unit with him, he would have found himself in a beneficial position, coming up behind the enemy, able to take them by surprise. But stealth was the name of the game right now. Luke was injured, and all they had between them were pistols to fight off any frontal assault. That meant he would only shoot and reveal their position if there was an enemy soldier between him and his goal. Luke was there next to him. His eyes were open, but one was squinted shut with the growing beginnings of a bruise that had swollen around his left eye. "You look like hell, but we're almost there," Holland said. "No, we're not," Luke muttered. Holland frowned, but didn't let Luke distract him. "We are. It's right on the other side of this square. We need to move." He shifted his weapon into his other hand and put Luke's arm over his shoulder, preparing to pull his friend through the square. He didn't wait for Luke to be ready. This was as comfortable as it was going to get. Holland lunged forward, taking Luke along with him. Luke's feet jockeyed for position among Holland's own, but he didn't let them trip him up. He half-dragged the man through the square, dodging behind anything that could serve as a hiding place or protection from any attackers who might be watching nearby. At the end of the square, on the opposite side of the marketplace, Holland released Luke and took a breath against the long wall of a low, flat-roofed building. He turned to face Luke just as he heard the sound of footsteps from around the corner. Shit. He crouched, hoping Luke had heard the noise as well. But he didn't have time to waste waiting to find out. He spun around, lifting his pistol and preparing to fire. Nah! Holland's pistol was immediately kicked out of his grip by a massive force and snapping sound. Holland felt his left wrist go numb from the impact, and only then did the cause of it reveal itself. He looked up and saw a man pop out from around the corner, holding his gun out and upward after swinging it at Holland's pistol. Now the man was shifting, bringing the gun to bear once again, aiming for Holland. Holland's eyes widened, and he fell backward onto the seat of his pants, trying to crawl along the dirt toward his only weapon. He heard 2 shots, felt his ears immediately close in on themselves, and the sound of a high-pitched ringing set in. The world went quiet around him, and the man in front of him fell, dropping his weapon. Holland reached for it at the same time the man dropped to his knees. Another shot, nothing but a faint pop this time, sounded from over his shoulder, and he looked up to see Luke holding his pistol, his feet planted shoulder-length apart, but his upper body swaying wildly. Holland saw the man who had stepped into the square fall face first into the dirt, dead. Luke was shouting something at him, but Holland couldn't hear a thing. He felt his way around, dust and tears starting to cause his vision to blur, and reached both the man and the gun he had dropped at the same time. He grabbed the submachine gun and pulled it in and up to his chest, ejecting the cartridge and resetting the weapon for action with an involuntary ease and surety he didn't remember he had. Apparently, at one point in his career, he had practiced breaking down a weapon just like this, and it was still second nature to him. His vision came back, and he found what he was looking for on the downed soldier. An extra magazine hung on man's belt, and Holland tugged on it, releasing it, then shoved it into the empty end of the gun. Finally, he stood up and turned to face Luke, who was still standing and still swaying. Luke held out Holland's pistol. You dropped this," Luke said, barely getting the words out. Holland smiled, but didn't respond. He turned back to the dead soldier and the route he had taken to get into the square. "He came from this way, which is also the fastest way to get to the CIA. But now we've given away our position, so I wouldn't be surprised if there are a few more bogeys coming for us." "Time to get out of here," Luke said. Holland didn't bother asking if Luke could make it to the checkpoint. There was no point. Either he would or he wouldn't. They moved forward, this time Luke on his own, and made it down a narrow alleyway that exited to a larger space. There were about 20 yards of empty field between them and the CIA group now, and Holland could see that there were already 2 downed officers laying on the ground, their guns sprinkled around them. Shit. That left 2 fighters, another officer, and Denise Smith, who was currently shouting something into a cell phone. She stood crouched behind the open door of the SUV she had come in on, and it seemed like the engine was still running. Holland realized she must be waiting for them to arrive, so he once again threw Luke's arm around his shoulder and took off at a run, hoping to close the distance between them without attracting fire. He sensed the 2 groups to his left, one still up on the hill with the better view of the battlefield, the other much closer, and likely the bigger threat. For that reason, Holland chose a route that would take them in a wide arc, keeping them as far away from the group in the village as possible. As he and Luke reached the apex of that curve, about 15 yards from the back of the SUV, Denise noticed them. Her eyes grew wide, and she motioned with her elbow, still holding the phone to her ear. Holland now saw a pistol in her other hand. He knew she was ex-Air Force, so she had certainly trained with live fire drills, but he wasn't sure as to the extent of that training. If it came down to it, and she lost all three of her teammates, would she be a suitable last line of defense for them? He didn't want to find out. He needed to get Luke to the SUV, where he could at least provide a last-ditch amount of support for the CIA team. If it wasn't already too late. 62, Thursday, 7:11 a.m., Mansa Konko, Republic of the Gambia. Luke allowed Holland to help him toward the car. He didn't have a choice, really. He could feel his energy draining quickly, but knew he had to hold out for a little longer. He saw their destination just in front of them. Denise Smith had hung up the phone and was now waving them forward, using her free hand while the other held a pistol, and pointing it toward the advancing group of men from the truck, and spread out through the small village. Luke thought he saw someone lying on the ground near one of the buildings. It seemed to be a small, skinny body, potentially that of a woman. She was not moving. He feared the worst, but hoped she was only mildly injured and trying to stay out of sight. Above where she lay, 2 enemy soldiers peeked out from inside a house. Luke momentarily ignored his own pain and trudged forward, trying his best not to cause Holland to trip. He knew the man had his own fair share of scrapes and bruises, and he was grateful he had decided to help him along. Luke wasn't sure if he would be able to make it if not. Smith fired 2 rounds now, one of them striking the shoulder of the enemy combatant outside the doorway. It was a good shot, but Luke feared it had just been a lucky shot. Eventually, she was going to run out of ammunition. Even if there were more magazines in the SUV, her weapon was far too small and too short range to be able to put up much of a continued fight, especially if the men on the hill descended and flanked their position, which meant they needed to leave. Now. "Get in," Luke said, trying to raise his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. It failed, and only Holland had heard the slight grunting noise that fell from his mouth. His friend repeated the command much louder, causing the CIA operative on the opposite side of the SUV to look in their direction. He hadn't noticed them yet, and his eyes widened as he pulled open the back door of the SUV. He beckoned for them to come to his side, but Holland shook his head and instead shoved Luke into the already open back door behind Smith's position. Smith was still firing shots toward the second combatant she could see, who was now crouched in the doorway and firing blindly back at them. His aim was poor, and the subcompact machine gun was just slightly longer range than her pistol, so the only way either of them would get a hit on their target would be from a deflection or a lucky break. Luke hauled himself onto the seat by shifting his upper body and planting his hands onto the leather bench, then slid sideways toward the open door on the opposite side. The CIA agent there saw that he was giving Holland room to come in, so he closed that door after Luke was in situ. Luke didn't bother trying to pull the seatbelt over himself. "Smith, get in!" Holland yelled. She didn't respond, instead firing 3 more shots to empty her magazine. Shit. Luke shook away the feeling of drunkenness and forced his mind to focus. If she was trying to make a last stand, he didn't want any part of it. This is not where he had chosen to die. He still had a pistol. Holland had his as well as the subcompact he had picked up off the fallen soldier from the marketplace. But Luke knew it still wouldn't be nearly enough to take out the next wave of soldiers. And how many would come for us after that? Luke had a feeling there were far more guerrilla soldiers that could be scrounged up in nearby villages at a moment's notice. We need to get away, and fast. And then the last thing he wanted to be a part of was another car chase. Holland cursed and then threw himself out of the back seat as 3 rounds peppered the bulletproof windshield. Luke saw his friend pull Denise by the waist, his huge frame easily moving the lighter, smaller woman to the side. She yelled something in frustration, but Holland had already slid into the driver's seat and closed the door, then locked it. The SUV was on, and he jerked the stick into drive. "No! What the hell are you doing?" came Denise's response. "If you want to ride, get in. We're leaving now." "I've got fallen operatives in the field, Holland," she shot back. "I'm not going to leave them." "Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do," Holland yelled. "We can retrieve the bodies later. They're no help to us right now. And if you don't get in, you're not either." There was a brief standoff, less than a second long, but to Luke it felt like an eternity. Holland's words apparently had reached the other CIA agent, and he pulled open the passenger side door and slid into the front seat. When Smith saw him do this, she finally complied and got in next to Luke. She slammed the door shut as Holland smashed the gas pedal. "You always were so damn stubborn, Holland," she muttered. Holland didn't flinch. "Is this about my refusal to take you to dinner on Valentine's Day?" "It's a real holiday, Holland," came her response, "even if you don't agree." In a last-ditch effort to get shots off at the escaping SUV, the enemy soldier in the doorway darted out in front of the vehicle and slung a few bursts of fire toward the car. The tiny rounds were hardly large enough to do any damage whatsoever against the reinforced aluminum and glass of the SUV, but it did give Holland the opportunity to swerve quickly and clip the man. Luke felt the bump of impact and heard the soldier cry out in pain as he fell backward to the ground. "One down, 1,000 to go," Holland said from the front seat. He steered the car back to the left and the SUV slid sideways in an arc across the dirt and sand. He swerved and straightened out, sending a huge dust cloud up behind them, which was probably not purposeful, but did help mask their escape. Luke watched out the window as Holland drove up toward the hill on the opposite side of the valley the village lay in. 63 Cheer, Thursday, 7:15 a.m. Mansa Conco, Republic of the Gambia. "Where to?" Holland asked no one in particular. "We've got an extraction point," Smith said next to Luke, "but scheduled wheels up is not for another—" "Get to the La Brea," Luke said through gritted teeth. There was a back road on the map. "This village is just southeast of Mansa Conco, so we should still be close to where the boat is moored." There was a pause, then Denise's voice raised in fury. "Are you insane? We're not going to find your stupid boat, Preston. All of this is your fault. All of this started because—" "To the La Brea," Holland said, like a stern father on a road trip trying to assert his dominance over the bickering children in the back seat. "We started this adventure looking for that stupid boat, so we're going to end it there as well." Luke squinted through his good eye and blinked away tears and remnants of dust. He saw the CIA officer in the front seat suddenly pull his pistol out and aim it toward Holland's head. "What the hell?" Luke yelled. Agent Smith didn't speak. There was a tense moment of silence as Holland continued to drive, the gun to his head. Finally, he looked over and stared at the officer. "Shoot me, asshole. See what happens. You think that's going to solve our problem? We've got an army of pissed-off guerrilla soldiers trying to kill all of us, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to discriminate now that we're all sharing a vehicle. You kill your driver, and it's going to cost you a precious few seconds. Enough time for them to get back into the fight." Luke could tell the man knew all of this already, but it was a good stalling tactic anyway. Every second of distance they could put between them and their pursuers was an extra second of staying alive. And it was an extra second of bringing them closer to the La Brea. "Turn around," the man said. "Listen to what she said. This is her task force." "The task force is just you, buddy. The other half of it is lying dead on the ground back there. And me and the dude behind you have nothing to do with you and your task force. I'm getting Preston to the La Brea, and that's that." The man glowered at Holland, but Holland just stared out the windshield, even picking up speed as he found the dirt road leading up and out of the village. "Who are those guys?" Luke asked. "They've been following us, possibly since Boston." He saw out of the corner of his eye Denise nodding. "They have indeed been following you since Boston. They're a private security team, one that operates internationally, meaning they've got assets in every corner of the globe, tucked away, just waiting for a time like this." "In other words," Holland said, "it's good that we left when we did?" Smith sighed. "My mission was to stay there until we got you into the car." She flashed a glance at Luke. "But I was supposed to be driving, not a prisoner in my own SUV." Holland smiled. "You were taking too long," he said. "And the good news is, this isn't your SUV anyway, so you won't have to worry about the insurance claim if I bang it up." "They're mercenaries?" Luke asked. Denise nodded again. "They were hired by the Senegalese Republic Force, which is the name the militia and guerrilla fighters in Senegal have chosen for themselves. They're trying to get illegal contraband into Senegal to arm their soldiers." It was Luke's turn to nod. "Yeah, that's what we figured. The La Brea is the ship that's bringing all of that stuff to them." If this was news to Smith, she didn't show it. She kept her face blank when she spoke again. "And you think driving right up to the front of the ship is a good idea in the circumstances? I was supposed to bring you inland, almost to the eastern Senegalese border, then turn around and head toward the extraction point to throw off anyone on our tail." Luke shook his head. "Wouldn't have done any good. They've been one step ahead of us almost the entire time. As strange as it sounds, the only way we're going to surprise them is by going directly to the place they don't think we'll be at. Holland looked at him from the rearview mirror. He's right. And the La Brea's quiet. We saw it in port already. Whatever was on it is probably long gone by now. He got the sense that Smith still didn't agree, but it didn't matter. Holland was driving, and it was clear the power balance had shifted. He didn't think the CIA were thrilled about it, but at least the guy in the front seat had put the gun back in his lap. 64, Thursday, 7:39 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. The La Brea sat moored to two wooden posts, one near its bow and one at the stern. The flat, open deck was empty save for a single container sitting in the middle of it. "What exactly are we expecting to find here?" Smith asked. "Whatever's inside," Luke answered. He hoped she wasn't going to pry. The truth was he wasn't sure what they'd find. Weapons? His father? Both? Or were they walking into a trap, and his curiosity was about to get them all killed? Hey! Luke had to admit he was surprised to find that the small freighter was not loaded down with weapons, but instead just sitting on the water, almost completely empty. Were they already too late? Had the deal been made? Holland drove the SUV down the winding dirt road that led to the tiny bay the La Brea was tucked into. It was the only boat in sight, and it was clear that the pier had been built exclusively for a ship this size. It was not a proper port, and even from this distance, Luke could see that the dock lining the far side of the bay was rickety and poorly constructed, as if it had been put together in haste. It seemed as though this entire area had been carved out of the larger channel exclusively for the La Brea, to offer a safe haven out of plain sight when it wasn't sailing across the Atlantic. After a few more minutes of driving, they came to the end of the dirt road. Instead of a parking lot, the road ended in a grassy field that was slightly wider than the road itself. There was one other car parked there. Holland pulled in and turned off the vehicle. "So, do we go knock on the door or something?" he asked. "I doubt there's an army of soldiers waiting inside of it like a Trojan horse," Luke said. "The whole place looks deserted." "Could be a trap," said the CIA officer in the front seat. "For what?" Luke asked. "Everyone around us already knows it's here, and we don't know how long it's been here. Obviously it's been unloaded, and by now all the containers are on the back of a train heading toward their final destination. Looks like we missed out." Smith turned to him. "We'll go first," she said. "You and Holland stay here, cover our approach. After we've—" "Bullshit, Smith," Holland said from the driver's seat. "I get that you're CIA and everything, and that's super cool, but if anyone's got the right amount of field experience, it's me and Preston. You two stay back here and cover us." Luke saw Smith ratcheting up for a proper rebuttal, but he jumped in first. "We go together, okay? You're down 2 men, and neither of us will be able to do anything useful. There's no reason for any of us to wait in the car." After a pause, Smith nodded. The CIA officer in the front seat grumbled but didn't put up a fight. "What's the plan, then?" Smith asked. He wasn't sure if she was asking because she legitimately trusted his judgment or if she just wanted something else to argue about. Either way, he answered with the truth. "I don't think plan is the right word," he said. "Goal, perhaps." "And what goal is that?" "I want to know what it's doing here, how long it's been here, and how to stop it." "And if we find your old man?" Holland asked. Luke looked out the window. He was feeling better now, though still weaker and sore over every inch of his body. But he knew he could walk, possibly even run. If someone on board the La Brea wanted to put up a fight, he wasn't sure he'd be much use. So he hoped they would be able to proceed without any such activity. He turned back to the car's occupants. "If he's here, he's going to have some explaining to do." "Luke," Smith said, "if he's here." Her voice was a bit lower, softer. Luke heard the shift in her delivery and knew what she was trying to say. He understood the true meaning. "When can you have a team here?" he asked. She looked at her phone. "Extraction team is en route as we speak. I've already updated our location and explained that we won't be delaying by heading inland, so I would expect them within the hour." "Good," Luke said, swallowing. Holland turned to him. What's that mean, Luke?" Luke exhaled through his nose, then faced his friend. "It means that if my dad is here, there's no other explanation for it anymore. He told me to stay alive, remember? If he's simply waiting down there, waiting for me to show up, unprotected and apparently invulnerable to those Senegalese security troops, it can only mean one thing. He's the one running weapons. He's trying to find the boat because he's ready to finish the sale and close the deal. Those guys know he's the seller, but they don't trust us, so they've been trying to stop us this whole time." As he spoke, Luke watched the La Brea, sitting a bit higher than the low layer of fog that had collected in the port. The rising sun caused a glare that glanced off the bridge's glass windows, but through the glass, Luke thought he saw movement. He reached for the handle of the SUV's door just as a man appeared on the deck of the ship, stepping outside of the bridge. He nodded once, and Luke knew in that instant who it was. "Hey, Dad. 65? Thursday, 7:46 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia." Holland's eyes fell on the man standing near the bridge of the La Brea. He was staring back at them, coolly waiting to see what the newcomers would do. Holland got out of the car, his pistol in hand. The CIA guy next to him did as well, and he heard Smith and Luke's doors opening as well. "Only 4 of us," Holland said. "Only one of him," Luke answered. "We don't know that," came Smith's response. Holland heard her click another magazine into the end of her weapon. Holland considered bringing along the subcompact, but decided against it. It might be overkill, and he didn't want to bother with it if they needed the mobility. And if they were walking into a trap, it wouldn't matter much anyway. "He's alone," Luke said. "I know he is. Ambushing us doesn't serve his purposes." They started walking toward the La Brea's mooring. "What are his purposes, Preston?" Smith asked. Holland looked back at her as they moved downhill. "Don't get mad at me," Luke said. "I assure you, Holland and I were only poking around. I thought my old man was basically doing the same job you are, trying to find guys like this, then stop them." She seemed to accept this answer, but Holland knew there was another question in her mind. It was the same one he hadn't yet voiced. What happens if we're right? What happens if Luke's dad is who we think? "Preston," she began. "I know," he said, cutting her off. "I've already thought about it, and you know you don't need my permission anyway. Hell, I'll probably help you bring him in if it comes to that." She nodded, and they reached the dock. Holland could no longer see Luke's father up on the bridge, but he felt his presence, as the early morning sun cast a lingering long shadow of the man's silhouette over the back half of the boat. "I have a feeling it's going to come to that, Preston," Smith muttered. They approached a ladder that rose 10 or 12 feet straight up. Holland was about to offer to go first, but the CIA man stepped forward and started to climb. He waited until he was halfway up, then stepped on the bottom rung. At the top, he turned around to help Luke up, who was moving slowly but confidently up the ladder. He reached a hand out and helped pull Luke up the rest of the way. On deck, Holland finally turned and took in the surroundings. The fog had almost lifted, and their elevated and open position offered him a thorough look of the bay. The La Brea had been tucked in here, and it was nearly impossible to see unless one were traveling up the very channel that led to it. They had gotten lucky in choosing the water-based route from Banjul. As he'd seen from the car, there was nothing on deck but a single 20-foot container. He doubted the La Brea had sailed with only a single crate on board, so he assumed Luke had been correct. Most of the loot had already been sent to its final destination. But none of that mattered right now, because the one person who would be able to answer that question, and all the others, was walking toward them. He heard the CIA operative shouting toward Luke's father, who had just appeared on the deck. "Sir, my name is Carl Evans, and I'm with the Central—" "I know who you are," Luke's father said. "And I know you're here to bring me in. But can I say hello to my son first?" There was an awkward silence as the older man approached Luke. He eyed his son for a moment, and then stepped to the side and motioned with his arm. "Well, you might as well come in, I guess. It's not much of a looker, but at least there are chairs in the galley." 66. Thursday, 7:49 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. Luke had not seen his father in over 3 years, and it seemed as though he had aged another 20 in the time since then. His eyebrows were bushy, nearly hanging down over his eyes. The black, thick brow had turned gray, and parts of his once vibrant head of hair were now pure white, the rest of it thinning and grayish. But for the age his hair appeared to be, the rest of him was still in fine shape. He had kept his military-honed body in peak physical form, and Luke had noticed no limp or awkwardness in the man's step. He looked as hard and mean as Luke remembered from his childhood. He hadn't offered a smile, or even an acknowledgement that he knew which of the 4 people standing in front of him was his son. But Luke didn't care. He was already beginning to close off the relationship. This wasn't the closure he had wanted, but it was the closure he was going to get, apparently. How could he get into something like this? He wondered. How could he betray his own country? I know you have a lot of questions, his father said, as he turned and entered the first door to the left off the deck. This was the stack, the three above-decks floors that housed the bridge, captain's quarters and navigational deck, and galley and mess. He walked into a room that was lit only by the remnant sunlight that drifted in, and Luke followed behind. They walked toward a table set up in the center of the room, and he sat. Sir, we have an extraction team on the way, Smith began. I trust you won't be putting up a fight? Luke's father looked up at her from his chair, then let out a slight laugh. You're new, aren't you? She frowned, not taking a chair. Her counterpart stood behind Luke's father, near the back wall, his weapon in hand. Holland joined Luke and his father at the table. You're all wet behind the ears pansies, ain't you? His father asked. Sent out here to pick up the pieces of a war you're not even part of. What the hell, Dad? Luke shot back. What is this? What's what, son? He leaned heavily on the last word, as if testing its veracity after all these years. What are you doing? Luke responded. Out here, selling weapons to a guerrilla army? His father's eyebrows rose. You really think that? Change my mind, old man. Tell me why these CIA guys shouldn't bring you in half an hour? Luke's father swallowed, then cleared his throat. Because they have no idea what they're doing, and it'll be pointless ultimately. Why? Your company, you mean? That one you're on the board of? They'll just send someone else in your place to make the deal next time? His father shook his head and looked down, smiling in disbelief. Yes, they will, but that's not what I meant. It's pointless because it won't do anything. You're here because of your little high and mighty exploits down in Puerto Rico, ain't you? You think you're some kind of good boy, fighting the good fight for your country. Luke didn't answer. That's fine. We've all been there, son. I don't have a problem with that. And your friend here, he looks just rough and tumble enough to be your sidekick. Is that it? You two teamed up to take on missions like this one, to make the world a better place by stopping the weapons running business? Holland smacked the table. So you're not completely full of shit. Luke's eyes narrowed. You sent me on this damned mission. You wanted me to find the La Brea. I wanted you to understand what I do, and why it matters. Without seeing it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe me. You knew where it was the whole time, Luke said. It was a statement of fact, not a question. At this, his father's head fell back and he roared with laughter. Luke looked up at the CIA man and Denise Smith, who were both shocked. When his father finished, he put both palms on the table. It's my ship, son. My company owns it. And 15 others just like it scattered around the world, waiting for someone to get pissed enough to start blowing something up so we can sell guns to his cause. That's beyond reprehensible, Smith said. It's business, he said. And business is booming. That's why I need an extra hand. Someone good enough on their feet to stay out of the shit, to stay alive. You're trying to recruit me? Luke asked, taken aback. He knew his face was a mix of emotions, but he didn't bother trying to hide them. You want me to work for you? His father smiled. Money's great, and it's no different from what you just did, essentially. You find assets, get them where they're supposed to be, keep track of crews. The captain and his boys are off 2 days here, but I'll have to scrounge them back out of the brothel and bar tomorrow morning. We've got this last delivery to make. The container on deck, Holland said. What's in it? Plastic explosives, came his father's reply. A bunch of them. You're selling it to the Senegalese Republic Force also? Luke asked. A guerrilla army that's run by a maniacal psychopath and killing innocent men and women? And enslaving entire villages and putting weapons in the hands of 12-year-olds? Smith added. His father's smile never faltered. Look, I don't condone child armies, but I'm merely delivering a product. I don't give a shit whose hands it falls into. And to answer your question, no, not the SRF. Then, who? The Senegalese Armed Forces. Wait, Smith said. The Senegalese army? Aren't they the ones the SRF is fighting against? Yeah. Luke looked from Holland to his father, to Smith, and back again. Dad, you're selling weapons to both sides? He couldn't tell if the face his father was making was one of disappointment or amusement, or both. His father leaned over the table, bending forward on his elbows. Son, let me tell you a story. 67, Thursday, 8:07 a.m., Mansa Konko, Republic of the Gambia. The Senegalese army is considered one of the best in the world, his father began. They're well-trained, well-organized, and well-led. But they're a strong army in a weak state. Senegal is plagued by the same shit all the other countries around here are. Everyone wants to be in power, but no one wants to respect due process. The leader of the Senegalese Republic forces now thinks he's got a shot at toppling the power structure, and he just might. Because of weapons you sold him, Luke said. Let's be honest for a second, son, his father shot back. If we didn't sell to them, someone else would have. You think we're the only gun shop in town? The Chinese, the Saudis, the Russians, hell. There's even a Jamaican outfit that's been growing in popularity. They've got a lock on the Brazilian weapons coming out of South America, and those weapons are good. Lots of buyers. You're disgusting. I'm a realist, he said, and I thought you were too. I thought you were above all this jingoistic loyalty crap. I thought you could see what the world really was, son. Luke shook his head. Sounds like we're above you, that's all. Sounds like you've been lied to one too many times and now your head's shoved so far up your own... Save it, you little shit. I'm helping the world go round. Folks like you, your little friends here, you're preventing me from doing that. I didn't think you'd be this lost, this out of touch, but I see now I've made a mistake. I'm not working for you, ever. So yeah, you definitely made a mistake. And your past mistakes are going to catch up with you. Smith here's got a team coming in, and they're going to try you for treason, aiding and abetting, all sorts of random crap their lawyers can dig up. You're going to be locked up for a long time, Dad. Holland shifted, then added, I saw a kid with an AK yesterday. A kid. You know how off-putting that was? Kid looked like he should have been complaining about his homework, not trying to haul an assault rifle out of town. He knows what it means to get shot at. He's probably had to actually contemplate his own death, and a brutally painful one at that. A kid, man. Luke hadn't heard this yet, but he could see the reality of it in Holland's eyes. His father didn't falter. You're wrong, he said. About prison. How's that? You don't get it, Lucas. You can't because you refuse to see it. It's right in front of you. Let's play a game. How about that? How about you answer me a few questions of my own? Luke crossed his arms. You run into anyone else on your little adventure? Any U.S. operatives besides the CIA? Luke wasn't sure how to answer. He stayed silent, and thankfully the rest of the group did as well. That's fine, that's answer enough, so you did. Let me guess. DEA, thinking it was drugs they were trying to find, or Homeland? Those idiots are everywhere these days after the merger. They like to play the numbers game. Get a few grunts in every place imaginable and then just wait for action. Much easier, and lazier, than the CIA's and FBI's approach. You know, actually gathering intelligence. What's your point, sir? Smith asked. You can drop the act. It's been long enough since either of us have served that it doesn't matter anymore. But my point is that you probably didn't know about them, did you? And they certainly didn't know about you. My mission was to track Preston and Holland and offer support, or interference if it came to that. But ultimately your mission, the CIA's stated mission, is to prevent terrorism, the illegal drugs and weapons trafficking, and generally protect the sanctity of the United States of America. Meaning, bring in guys like me, right? Smith nodded. That's the problem, officer. Smith, she said. Smith, right, he continued. You're too fresh. You don't understand what's happening around you. There's a reason you've been spoon-fed information by that handler of yours. Sure, they'll send someone to pick us all up. That's fine. Won't be my first rodeo either. Luke felt his heart sink as he sensed where his father was going. But they won't ever tell you the truth, so I will. This doesn't end here, Smith. Far from it. You'll be given a friendly smack on the ass, told you've done a good deed, and maybe even get a little promotion. Then you'll be sent back out, probably end up in the South American version of exactly this setup, all over again. Ditto for the Homeland guys and the FBI guys and all the other little boys and girls running zone coverage for the great nation, his father said. All doing their part to clean up the world, and all doing their best to pretend they can't, eventually anyway, see the light. God, Luke thought. He's right. He knew it deeply inside of him, but he wished it weren't true. You think you're all high and mighty trying to stop a mean little dictator bully a little nation, but it won't end? You want to know why? Luke closed his eyes and swallowed. Because the U.S. is behind it. What? Smith asked. His father's smile widened. Now that's the whip-smart son I raised. Damn it, Lucas. I thought you weren't going to figure it out. Well done. 68, Thursday, 8:12 a.m., Mansaconco, Republic of the Gambia. Wait a minute, Holland said. You're telling me that the United States government is actually doing the selling? And the buying if we need to, Luke's father said. That's what my company does. We're a supplier liaison. We're set up to take orders from anyone, anywhere, and we've got a reputation for getting the job done no matter what. No matter that kids are being given your weapons and told to fight an idiotic power war, Holland said. Great, got it. Holland, is it? Luke's father asked. Grow up, don't pretend like you're surprised. I understand Smith here. She's new, too fresh. But you look like you've been through this shit and lived to tell about it. You know this shit is real. You probably just haven't been in the same room as it, so you're able to sleep well at night thinking you're doing a good thing, when you're actually being willfully ignorant. Luke saw Holland's nostrils flare, his jaw tighten, but he didn't move. He felt the same. Luke wanted to reach across the table and sock his dad on the chin, work out all his frustrations in one place, but against his better judgment he sat still. You're playing both sides, and you're funded by the U.S. government, Luke said. You sit around and wait for someone to start fighting, then you swoop in and sell guns to both sides. That about right? His father's head tilted to the side. Almost. You're missing a key feature, though, Lucas. You're missing the part about how I don't like waiting around. No. Oh, yes. This little uprising by the SRF leader? Who do you think put it in his mind that he could take on a nation's army? Who do you think told him he could succeed if only he had the weapons for it? Hell, how do you think he got the money? A few well-trained operatives from your branch, I might add. He flicked his eyes toward Smith. And you've got a nice, organized plan of attack to hit a few banks and cash-heavy organizations? The general public only sees terrorism, or local bombing, or organized crime. That's it. They never think to follow the money back to where it inevitably ends up. Christ, Luke said. You're not just selling to both sides. You're creating both sides. War is business, son, his father said, nodding. And like I said, business is good. My job, and my calling, is to keep the business flowing. No matter what. There's always someone pissed off and unstable enough to start something that keeps the guns and the dollars flowing back to where they belong. Our good country. Luke was feeling a mix of emotions. The revelations that had fallen down around him were compounding, feeling like tons of bricks on top of tons of bricks. He knew he was weary from battle, from running, from trying to stay alive. But now, after what his father had revealed, it felt like too much. He wanted a glass of water. His mouth was parched, and he felt dehydration suddenly added to the list of internal woes. So, Smith, have your extraction team take me wherever you need to go to get your metals. Hold me in a cold metal cell for a few days. But I'll tell you what's going to happen. At some point, you're going to get a call. That call will be your handler, or their handler, or the big boss. I don't know. But they're going to explain part of this to you. Probably not all of it, because that's not their MO. But part of it, enough to get to the bottom line. They'll give you your marching orders. Go put the old guy back where you found him, and give him a nice big steak breakfast before you do. Then apologize and tell him you're sorry for delaying his job. The job Uncle Sam pays him very well to do. I'll never apologize to you for... And then, his father continued, you'll be told to forget this ever happened. You'll be told that you'll be demoted, disgraced, or worse, if you even so much as mention my name or my company. Your contacts with the other organizations will be told the same. I'll chase you down, she said. Of course you will. That's your job now. And you'll find me over and over again if you're any good at that job. But anyone you ask for help, anyone you try to pierce the veil with will either comply and pretend they have no goddamned idea what you're yammering about, or they'll simply not show up to work tomorrow, if you get my drift. She swallowed, then nodded. I'm still going to chase you. And the world goes round, he said. I wouldn't have it any other way. A country needs to bring in money to operate, just like a business. But it also needs to spend that money. Having a bunch of spooks running in circles is a great way to convince Joe Citizen that the U.S. defense budget is well spent. He drummed on the table a couple of times, startling Luke. So, his father said, what time are we leaving? Smith clenched her jaw but looked at her watch. 8:15, she said. Should be here in a few minutes. Epilogue. Sunday, 10:07 a.m., St. Louis, Senegal. Why'd you bring me back here? Luke asked. South Africa was nice. I could stay there for a bit longer, I think. Gives me some perspective. He and Holland had decided to stay on the continent after Smith and her CIA team had left the country with his father. Luke had felt the relief of knowing he was no longer in anyone's sights. either those of his own government or those of a security force. He had had time to rest, and thanks to the relatively progressive and modern state of healthcare in South Africa, and since he had the skin color for it to move along smoothly, he felt like a new man. While he had enjoyed South Africa, most of that enjoyment had come from staying at the luxurious safari-themed resort in the northern part of the nation. McDonnell had once again sent Luke a consultant fee, this time adding a second payment for Holland as well. Both men had debriefed with McDonnell and told him they didn't want or need money, but McDonnell was as straight-laced and by the book as they came. Good work was rewarded, and he had even let it slip that since the money had been paid out of a fund set aside by the anti-weapons trafficking CIA operation in progress, he felt little remorse in paying out at the upper echelon of government-allowed rates. "Technically, we haven't been here," Holland said. "We were south of here in the Gambia." "Wow. Thanks for the geography lesson," Luke retorted. "I was injured, not brain dead." "Whatever. I think it's important we head through here before we leave for Boston." Luke wasn't sure why Holland had thought it important to leave through Senegal, but he hadn't really cared one way or another. After their South African excursion for a few days of rest and relaxation, they had to fly north first anyway. St. Louis was as good a place as any to catch the long flight back home. Denise Smith had been shell-shocked, and Luke couldn't blame her for that. She felt terrible for keeping her CIA work from McDonnell, and even though she technically hadn't lied to him, she had given him a quick recap of events, alluding to the fact that she had been in charge of a CIA-sanctioned operation that overlapped her own mission for McDonnell. McDonnell was no dunce, and he had figured out the rest pretty quickly. Now, she was working to uncover more about the weapons trafficking operation going on in her own organization, and working to put together a definitive report that might help her and some of her counterparts understand how they fit into it. She hated the fact that Luke's father might be right, so she was hoping to find something to exploit, to bring the operation to its knees. Luke considered it a futile effort, but then again he also felt jaded and a bit cynical. The world goes round, his father had told them. He didn't like it, but he knew it to be true. On a more personal front, Holland had told him Smith had even agreed to a date once the dust had settled. It wasn't much, but it seemed his friend was smitten. He hoped Smith and Holland could try things out again. "Any particular reason we're just waiting here?" Luke asked. "It's a nice little place to have brunch, overlooking the water and all that. But let's be honest, if you were hoping for a romantic meal, you've really lowered your bar for companions. And with Smith waiting for you to return to the States..." "I could get any one of many beautiful women to join me," Holland shot back, "including Smith, but she's busy, and I have to nurse you back to health. I don't have time for romantic interludes yet, even though you're so desperate." Luke suddenly noticed Holland focusing on a spot over his shoulder, out on the water. He turned and tried to figure out what it was that had the man's attention. Then he saw it. "Is that..." "Yep," Holland said quickly. "The La Brea, here to deliver its final load. This time, to the Senegalese military itself." As the freighter came fully into view, he saw that same container, still in place on deck. It was strapped down now, and he could see a couple of men jogging around on the deck, preparing for their landing. "That's the crew then, isn't it?" Luke asked. Holland nodded. "And there's one other surprise." "You're terrible at surprises then," Luke mused. "Because I never wanted to see this damn ship again in my life." Or anything related to it, he thought. "That's part of the surprise," Holland said, grinning. Luke felt his breath catch in his throat. "Shit, Holland, what did you do?" He turned back to face his friend fully. The waiter returned to fill their glasses, and Luke hardly noticed. "I have this old friend. You've never met him, but you need to. You'd like him. Anyway, I had him check into things for me. There's no one on that ship except for the captain and the crew." "Okay." "And your father. Wait, my dad's out there? Right now?" Luke knew the CIA had, in fact, released his father, only hours after they'd brought him in. But he had not asked if they knew where he was going. He didn't care. He was completely done with that chapter of his life. In Luke's mind, he had no father. The memory of his mother would always live on inside of him, but in his father's case, well, he would work hard to forget him. Holland dipped his head in a large nod. "Yes, after the CIA let him go, just like he said they would, I had my friend track him from where the CIA dropped him off. He stayed in the Gambia, getting the crew back together, also like he said he would. And he's riding with them to port to finish the deal." Correct again. Luke sighed, taking a sip of his water as he watched the La Brea slide closer to the docks. It was still a quarter-mile out, and was likely slowing, so he figured there was another 10 minutes or so before the ship was sufficiently close to tie off. "Holland," he said, looking back at his friend. "Why the hell are we here?" "Well, Preston," Holland began, "your old man is doing shit I can't justify. No matter how you crack it, it's a pretty nasty nut." "We're on the same page." "He's arming children, Luke. Well, in my book, that's akin to just killing them himself." Luke sniffed but didn't respond. "Anyway, I had my friend do one last thing. It was for me, really, but I figured you had the right to see it yourself. And because I'm a nice guy, I'll let you decide whether or not to go through with it." Luke's eyes widened as he stood up, knocking over his chair. "Holland, Your call, friend." Luke stared into Holland's eyes, trying to read him. He knew the man wasn't bluffing, but he wanted to see if his friend felt remorse, to see if there was a sign that this was a bad idea. "Holland." "Just say it, man," Holland said, holding his phone up. "Tell me to call it off and I will. You have my word." Luke swallowed, his nostrils flaring. He held Holland's gaze, neither man moving. For a moment the world froze. 7 seconds, Luke," Holland said, looking at his watch. "I've got the number connected. Just tell me to call it off." The seconds ticked off as if Luke could hear them. He tried to examine his conscience, to search his soul. Instead, there was nothing. Behind him, the La Brea exploded in a flash of light. Just as Luke got his eyes swiveled around to see, the blinding flash lingered, followed by a pressure wave that he felt in his chest. It pushed him back a step, but he remained standing. Finally, the sound reached him and a deafening roar pierced his head as the La Brea ceased to exist. Debris and detritus filled the space where the ship had been, and a massive bubble-shaped crater formed on the water. He saw the rapidly expanding ring of waves travel outward from her previous spot, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of water vapor and smoke heading upward. Patrons in the restaurant screamed as the blast impacted buildings closer to the water. Luke heard a few windows break, but up here, far enough away, only silverware and glasses rattled on the table. A few people jumped out of their seats, but they ran toward the railing, where Luke and Holland were. No one was hurt, and they wanted to see what had happened. Luke's jaw dropped. He was in shock, not understanding at first what he was looking at. The entire bay and portside town went completely silent, everyone holding their collective breaths. Finally, after the cloud dissipated and the wave gently lapped against the outwardmost docks, Luke turned back to Holland. I don't know." "It doesn't matter," Holland said. "It was also for me, like I said." Luke swallowed. He couldn't thank Holland, but he also was not upset with him. He understood, suddenly appreciated what Holland had done. Luke very likely would not have been able to follow through entirely. He needed Holland to do it, to set it up, and allow Luke the final word. He stared at the man for a few more seconds, then extended his hand. Holland shook it, gripping his hand tightly, then released. He looked at Luke, an interesting glint in his eye. "What are you thinking, Preston?" he asked. Luke looked back at the pieces of the La Brea out on the water, watched the panicked dock workers as they came to life and scurried around looking for something to do. He thought of his father, searching, trying to decide if he felt anything at all right now. He thought of their journey, the La Brea, and its final grave. He also thought of Holland's words, their conversation during their boat ride up the channel toward Mansa Conco. He thought of Holland's offer. "Holland," Luke said, "I think we should talk about what's next, for us." This has been The Games We Play by Nick Thacker. Copyright 2023 by Conundrum Publishing. All rights reserved. ConundrumPub.com.